The dark night sky is torn apart. A bolt of lightning strikes a skyscraper. Welcome to a sprawling metropolis. It's drenched in flashy neon lights. A massive sign glows brightly. It reads, Shichong City. In the middle of the street, a news ticker scrolls. Recently, altered beings have been attacking citizens. Residents should remain vigilant. Meanwhile, deep underground, a green sign flickers in the subway station. It points to Line 1 and exits B and C. Inside the train car, the air is thick. It's crowded, silent, and heavy. Everyone is completely exhausted from work. Amidst the gloomy crowd, a young man closes his eyes. He quietly mutters, The guy lost in the frenetic music is Tan Hai. He's a recent college grad. He's just starting out in the real world. This kid has no real talent. His major was a dead end. He planned to slack off for 2 more years, but his family kicked him out. So just like everyone else, he came to Shichong City to make a living. In another car, a police officer patrols. He wears the insignia of order on his sleeve. He's completely unaware. Death's dark claws are reaching for him. A massive shadow rises. Its eyes are bloodshot red. It targets the helpless officer. A few passengers see it. Their jaws drop. Their faces drain of all color. Instantly, the crowd panics. They shove and trample each other. People scream and cry. The young man is knocked off his feet. In this chaos, anyone would be annoyed. Tan Hai rips off his headphones. He turns and curses. You want to die? Watch where you're going. But what he sees is the body of the officer. He's lying in a massive pool of blood. The culprit is a bare-headed monster. It's tearing everything apart. It just keeps growling and destroying. The terrified passengers scream and cry. It's an altered being, one yells. Another cries, an evil altered being. They are ancient demonic beasts. They exist as spiritual parasites inside human hosts. They are called altered beings. After seizing control of this body, it begins to rant. This place, it growls. Must destroy. The resistance seems to enrage the monster. It swings its claws and roars. Anyone who gets in my way dies. The crowd flees in chaos. The altered being is killing people, someone screams. But Tan Hai is just shocked. So this is an altered being. It doesn't look like the videos. This time, it's the real deal. Amidst the chaos, the station's display is oblivious. It calmly announces, the train is now arriving. Please stand clear of the doors. The next stop is. The monster ignores the approaching train. It grabs a man. Then it hurls him through the glass door. The man is thrown far. He looks completely broken. The sight makes the crowd flee for their lives. It's a stampede at the exit. Don't push. Someone screams. Another person curses. It's coming. Get out of the way. Tan Hai is trapped in the crushing crowd. He cries out as he's shoved aside. The same scream echoes. It's coming. Get out of the way. The platform fills with piercing screams. Run. There's a crazy altered being inside. Help me. Someone wails. Run. Somebody help. Everyone flees. They leave behind bags and shattered phones. The floor is covered in blood. He just started his new life. Now he's in a massacre. Tan Hai breaks out in a cold sweat. He's pale and speechless. It stands over the fallen bodies. The monster hasn't forgotten its purpose. It swings its arms wildly. Destroy. 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 Its blazing red eyes glare. It bares its fangs. It roars a strange slogan. Demolish, expand, level, and reclaim. Tan Hai breaks into a sweat. Great, my luck, he thinks. I ran into a mob demolition expert. He sizes up the situation. This guy's impulsive emotions must have gotten him possessed. He can't reason with this demolition freak. The young man spots a door. The door is over there. I need to find a way out. As he plans his escape, Tan Hai freezes. He sees a grandmother and her grandchild. They're huddled together in a corner. The little girl whimpers. Grandma, I'm scared. The woman soothes her. It's okay. Grandma's right here. A spark of heroism ignites. Tan Hai bravely calls out, Hey, I'll be the decoy. Everyone, use this chance to escape. The old woman asks worriedly, But what about you, son? The young man looks like a master. He confidently replies, Don't worry about me. I was on my university's track team. Then he mutters to himself, Even though I never placed in a single race. At the same time, narration appears. A pair of eyes watches from the shadows. A strange laugh echoes. I finally found you, the boy from all those years ago. Back in the fight, Tan Hai throws his headphones. They hit the monster right in the face. He yells a challenge. Hey, I'm over here. After landing the hit, the track star runs for his life. The enraged monster gives chase. As he runs, he glances back. He throws out another taunt. Over here, you big idiot. But the monster is surprisingly fast. It opens its massive maw and lunges. Tan Hai's eyes widen in shock. Before he can react, its giant hand grabs him. The monster roars, Destroy. Tan Hai thinks to himself, I'm still too slow. Just then, riot police arrive outside the train. The old woman screams, Save him, she quickly reports. There's still someone alive in there, but it's too late for Tanhai. The monster lands a critical blow to his back. He coughs up blood, crying out in pain. The devastating punch sends him flying. His frail body slams onto the broken floor. He lies in a pool of his own blood. Tanhai cries out in agony, but the red-eyed beast isn't finished. It snorts and growls, a clear threat. His consciousness begins to fade. Tanhai's eyes slowly close. He thinks bitterly, I really messed up. The train door opens. He sees the grandmother and grandchild. They're safe with the police. It's a small comfort. He vaguely wonders, is this the end? Through the closing door, his hope fades. Tanhai thinks weakly, am I going to die? Outside, the little girl points, sobbing. That boy is still in there. An officer gives an order, get in there and save him. Another one urges, get these civilians to safety. A powerful figure in a black uniform appears. He blocks his subordinate. He commands clearly, hand this altered being case over to the military. The T and Fong will handle it. He adds a stern warning, no one is to act rashly. The riot officer responds, yes, sir. Meanwhile, a mysterious dark energy appears. It coils strangely, engulfing the scene inside the train. Lying on the ground, his breathing is shallow. Tanhai whispers hopelessly, I can't believe this is happening to me. The young man's bloody hand trembles. He tries to grip the cold floor. He thinks with frustration, I can't accept this. I can't die like this. He laments, my life has only just begun. His fading consciousness drifts into memory. A past scene appears. Tanhai is under his blanket, playing games in a dark room. Outside, his mother speaks with disappointment. This child is a lost cause. Just look at the neighbor's son, Tu. The memory shifts. Student Tanhai is cornered by thugs. One drapes an arm over his shoulder with a sneer. Come on, let's be friends. A bitter narration follows. What a pathetic life. The pain continues. The image of the girl he likes appears. Her rejection was cruel. Actually, I already like someone else. He's plunged into his thoughts. This outcome was destined to be a failure. Snapping out of the painful memory, Tanhai coughs up blood. A voice in his head screams. Grief and rage swell inside him. In the darkest moment of his life, a powerful will ignites. Tanhai grits his teeth and declares, I want to win. Just once. At the same time, the bare-headed altered being gathers power. Its massive arm prepares to deliver a final, devastating blow. But then, a miracle happens. Just as the final blow is about to land, a stream of golden energy rushes from behind. A bloody battle is about to begin. With a face twisted in a grimace, Tanhai screams. He's using the last of his strength. I'll survive to win. As he speaks, a brilliant golden aura condenses. It forms a massive, ghostly dragon. It hovers right above his head. The giant spiritual image then dives straight into Tanhai's body. A powerful energy surges through him. He jolts as if he's been electrocuted. From the void, a demonic face appears. It has a sinister smile. It offers a friendly greeting. Long time no see. Tanhai's eyes roll back. He's drenched in a cold sweat. A pessimistic thought crosses his mind. This is a hallucination. He bitterly convinces himself. This must be a hallucination you see after you die. But the mysterious voice snaps back at him. Let someone else have a worthless death like that. Dark energy envelops his body, forming armor. And this isn't a hallucination. Meanwhile, the monster outside doesn't care about the hero's inner turmoil. It brutally brings down a devastating punch. Surprisingly, Tanhai is now armored up. He casually swings one hand. He blocks the monster's powerful punch. The beast is utterly stunned. He stands tall, a half-human, half-demon figure. He radiates an overwhelming aura. The voice in his head continues. What I have given you is... The demonic face smirks confidently. It utters two short but heavy words. Hope. The bear monster is terrified by this powerful presence. Cold sweat drips down its brutish face. Before his opponent can recover, Tanhai lunges forward. He delivers a fatal blow to the monster's stomach. It turns into an unwilling punching bag. His blood-red claws gleam sharply. He's ready for a bloody manicure. The commanding voice explains the new weapon. These are the demon claws. They can sever the link between a human and their parasitic spirit. Instantly, sharp slashes tear through the air. They shred everything around with destructive power. Tanhai transforms into a mad doctor. He dances and spins while laughing wildly. Time for some surgery. He launches his opponent into the air. He declares like a savior, you're free now. Under the force of the slash, the bear monster's spirit is ripped from its host. It's sent flying into the air. The man who was the host is now powerless. He collapses onto the subway bench. The poor guy's eyes roll back. He's unconscious and foaming at the mouth. He looks absolutely pathetic. Meanwhile, the bear's spirit floats in midair. It's lost and without a host. Tanhai turns to look at it with the sharp eyes of a predator. He gives a chilling smile. Hey there. The bear spirit now understands what it feels like to be small and helpless. It gapes its mouth in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, the bear monster can only flee. It runs from the overwhelming power to save its own life. Seeing his enemy trying to escape, Tanhai stomps hard on the train floor. He creates a deep dent to launch himself. He rushes forward and grabs the bear's spirit. He eagerly shouts, "Food! This is some high-quality food." The demonic armor's giant, fanged mouth opens wide. A clear declaration follows. "Well then, don't mind if I do." With a single bite, the unlucky bear is swallowed whole. Tanhai chews, swallows, and lets out a puff of smoke in satisfaction. Even after a full meal, he doesn't forget to complain with a grin. Tasted terrible, though. As he's complaining, Tanhai is startled by a sound. The heavy footsteps of a special forces team. They've broken through the door. Target is straight ahead. Seeing the heavily armed forces pointing guns at him, Tanhai sweats. He thinks to himself, the T and Fong. He freezes on the spot. He lets out an extremely awkward sound. Realizing the situation is bad, he screams internally, "You've got to be kidding me. Not at a time like this." Then he looks down at his two demonic, red hands. They're waving in the air. He begins to improvise a little act. He glances at his reflection in the train window. He sees a hideous, horned monster. Unable to stay calm any longer, the young man clutches his head. He lets out a desperate scream. What in the world is happening to me? With his natural talent for trickery, he pretends to be flustered. He tries to explain to the police. Me? What's happening to me? What did I do? Why are there horns on my head? What comic book is this cosplay from? His Oscar-worthy performance is met with blank stares. A terrifying silence comes from the entire Tian Fong team. An awkward atmosphere fills the train car. Sweat pours down Tanhai's face. Meanwhile, the victim behind him is still foaming at the mouth. It's a ridiculously tragic scene. Tanhai stares in shock at his sharp hands. Then he glances at the man collapsing behind him. He wonders blankly. Did I do this? He breaks into a sweat. He cautiously asks the demonic shadow floating behind him. So, I've been possessed? The spirit scoffs in response. You're just figuring that out? I'm the one who saved your life. Tanhai panics. He points at the foaming victim. You killed that guy. But the system bluntly scolds him. Idiot. He just fainted. Before he can catch his breath, the Tian Fong team sees him as a threat. An officer coldly gives the order. Fire. A volley of red laser beams shoots toward Tanhai. Thanks to his newly upgraded agility, he easily dodges them like a professional dancer. As he dodges bullets in mid-air, Tanhai confronts the being sharing his body. You're controlling my body. Who are you? The cunning spirit doesn't bother with a long explanation. It just tells him to focus on the giant bullet heading his way. Let's get out of here first. We can talk later. Unfortunately, a needle grazes him. It sticks into his body. Tanhai cries out, I've been hit. The calm voice mocks him. Looks like our connection isn't perfect yet. Tanhai grimaces at the dart sticking out of his butt. He wiggles and scratches, then complains. It's so itchy. Seeing the target get hit with a tranquilizer and only complain about an itch, the captain is shocked. He orders a change in tactics. Tranquilizers aren't working. Knock him out. Use concussion rounds. In this dire moment, the demonic spirit gives a sly smile. It looks eager and confident. It suggests, let me take over. Taking back control, Tanhai's demonic body leaps high into the air. It's like a spring. He shoots straight toward the firing officer. With razor-sharp claws, he easily slices the concussion round in half mid-air. He says an arrogant farewell. Goodbye. The round explodes right in front of the police team. Tanhai uses the chance to kick through the train window and escape. The Tian Fong special forces can only shield their heads. They're helpless against the shower of shattering glass. The figure in the demonic armor leaps out of the broken train. It leaves behind a complete mess. He shoots out two purple energy tethers. They latch onto a building. Tanhai swings through the air like a horror version of Spider-Man. Back at the crime scene, the subway station is in ruins. Security forces quickly cordon off the area and clean up the aftermath. Suddenly, a cold-looking woman with blonde hair appears. She's followed by a mechanical wolf with eerie, glowing eyes. Her subordinates bow respectfully. Good morning, Captain. The captain calmly asks. What's the situation inside? Have you caught him? Stepping inside the train, she asks again. Well, did you get him? An officer looks nervously at the monster's abandoned body. He stammers out his report of failure. The target was too fast for us. The blonde woman sighs indifferently. She adds a biting remark. I was going to give you a chance to shine. What a disappointment. The officer can only take the insult. Just then, the mechanical wolf beside her begins to transform. Its steel skin gives way to a bizarre form. It sniffs the air intensely. It stares up at the shattered dome of the station. It seems to have found the prey's escape route. Captain Bo looks at her pet and urges it on. We're short on time. We need results. Now, the strange man replies, I know, but it's so tiring when you talk to me like this. Let me just turn back into a person. The beastly camouflage peels away completely. It reveals a gaunt face with a crazed smile and glowing blue eyes. This half-naked man casually squats in the middle of the train. It's such a bizarre sight that even the Special Forces officers are stunned. The captain calmly drapes a long coat over him. She coldly remarks, "Your animal form is much more pleasant," but the man confidently boasts, "Why? This form isn't just for communication. It also shows mutual respect, you know?" He looks at the crime scene analysis on a screen. He makes a professional judgment based on the scratches and impact force. It's definitely him, no doubt. The woman asks, "What about the distance?" The man confirms, "A spirit that has just entered a host will be very unstable. He definitely hasn't gotten far." Captain Bo Fong Kai smiles in approval. "It seems I still need a great mystic like Ta Jama. These Taiyan wastes. I really need a talent like you by my side." The mystic waves his hand dismissively. "Don't flatter me. I'm not all powerful. I'm clueless about other things." The half-dressed man adjusts his coat and rambles on, trying to sound dangerous. Every mystic's personality and abilities are different. We're born different from normal people, so it's very inconvenient to join a specific organization. He bends down to fix his pants and put on his shoes. He promises mysteriously, "Just a moment." Captain Bo Fong immediately frowns and reminds him, "This isn't the time to rest." The man ignores her with his eyes closed. He gestures professionally. "Quiet. I'm sensing his aura." Even while performing a tense ritual, he doesn't forget to haggle over money. The fee for finding him is separate, you know. The woman can only reply indifferently, "Don't worry, you'll get your share." With the payment settled, the mystic closes his eyes. He enters a state of deep concentration. Meanwhile, the armored monster named Tanhai is still leaping wildly across rooftops. He moves with the speed of an arrow. Inside his mind, Tanhai complains, "You've turned my body into this thing. We can't just be strutting through the streets. It's not a good look." Then he asks curiously, "By the way, who are you really? Why are you helping me?" The demonic spirit replies, "My name is Injao. You saved me once. Don't you remember?" Tanhai pauses, blinking. He racks his exhausted brain. "Saved you? When?" The memory returns. Ngao sadly recounts, "I was once a parasite in a stray dog. You were the one who saved me." An image appears. Tanhai holds a rock, shooing away thugs to protect a small dog. He's yelling at them. What's so great about bullying a small animal? The thugs are confused. Now concludes the story with a grim statement. Unfortunately, that last body couldn't hold out. Tanhai's eyes light up. He proudly puts the pieces together. "So you were that dachshund?" But the demonic face immediately throws cold water on his theory. No. Ignoring their past life drama, the demonic armor continues to soar through the air. It moves like a machine without brakes. Eng Zhao's sharp gaze darts behind him. He seems to have noticed someone watching them. He lets out a cold snort. Immediately, a dark demonic aura erupts around his body. It extends sharp tentacles behind him. He's preparing a mental counterattack. Back in the train car, the mystic suddenly breaks into a sweat. His eyes are shut tight, his face twisted as if in extreme pain. In his mind, a giant demonic head appears. It has fierce, glowing yellow eyes. It completely overwhelms his mental space. Overpowered by the terrifying aura, the expert tracker can only let out a weak sound. Before he can recover, the demonic face sticks out its long tongue. It gives a threatening lick. The mental shock is too great. The narcissistic expert's eyes bulge. His mouth hangs open in absolute horror. He's thrown backward as if punched. The demon's mocking laughter echoes in his mind. "Your tracking skills are pathetic." The scene falls silent. Only the sound of cold sweat dripping onto the floor can be heard. Just then, a soldier points and exclaims, "Look at Kiyako." The captain turns and gives him a look of utter contempt, because the mystic who was boasting so loudly just moments ago is now slumped in his seat. His eyes are rolled back. He's foaming at the mouth just like the first victim, but he still manages to mutter, "Found him." Seeing her capable subordinate suddenly become useless, the captain's expression changes. She looks clearly alarmed. The expert's head wobbles as if he's lost his mind. Sweat pours down his face. He looks like someone who just survived a near-death experience. With his last ounce of strength, he whispers, "This thing is too strong. Good luck." The captain quickly turns to her subordinate. "Notify the medical team." Now, unwilling to lose the trail, she violently grabs the man's collar. She shakes him and yells, "Hey, hold on. Tell me his exact location." He gasps out the words, "District 9. With all his might, he mutters again, "District 9. Then his head lolls to the side. He's officially checked out of the conversation. Helpless in this comedic situation, the captain closes her eyes. She sighs, trying to suppress her frustration. She quickly regains her commander's presence. She gestures forward and shouts, "Fee Thu." Instantly, a muscular mutant crackling with electricity kneels and responds. "At your service." The muscular cyborg's red eyes flash with cruelty. "He has received the order to pursue," he replies firmly. "Understood." A blinding blue bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky. It carries enough power to tear space itself. The blonde captain smirks confidently. She thinks to herself with satisfaction. When it comes to speed, no one can match Phi Thursday. At the same time, Tanhai's demonic armor is still leaping wildly. It moves at incredible speed across the city's skyscrapers. Thanks to the demon's power, he becomes a true machine. He glides through the air like a dark version of a superhero. But the host isn't enjoying it. Tanhai grumbles in annoyance. Hey, how long are you going to possess my body? When will it end? The demon in Zhao calmly replies, I am now a part of your body. Like an arm or a leg, we can't be separated. Hearing this, Tanhai whines. What I mean is, you keep jumping around between these buildings. It's making me sick. Besides, I have a fear of heights. Zhao lands and leaps again, casually retorting, it's not safe down below. Who knows what other mystics might be tracking us? Unable to stand the aerial motion sickness, Tanhai shouts with determination. I want to go down. The demon inside is startled. It scolds the stubborn kid. You idiot, we're in midair. Don't mess around. Ignoring the warning, Tanhai struggles to regain control. The demonic mask on his head immediately cracks and vanishes. Losing the support of the magic armor in midair, the young man panics. He screams as his body begins to freefall. The consequence of fighting for the wheel mid-trip is a very painful fall. He crashes through several billboards. He lands in the most pathetic way possible. Lying flat on the cold ground, Tanhai clutches his head and groans. That hurts like hell. The demonic spirit sighs in exasperation. You stubborn fool. If it weren't for my outer armor cushioning the fall, you would have been splattered into pieces. Ngao continues. Now look what you've done. The armor is gone. It'll take time for it to recover. You need to pull yourself together. From now on, you're on your own. Tanhai snaps back. Like I need you to worry about me. He wearily stands up to leave. But Ngao immediately yells a warning. Hey, aren't you going the wrong way? Before he can get his bearings, his staggering feet step right into a puddle in the alley. Not far away, a homeless man is being cornered by security forces. He trembles, clasping his hands and begging. Please, spare me. I haven't eaten in days. As he's about to leave the alley, Tanhai freezes. He sees a group of people rushing toward him. Tanhai quickly hides behind a wall in a hidden corner. He's sweating, his eyes tense. He watches their every move. Hearing a strange noise, two armored agents immediately turn around. They cautiously check the back of the alley. They search every nook and cranny. Weapons raised, they move deeper into the dark, narrow alley, looking for any sign. But all they see is an empty courtyard. A half-closed trash can. There's no one in sight. In a corner of the alley, Tanhai quietly sighs in relief. He reassures himself. Phew, good thing they weren't looking for me. It turns out, to avoid being caught, the former track star had to swallow his pride. He hid inside a smelly trash can. Seeing that things have calmed down, Zhao speaks up. Where to next? Tanhai whispers his plan. First, we need to get to the shelter. From here, you'll see a clock tower building. Walking down the street, the monster in Zhao's voice analyzes the situation seriously. You can't go back to your current place. The Tianfang won't miss any detail. They'll even tear down your walls to investigate. Tanhai exclaims in alarm. What? This surprises the demon. What's wrong? Are you hiding something else? Tanhai's face contorts. Tears well up in his eyes as he cries in regret. No, if I'd known this would happen, I would have deleted all the movies on my hard drive. Faced with this incredible stupidity, even the demon is speechless. It comments. In a life or death situation like this, you're still worried about that stuff. You humans are truly interesting. Forgetting about his regrettable hard drive, Tanhai wanders on. He's completely unaware that from a rooftop, a large, dark figure is silently watching him. Before he can react, the agent codenamed Phi Thu lands with a thud. A menacing aura radiates from him right behind Tanhai. He immediately shoots out tangled purple lightning bolts. They shatter a water pipe. Tanhai is forced to jump and roll to dodge with great difficulty. A devastatingly powerful kick barely misses him. It sends dirt and debris flying. Tanhai can only duck and cover his head. Cold sweat pours down his face. Tanhai grits his teeth. He bitterly realizes this enemy's speed is on another level. Phi Thu blocks the exit and gives a clear command. Stay right there. Don't move. The demon in Zhao chimes in with a taunt. Looks like you can't escape. The agent declares firmly. You are under arrest. Come with me quietly. As soon as he finishes speaking, the cyborg flies up. He slams his heel into the ground. The shockwave forces Tanhai to jump back repeatedly. With blazing red eyes full of menace, Phi Thu extends a mechanical hand. He offers a deal. Either you willingly give up the parasitic spirit inside you, and I'll let you go free. You'd be wise to cooperate. Tanhai silently looks down. The demon inside immediately adds fuel to the fire. I know you'd never accept that. The only way is to take this guy down. Unexpectedly, Tanhai lifts his head with a sincere look. He announces clearly, Okay, I'll cooperate. Even the agent himself is stunned. What? Phi Thu smugly gives an order in a condescending tone. Good. Hands on your head. Turn around. Get on your knees. Now. Tan Hai obediently puts his hands up. I told you I'd cooperate. This makes the spirit now want to cough up blood. It roars. You heartless, spineless fool. But just as his opponent lets down his guard, Tan Hai reveals a sly grin. He swings his fist forward and shouts a fake chant. Reveal yourself. The parasitic monster inside me. Tan Hai's confident sucker punch is easily blocked. Phi Thu catches it effortlessly. The agent smirks contemptuously under his mask. He silently scoffs at his opponent with a familiar, condescending tone. Predictable, petty tricks. In stark contrast to the agent's disappointment, the demon spirit in Zhao laughs with excitement. I knew you weren't the type to give up so easily. But my power is limited right now. I can only give you this weapon. Looking at the demonic weapon that just appeared on his hand, Tan Hai quickly adapts. He replies decisively. Thanks. He immediately channels his power and throws a powerful steel punch. He strikes Phi Thu's hand to break free. The unexpected force of the punch throws the agent off balance. He tumbles through the air before regaining his footing. Phi Thu lands heavily on one knee. The impact is so strong it shatters the ground around him. Tan Hai smugly admires his new toy. He exclaims, This tiger claw is really something. This annoys Zhao, who immediately corrects him. It's not a tiger claw. It's a demon claw. To prove the value of his designer item, Zhao floats beside him and boasts proudly. This claw. It's a divine weapon I created with my fellow parasitic spirits. Seeing his prey stubbornly resist, Phi Thu gets angry. He gets into a stance, ready to charge. He announces, attacking a Tianfeng officer is a serious offense. I will now use force to apprehend you. Hearing this, Tan Hai firmly replies, You'll never take my freedom. And handing you over would be disloyal. The demon Zhao cheers him on. Well said. The young man continues to roar, challenging his opponent. If you've got the guts, then come and get me. I'll fight to the end. The demon inside gets extremely hyped up. Let's go. It's getting fired up. Phi Thu's red eyes glare menacingly at their defiant attitude. You will pay dearly for your foolish choice. The agent launches into the air. He's surrounded by purple energy. He yells with murderous intent. Surrender. Tan Hai is confused. Where'd he go? Just as Tan Hai is wondering where the enemy is, now spots the target hovering above. He warns Tan Hai. Careful. Behind you, but there's no escaping it. Tan Hai takes a devastating kick from behind and cries out in pain. Zhao floats beside him, calmly analyzing the strategy. His speed is incredible. You need to be more proactive. Try attacking his lower body. This makes Tan Hai whine. I have to be able to react first. Despite taking a beating, Tan Hai forces himself to stand. He gathers all his demonic power into his claws for the next counterattack. Phi Thu lunges forward again with a lightning kick. He wants to end it quickly, but this time, Tan Hai manages to raise his hands to block. However, the terrifying force of the kick still sends him flying. He lands in a pile of stinking trash on the side of the road. Seeing his host lying pathetically, now quickly appears to offer some warm comfort. It's okay. I'm here to protect you. Tan Hai stumbles to his feet. He spits out trash and angrily scolds. Shut up. All your plans are trash. And if I were a normal person, that last hit would have broken my bones. Now immediately jumps in to take credit. That's because I was protecting you. Before he can even catch his breath, the demon spirit panics and yells a warning. He's coming again. From above, Phi Thu dives down with his iron heel. He intends to crush the stubborn young man into the cold ground. With the quick reflexes of a former track athlete, Tan Hai decisively leans away. He dodges the lightning stomp at the last second. Immediately, he spins around and unleashes a slash that tears through the air. He strikes back directly at the agent's face. Phi Thu is hit unexpectedly. He grits his teeth in pain and curses. You little brat. Tan Hai is now truly furious. His eyes widen as he charges forward, roaring in anger. I haven't fought in a long time. Don't push me to the edge. They clash violently, exchanging fierce blows. Sparks fly in the tense battle within the dark alley. Tan Hai puts all his strength into a fiery punch aimed at his opponent's face. He decides to bet it all on this life or death move to end the fight. The agent raises his hand to block, letting out a cry. Phi Thu is forced back several steps by the counterattack. His feet drag on the ground, kicking up a long trail of dust. The agent touches the crack on his mask with his iron hand. He groans in pain. From the large crack in his chest plate, eerie black smoke begins to leak out continuously. Tan Hai is in no better shape. He stands panting, exhausted. Am I still okay? Now laughs smugly. There's no weapon in this world sharper than my claws. Being mocked, Phi Thu goes berserk. He roars like a madman. You've made me angry. I'll tear you to pieces to vent my rage. Tan Hai is confused. What the heck is wrong with this guy? Seeing his opponent's power erupt, Zhao instantly cheers with delight. I smell a parasitic spirit in him. So this guy is also an altered human. This makes Phi Thu jump in shock. He stammers in disbelief. What? The demon inside continues its sarcastic analysis. It seems the losers at the Tian Fong can't stand on their own with that pile of scrap metal, so they had to get outside help. And Zhao explains to the boy, a parasitic spirit wants to borrow a host body to achieve liberation. It helps them complete their goal. But your last critical hit accidentally broke the fragile balance. The balance between the host and the parasite inside him. Tanhai's eyes widen in surprise. He asks for confirmation. You mean I just severed the relationship between the host and the parasite, causing them to separate? Now nods and explains further. That's right. The first stage, when they are perfectly compatible, is called union. At that moment, Phi Thu stands amidst the black smoke, screaming in pain, the suffering, the patience, and the rage. It will all be released right here. Now assesses internally. However, the link isn't completely severed yet. The black smoke slowly dissipates. It reveals a giant, hairy, and ferocious gray wolf. It glares menacingly. Hand over the parasitic spirit in your body. Now, or I will kill you. Seeing the terrifying sight, Tanhai sweats profusely. He mutters to himself, his berserk state, it looks just exactly like the monster I faced on the subway. And Zhao sighs and explains, this is called full beast transformation. This idiot was too eager to win. So the parasite took control of his body. The giant beast doesn't waste time talking. It immediately charges like a ferocious black wind toward Tanhai. It swings a powerful claw, creating a wave of energy that sends Tanhai flying. The young man can only scream in pain. Thrown pathetically into the air, the young man helplessly calls out to the demon. Hey, give me something to land on safely. After a brutal impact with the ground, Tanhai lands in the dark alley. A cloud of dust surrounds him. Before he can recover, Nao's voice suddenly screams a warning. It tells him the direction of the next attack. Dodge to the left. Now, the wolf monster continuously whips its black chains. It tries to crush its target. Tanhai has to struggle to dodge the dangerous attacks. Seeing the dire situation, the demon in Zhao also begins to tremble and complain. Hey kid, at this crazy rate of attack, even I can't hold out for much longer. A chain whip grazes him. It almost splits the young man in two. The immense pressure knocks him down. He has to use his hands to brace himself against the ground. Unwilling to yield to adversity, Tanhai's eyes flash with determination. He grits his teeth and yells, in that case, we'll play rough with him. The demonic claws on his hands immediately ignite with powerful, dark red magic. The young man roars with rage. He puts all his strength into a desperate, forward charge. His face glows and his eyes burn with a golden fire. He lets out a powerful roar to overpower his opponent. Take this. The powerful slash creates a blinding crescent of light. It sends the massive figure flying backward. The wolf monster is thrown out of the alley. It crashes into the front of a truck in the middle of the bright street. The people around are frozen in shock. Tanhai stands in the alley, wiping away sweat and sighing in relief. The demon Zhao beside him chuckles, praising his partner. We're getting better and better at working together, aren't we? Tanhai knows how to play along. He smirks proudly and praises back. As expected from you. The scene on the street is chaotic. The front of the truck is deeply dented. The windshield is shattered by the altered human's sudden appearance. Tanhai peeks out from the dark corner. He silently observes the grand battlefield he just helped create. Just as he's gaining the upper hand, Tanhai is shocked. He sees his opponent has suddenly vanished. What? He's gone again? He looks up at the dark sky between the buildings. He only catches a glimpse of a giant black shadow. It's leaping freely between the skyscrapers. His intuition tells him something is wrong. Tanhai immediately focuses, preparing for a sneak attack from above. Suddenly, the wolf monster appears right in front of him. A startled warning comes from Zhao. In front, the young man reacts with lightning speed. He swings his demon claw, creating a sharp line of light. He roars, I feel you. Unfortunately, his full power attack only tears through harmless dust. It doesn't touch the enemy's flesh at all. Tanhai's jaw drops in astonishment. He realizes he just fell for a spectacular trick. An afterimage. Immediately, a deep, demonic voice speaks right behind him. I'm right behind you. Before he can turn around, Tanhai is locked down from behind. The massive monster has him in a dangerous chokehold. He breaks into a sweat, shutting his eyes tight. He struggles in vain. It's over. I'm trapped. Now, floating beside him, also cries out in alarm. That's a rear naked choke. It's a fatal hole. Tanhai can't breathe. His face turns red as he mutters. Of course I know that. At this rate, I'll pass out soon. This makes the beast-like agent laugh with delight. This time, I've scored a major victory. In his moment of crisis, he tries to call for help from his partner. Hey, can't you use your exoskeleton? But the demon Zhao can only whine. It's still recovering. Tanhai is gradually weakening from lack of oxygen. His vision starts to blur. He resigns himself to his fate and closes his eyes. This time, I'm really done for. Now also sobs emotionally, offering his condolences. I was very lucky to be a parasite in your body. I got to experience my own value. It's a shame it couldn't last longer. The demonic spirit continues to express its feelings. We were a really good team. Then it adds another line. Even though our time was very short, Tanhai feels grateful and responds in his heart. Thank you, thank you. However, in the next second, Tanhai's eyes suddenly snap open, sharp and focused. He defiantly challenges. It's a little too early for you to be saying that. Just as the monster is gloating, lie down for me. With all his remaining strength, he unleashes a cunning counterattack straight at his opponent. He roars. Now, it's your turn. As soon as the words are out, a powerful elbow strike lands squarely on Tanhai's chest. His plan is instantly crushed. He flinches back, eyes wide with pain. He clutches his chest and groans pathetically. In that instant, the demonic spirit Enjiao erupts into view. It's a giant, black dragon head wreathed in golden flames. It roars smugly. Wow, that move was brutal. The demon Enjiao quickly helps Tanhai escape the hold. It shouts, I'm right here. This dead mouse is mine. Provoked, the enraged beast bares its sharp fangs and lunges, but its opponent quickly dodges. The demonic spirit now dodges and charges straight toward Tanhai. It successfully merges with his body. Instantly, Tanhai's eyes glow with a brilliant blue light. He coldly locks onto the target before him. He shoots up into the air like an arrow. He delivers a clear judgment. This is the end. I will grant you release. Tanhai declares coolly. These are the sharp claws that can sever the link between humans and parasitic spirits. This makes Enjiao yell in frustration. Hey, that's my line. A fiery cross slashes tears through space. It cuts through the thick armor of the wolf monster. Tanhai's face is filled with a deadly aura. He is surrounded by swirling dark energy. The perfect slash forces the black parasitic entity out of the host's body. The special forces soldier loses his power. He collapses to the ground in complete shock. How is this possible? The purple dragon-shaped parasitic spirit shrieks in terror. It then quickly flees the scene. Its blood-red eyes glare back resentfully at the one who ruined its plans. The spirit heart continues to fly up into the air at lightning speed, passing by Tanhai. Seeing the enemy escape, the demon Enjiao sighs and wipes his sweat. That was reckless, but luckily we managed to escape. Hearing this, Tanhai asks the demon, Aren't you going to eat that? The demon Enjiao can only glare at him in annoyed silence. The young man shrugs and turns to leave. Fine, forget it. He doesn't forget to tease his partner. It's because you couldn't catch it, right? Mangao makes an excuse to save face. I just prefer human food. Just then, the sound of slow footsteps echoes through the quiet alley. Seeing this, the agent sitting on the ground speaks with contempt. Did the mission fail? Immediately, a soldier points a giant cannon in his hand downwards. His voice is threatening. I was about to ask you the same thing. Realizing the situation is not good, the agent panics and gives an order. Damn it, contact Captain Bo immediately. The soldier holding the gun calmly repeats, Captain Bo? The agent becomes confused and asks back, What? Weren't you sent by her? The soldier points the gun at the agent's face and gives a chilling warning. District 9 does not welcome you. The agent exclaims in panic. What? Before he can finish, he is grabbed by an invisible force. It leaves a giant, flattened shadow on the ruined wall. Meanwhile, at an imposing skyscraper, lightning flashes across the night sky. In a high-level meeting room, a soldier places a report on the table. Cases of altered humans attacking people for unknown reasons are happening more frequently, but Captain Bo always steps in to handle the chaos herself. It leaves the district commanders with no chance to prove themselves. Then, the Director General of the T, and Fong smirks sinisterly. He says sarcastically, As expected from the great hero of Sichuan City. Hearing this, the captain lowers her gaze slightly. Her face is cold, showing no emotion. In a corner, the blue-haired commander of District 9 rests his chin on his hand, taunting her. Captain Bo, you worked so hard to come all the way to my District 9. So, did you catch him? He smugly explains further. This capture operation was mainly to gather data on him. Obtaining his parasitic spirit is just a matter of time. Well, it seems this parasitic spirit is quite a handful, but to mobilize the entire Tien Fong force to catch a small fry seems a bit excessive. However, the beautiful blonde woman just closes her eyes. She continues to remain silent. Seeing this, the Director General glares menacingly. Captain Bo, if you want to achieve great things, you must not cross the line. The blue-haired man adds fuel to the fire. That's right. It's also a chance to test the new weapon the Director General just gave us. You don't need to worry about District 9. This makes the blonde woman angry. She questions, What? You gave the new project I researched to him? The Director General calmly replies, Priority always goes to the district commanders. The higher-ups aren't comfortable. Besides, the position of commander for the planned District 11 will be yours sooner or later. Why the rush? After hearing this, she grits her teeth. She's so frustrated she can't speak. Without arguing further, she decisively turns and leaves. I have official duties to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Striding down the hallway, her face is shrouded in darkness. A menacing aura radiates from her. She takes out her phone and raises it to her ear. She speaks coldly. Hello, who is this? A voice on the other end replies. Bo Fong, I can help you find the person you're looking for, but my fee will be double. Back with Tanhai, the parasitic black dragon is busy breaking the fourth wall. Remember to like, save, and follow. In the middle of a bustling intersection, Tanhai pulls his hood down low. He walks with his head buried in his phone. On the screen is a red wanted poster. Shichong City enters a state of emergency. It's accompanied by a list of criminals, featuring his face and the black dragons. Their danger level is off the charts. Immediately, the young man uses his finger to scroll through the details of his own wanted poster. The file clearly displays the host's basic information. Name, Tanhai, age, 20, blood type, O, status, altered human, parasite status, active in District 9. The black dragon demon floats beside him, laughing. You're famous now. Too bad, you've lost your freedom. Tanhai glares back, and it's all thanks to you. Suddenly, a notification pops up on his phone from a strange app. Jia Ki Lam Community. Over 10 new messages. Tanhai blinks, a look of curiosity and surprise on his face. He taps his finger to open the app and see. The screen shows a chaotic forum with all sorts of complaints. Old man Din, my house is haunted. My computer turns on by itself. Food in the fridge disappears, or halfway there. Oh my god, my son has gone crazy. He bites everyone he sees. He's possessed. Damn these parasitic spirits. Tanhai scrunches his face in disdain. What kind of garbage website is this? Its motto is, a wild chicken that holds its head high cannot be chained. Its ancestor is the phoenix. It's all just a bunch of nonsense. This annoys the dragon, who pops out of the screen to explain. This Jia K Lam community often gets shut down. It means Phoenix Nirvana. It gets shut down and is reborn. It proves this forum will exist forever. The demon concludes. This is also the intelligence hub of Shichong City. It has information on everything, public or underground. This helps Tanhai make up his mind. He looks toward the dazzling skyscrapers. Hiding and running like this. I'll be caught sooner or later. We have to find a way to survive. Tanhai silently formulates an escape plan. I have to get to the refugee area at the clock tower. Then, find a way to get this parasitic spirit out of me. I want to be a normal person again. I don't want to live my whole life with a parasite on my back. The demon Anjiao immediately throws cold water on his plan. He points to the news. Look, it says an altered human just like us was caught. They also announced they'll shut down the entire communication system. Tanhai decisively presses the power button. I'll turn off my phone first, in case they track me. But the tech-savvy demon scoffs. It's useless. Even if you turn it off, they can still locate you through the world. They can track the approximate location of this smartphone through signal pings. By the time you're surrounded, it'll be too late. As soon as the ominous prophecy is spoken, the phone in Tanhai's hand drops to the ground. His face goes blank as a row of gun barrels point at him, signaling trouble. As he looks up, Tanhai is surrounded by a squad of fully armed T and Fong soldiers on the crosswalk. He only has time to curse internally. You jinx. The commander orders. Get him. Without a second's hesitation, Tanhai unleashes his power. Dark energy swirls and covers his entire body like living armor. The demonic armor quickly takes shape. It transforms him into a powerful dark warrior with sharp claws. The armor's glowing yellow eyes flash with a cold light. It's ready for an unbalanced fight. In the distance, the soldiers aim their red crystal energy guns directly at the target. As fast as a ghost, Tanhai dashes forward with incredible speed. He leaves behind a trail of blurry afterimages. He delivers skillful kicks, easily knocking the weapons from the mercenaries' hands. Without giving the enemy a chance to react, Tanhai spins. He unleashes a barrage of attacks into the enemy's formation. The entire squad of T and Fong soldiers is knocked down. They're scattered across the asphalt like bowling pins. Just then, the large captain appears in his bulky armor. He silently raises his giant gun and aims it at Tanhai. The cannon in his hand gathers blue energy. Then it fires a blindingly powerful shockwave. Tanhai nimbly dodges to the side. He easily avoids the energy blast. He then dodges again, avoiding a series of incoming energy blasts. With incredible power, he quickly dodges all the energy blasts the soldier fires at him. The captain gets angry and lunges with his giant armored arm, but Tanhai raises his hand to parry it perfectly. Using the opponent's momentum, he swings his arm. He creates a blast of energy that slashes across the soldier. Then he appears behind him. Using the thick cloud of dust as a smokescreen, Tanhai quickly retreats. He leaves behind a frustrated sigh. These guys have no real skill. They're just annoyingly persistent. The scene shifts to an old, dilapidated clock tower. It's nestled among gleaming glass buildings. Standing at the bottom of a dark staircase, Tanhai looks up and mutters, "There's not a single person here. It must have been abandoned for years because it's so run down. He carefully walks down the corridor, asking suspiciously, "It's too quiet. Are you sure this place is safe?" He receives a firm confirmation from Enjiao. "Don't worry, once we're here, it's like we vanished from the world." At the end of the hallway, he stops at a cluttered room. Light streams in from an open window. Tan Hai steps inside and announces with disappointment, "It's a dead end. On the damp, moldy floor, there's only a strange dragon head slipper." The young man turns his back to the window. His eyes scan the surroundings. Something is moving on all sides. Can you feel it? Suddenly, the demon's eyes inside him glow with a mystical light. A mysterious voice speaks. "They are welcoming you." Tan Hai wonders in confusion. What? Before he can understand, fragments of glowing yellow characters surround him. At the same time, Engao gives an order. "Read this text out loud." Tan Hai frowns and mutters the strange incantation. "Fire of the abyss, cleanse my heart, banish evil, protect my life." Instantly, the whole room shakes violently. Books and papers fly around amidst swirling magical energy. He cries out in alarm. "What's happening?" The demon calmly explains. "This is the command to open the room's barrier. Once activated, it will completely cut off all communication with the outside world." A blinding light erupts, engulfing the entire small space. The scene changes dramatically. It reveals a hidden room filled with complex gears and machinery. Tan Hai can only exclaim in amazement. From the darkness, floating blue ghosts with glowing eyes begin to appear. They look incredibly eerie. A giant ghost bears its fangs and claws. It lunges forward to block the entrance right behind him. These strange spiritual entities quickly flood the floor. They slither and writhe around Tan Hai's shoes. They extend their slimy tentacles, rushing forward as if to devour the uninvited guest. Trapped by the ghostly liquid, Tan Hai panics and screams. What's wrong with these parasitic spirits? The surrounding water rises up to his neck. The young man struggles desperately, groaning. "I can't breathe anymore." And now, for a commercial break. The parasitic black dragon is busy breaking the fourth wall again. Remember to like, save, and follow. Back to the action. Unwilling to drown, he quickly gathers magic in his feet. He stomps on the magical water to break free. Tan Hai lands safely on the floor. He pants and wipes away sweat after the close call. Suddenly, a cold female voice speaks through a cloud of cigarette smoke. "They are thirsty for your body. Too bad it's already taken." Startled, Tan Hai immediately gets into a fighting stance. He roars cautiously. "Who's there?" From behind a curtain of water, a beautiful silver-haired woman appears with a calm demeanor. She exhales smoke and smirks. Life as an altered human doesn't seem easy these days, huh? However, her cool demeanor doesn't last long. She slips and falls hard. With tears in her eyes, she rubs her sore behind. She covers her face and mutters to herself. "Looks like I still need to practice this levitation skill more." Seeing his opponent's opening, Tan Hai thinks to himself, "This must be another agent sent by the T and Fong. I have to take her down now." The young man channels his power and launches a lightning-fast kick. He shouts, "Take this," but the demon in Gao tries to stop him. "Hey, wait a minute, she's not." Facing the fierce attack, the silver-haired girl's eyes don't waver. She just shows a terrifying calm. With just a gentle wave of her hand, she creates a wave of energy. It repels Tan Hai's kick and sends him flying into the air. Tan Hai realizes with horror that his body is frozen in midair. He grits his teeth and groans. "Damn it, I can't move a muscle." Trapped by magic, he floats helplessly near the window like a decoration. The woman grabs him by the neck. She scolds the intruder. "How dare you barge into my house and cause trouble? You're a very rude boy." Tan Hai can only grunt, gritting his teeth in pain. Just then, the demon Zhao frantically prompts him. "Quick, call her Than Ti. She's the one who's been secretly protecting us." This makes Tan Hai quickly change his tune and plead, "Than Ti, it's all a misunderstanding." Unfazed by his plea, the beautiful woman clenches her fist, controlling her magic to punish him. An invisible force slams down, causing Tan Hai to fall face first onto the cold floor. It's a bone-jarring impact. He clutches his throat, coughing violently. He struggles to breathe. "I was almost choked to death." Than Ti puts her hands on her hips and scolds him. "You little brat, you have the nerve to come back here? Aren't you so capable? You ran outside. Was it as safe as you thought it would be?" This makes Tan Hai mutter in confusion. "What? She can talk directly to the parasite inside me? Could she be an altered human too?" The black dragon in Gao pokes its head out, sweating. It explains. "Than Ti is a great mystic who has cultivated the spirit-seeing eyes. Plus, she's over 100 years old. You need to be less arrogant and show her absolute respect." Hearing the number 100 years old, Tan Hai's stubbornness flares up. He recklessly charges toward the old woman in a young girl's body, but she easily restrains him, making him float in the air again. Locking Tan Hai in the air, Than Ti quickly teases him. "The human embryo you chose to possess is quite slippery, isn't it? I just happen to need a servant to run errands." The woman glances at him with a mischievous smile and offers a deal. "How about it, kid? For Zhao's sake." If you obediently do my laundry and cook for me, I'll graciously take you in. His pride swelling, Tanhai grits his teeth and flatly refuses. You want me to be a freeloader and a servant? Find someone else. The smile on Thon T's lips vanishes. It's replaced by a sharp, overwhelming gaze. Do you think you have a choice here? The parasite, now on the verge of tears, urgently advises his foolish host. Say something sweet. Flatter her a little. We don't have any cards left to play. Ignoring the advice, Tanhai channels his evil energy and grabs her hand. He struggles to resist, speaking with contempt. Even if you wear a young disguise, you can't hide your true, old, and indecent nature. Thinking he has the upper hand, the young man boasts triumphantly. Besides, I've got you now. The title Great Mystic seems to be just for show. The demon beside him screams a warning, let go of her. Now, Tanhai's hand squeezes Than T's wrist, but he suddenly feels a layer of hard, sharp metal armor hidden underneath. The demon Ngao witnesses this and can only freeze. He sweats and stammers. This is. Without any effort, Thon T casually swings her arm. She throws Tanhai backward like a toy. The young man lies trembling on the ground. His face is filled with absolute shock at his opponent's incredible strength. Looking down from above, the silver-haired woman slowly raises her iron hand. Her sharp gaze is filled with overwhelming power. For his insolence, an invisible force slams down again. It knocks Tanhai far away, causing him to let out a tragic cry. His body slams into a giant steel pillar in the middle of the room. He struggles to endure the soul-shaking pain. Unwilling to be tortured, Tanhai grits his teeth and glares. He curses angrily. You old hag. Thon T lowers her hand and calmly replies with authority. Well, you young, altered human, have you realized your miserable situation yet? She continues to lecture him with a superior attitude. Any altered being in trouble has to come crawling to me. No matter how arrogant the parasite is, I won't show any mercy. If you know how to beg nicely, I might consider forgiving your recent rudeness. The demon Injiao quickly appears to calm the situation with flattery. Thon T, maybe you could let us down first? Then the three of us can sit down, have a cup of tea, and talk calmly. Don't you think so, Tanhai? Ignoring his partner's advice, Tanhai explodes with angry dark energy. He yells back. Even if we're altered humans, we're still human. I can't stand this kind of humiliation and restraint. He then swings his giant demon claws through the air. He charges straight at Thon T, roaring in anger. You're the rude one here. But with just a flick of her sleeve, Thon T easily deflects the violent attack. She coldly declares, then you can fend for yourself. The terrifying force shatters the glass window. It sends Tanhai into a freefall from the top of the clock tower into the abyss below. Meanwhile, below, the Special Forces team from the Tien Fong is on patrol. They suddenly look up when they notice the commotion. Like a weight falling from the sky, Tanhai lands right in the middle of the Special Forces team. He crushes them under his weight. The young man lands on top of two soldiers. He stumbles to his feet, clutching his head and groaning in pain. That hurts like hell. What rotten luck to run into that crazy old woman. The parasite now appears and sighs in exasperation. This time, you've really caused a big problem. By offending Than T, not only will she not help us hide, but we've also lost our chance to get priceless intelligence. Remembering her overwhelming power, Tanhai analyzes. That palm strike almost separated me and Injiao. Whenever altered beings have problems, they go to her. And all those parasites around her. She's lived for over 100 years. His eyes flash with hope as he connects the clues. Living for hundreds of years and controlling a horde of parasites. It means she knows every corner of this city. Maybe she really does know how to turn me back into a normal person. As he runs from the scene, the demon Injiao mutters his analysis. Thon T is usually very gentle, Tanhai retorts. She must be in a bad mood today. Do you know what she likes most? The demon Injiao asks curiously. Why do you ask? Tanhai bites his lip and replies with a determined gaze. Because I need to earn her trust. In the midst of the chaos, the idle demon pops its head out to break the fourth wall again. Don't forget to like, save, and follow us, kids. After escaping to a deserted suburban area, Tanhai pats his pockets. He realizes the tragedy. My wallet is gone. All my cash and bank cards were in there. It must have fallen out during the fight. Holding out his hand, the young man looks sadly at his entire fortune. It's now just a few tarnished coins. Reluctantly, he picks up his phone. He tries to make a call for help, but the cold, emotionless voice of the operator replies, Hello. Your status in the city is currently restricted. Connection cannot be established. Please resolve your authorization issues. This makes him so angry he can only curse. With no other choice, Tanhai turns to the demon's supermemory. Quick, memorize these numbers. We'll need them later. He immediately gets a firm nod from Zhao. Under the neon lights of the bustling city, the Tianfeng forces are still in hot pursuit. They ruthlessly arrest innocent people wearing hoodies on suspicion. In the quiet of the night, a hooded figure walks silently. He's preparing his next move to survive while surrounded by enemies. Holding his phone, Tanhai mutters bitterly. They'll definitely use this to track me down. This smartphone has been with me for years. I really don't want to throw it away. He sighs deeply, standing by the riverbank. He decisively throws it, saying a painful farewell. Goodbye, old friend. The phone traces a beautiful arc in the air. Then it sinks into the cold, dark river under the night sky. It slowly sinks to the bottom. A few bubbles rise up like a complaint against its cruel owner. A school of curious fish swims around the strange object. It's slowly sinking into the dark depths. Suddenly, the phone's screen lights up amidst the fish. It shows an incoming call from someone named Haisa. The faint light immediately attracts the attention of an old merman. He has a strange mustache and is swimming by. The merman quickly swims over. He extends his slimy claws and grabs the phone to inspect it curiously. The scene shifts to a brightly lit maid cafe. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Please come again. A middle-aged man walks out with a satisfied, lecherous look on his face. That was amazing. Inside, an adorable pink-haired maid winks playfully. She greets a customer sweetly. Master, have you been waiting long? She shakes a cocktail shaker in her hand, elegantly introducing it. As you can see, Master, this is a drink with magical powers. Now, I will activate the magic. While deep in her act, she suddenly freezes. She blinks, wondering blankly. What was the next line? A fat customer laughs heartily, teasing her. Oh dear, the magic has lost its spark. How about you sit next to me, and I'll help you remember. This forces the maid to laugh awkwardly to cover it up. My apologies, customer. I will cast the magic again from the beginning. The fat man pouts his grotesque lips, demanding, I want a happy drink. Meanwhile, the maid's face is tense. She breaks into a sweat, lamenting internally. This is my 80th day working as a maid at this place. I'm truly sick of it, their perverted requests, but I still have to force a smile. On top of that, I'm still broke because I have to pay off my grandfather's debt, and the debt to the boss who sponsored my university tuition. The customer's thick lips keep puckering closer. Veins pop on the pink-haired maid's forehead as she suppresses her rage. Under this double pressure, I have to pay off all the money to be free. Overwhelmed, she imagines herself turning into a beast. She smashes the iron shaker on the pervert's head, shouting, Here's your happy drink. Suddenly, her friend in dark glasses rushes over. He yells loudly in front of her friends and the other staff. He points a finger right at her. He yells at her angrily. What's with that attitude, you damn fool? Did you force the other two maids to leave? I'm sorry, sir. This is our fault. Please calm down. We'll get a better waitress for you. The pink-haired girl stomps out to the back alley. Angrily, she kicks a rock and curses under her breath. What a bunch of jerks. While she's fuming, her phone rings loudly. She answers it. The manager's snarling face fills the screen. He starts yelling. Hi, Sa. What the hell do you want? She lowers the phone. The manager is still screaming on the other end. This is the second time. That damn bastard. We can't afford to offend Boss Tien today. You better find a way to make him happy. If you don't, I'll sell you. You'll be sent to the slums. You'll do the filthiest, hardest jobs. 3 strikes and you're out. You hear me? As she picks up the phone, Hai Sa smirks. She calculates a new plan. Boss Tien, huh? He seems like a rich target. She changes her tone and replies. Loud and clear. I'm on my way. Her eyes suddenly flash. A sinister purple magical light glows within them. It looks dangerous. She adjusts her maid outfit. Then she glides back into the VIP room. The room is filled with dazzling lights. She throws herself into the obese Boss Tien's lap. She speaks flirtatiously. I was rude earlier. Now I'll have to. Make you a pink happy drink to help you cool down. The man grins, wrapping his arms around her waist. A happy drink? Let someone else do it. You just stay here with me. Let's just forget what happened earlier. The man's crude hand starts to grope her thigh. Haisa playfully pushes it away. Hey now, you're being naughty. Where do you think you're putting your hand? She leans close to his face. She exhales spirals of magical smoke. My magic is melting away from your passion. The fat man is entranced. What is this? He inhales the mystical smoke deeply. His eyes dilate. Drool trickles down his face as he praises her. Such an alluring scent. You really know how to use magic. Her fake smile vanishes. Hai Sa's eyes turn sharp as she commands him like a queen. After work, you will follow me. The hypnotized man immediately obeys. Of course, night falls. A building with a giant, glowing heart sign stands silently. It's in the heart of the crime-ridden Sichhon city. Hai Sa sits on top of the fat man. She speaks in a bewitching tone. Your body is surprisingly light. The man is still in a daze, muttering nonsense. Miss Hai Sa, I've actually had my eye on you for a long time. As he speaks, a giant, demonic phantom appears before him. Hai Sa's face twists into a terrifying expression. You pervert. I'm not Hai Sa. The man instantly snaps out of his illusion. He screams in absolute terror. Before he can react, she lands a fatal blow. She strikes him right in the face. His massive body crashes to the ground. He hits his head hard. He's knocked out cold on the spot. The girl with golden eyes stands over him. A fox-like phantom materializes beside her. They look down at the defeated man on the floor. She walks over and pulls out his wallet. She checks it, then scowls in disgust. What the hell? Why is there so little money? She pulls out his ID card. She curses in frustration. Tien Huvi, from the Tian Bureau's intelligence department? So the boss Tien title was just a fake identity to pick up women? She sighs, completely disheartened. And here I thought I'd hit the jackpot. While she's at it, she grabs his phone. She hopes to find some useful information. An email is on the screen. It's a red-level wanted notice. The reward is 120,000 exit yuan. It's from Captain Bofong. Hai Sa squints at the photo. Hey, this guy looks familiar. Memories flood back, she exclaims in surprise. Tan Hai. Isn't that the guy from the class next door in college? A 120,000 bounty. That's no small amount. The scene shifts to a cold night street. Tan Hai nervously enters a public phone booth. He picks up the receiver and sighs wearily. He stares at the phone. I've called everyone I know. I couldn't borrow a single coin. I just ran into a bunch of opportunists. He opens his hand. Tan Hai sadly looks at his last coin. Only one coin left. The arrogant demon floats beside him, asking mockingly, So who are you going to beg for help next? Hearing this, he just closes his eyes to think. He opens them again and lets out a frustrated sigh. He puts the coin in the slot. Tan Hai thoughtfully dials a number from memory. His face is extremely serious. The demon mutters to itself. He's already called all the numbers he could remember. Did he forget one? Who could his savior be this time? The scene returns to the employee dormitory. Hai Sa is angrily washing dishes at the sink. Suddenly, the phone on the table rings. She tilts her head, puzzled. The caller ID shows an unknown number. She answers the phone. Hai Sa asks clearly, Hello? Who is this? Tan Hai's cheerful voice comes through. Hello, is this Hai Sa? It's Tan Hai. Long time no see. Do you remember me? He silently cheers to himself. Great, it finally connected. Hai Sa smirks to herself. Tan Hai? I tried to contact him earlier, but he didn't pick up. Now he's walking right into my trap. She says out loud, Of course I remember you. We were in neighboring classes in college. We were even in the same club. An image of the tall young man on the track field flashes in her mind. She pretends to be concerned. Hey, classmate, your call is showing up as an unknown number. Did you change your phone number? Tan Hai awkwardly replies, No. My phone was thrown into a river. This makes Hai Sa even more pleased with her plan. So that's it. No wonder he didn't answer before. It seems my plan to bait him can proceed smoothly. She continues her innocent schoolgirl act. I remember you were the club president back then. You were the one who enthusiastically pulled me in, she thinks to herself. This relationship isn't bad. I can definitely use it to my advantage. While he's reminiscing, the loudmouth demon butts in again. Tan Hai angrily turns and roars at it. Shut your mouth. On the other end, Hai Sa is startled. Huh? What's wrong? Tan Hai quickly becomes flustered and explains. It's nothing. I'm using a public phone. Time is limited, so let's make this quick. The young man lowers his voice. It becomes serious. You probably know about my situation. I'm in extreme danger right now. I really need your help. Hearing this, a wicked glint appears in Hai Sa's eyes. Perfect. A golden opportunity has arrived. She maintains a sweet, understanding tone. For the sake of our old friendship, just tell me what's wrong. Tan Hai hesitates. I lost my wallet, and my phone is gone too. So, he swallows his pride and asks, Are you in Shihoing City? Can you lend me some money? I've really hit rock bottom. He honestly adds more details. Besides, I've offended a powerful figure. To regain her trust, I need to use every resource I can control. So, right now, I need cash to move to the next step. Hai Sa thoughtfully considers this. So that's how it is. But I need to take care of my own mess first. Her cunning eyes look out at the skyscraper. I can meet him now. Then I'll contact that Bofong woman. I'll demand an advance payment. Filled with determination, she tells herself, All right, that's the plan. Once I pay off my debt, I'll be free. Forever. I have to get out of this nauseating place. Come on, Hai Sa. She then replies sweetly into the phone. Yes, I'm also working part-time in Shihuang City. She generously offers. Don't worry. I have some cash on hand right now. I can lend it to you for the time being. But before she can finish, Tan Hai joyfully cuts in. That's great. Once I solve my problems, I'll pay you back. Hai Sa wonders to herself. But you're a dangerous person right now. How can I give the money to you? Tan Hai carefully lays out a plan. Don't worry. I absolutely won't get you involved. Just wrap up the money, then leave it somewhere. I'll go get it myself. The demon beside him mutters doubtfully. Something about this feels wrong. Hai Sa finalizes the meeting spot. All right then. Around 7 a.m. tomorrow, I'll leave the package at warehouse number 4 at the North Port. The North Port is in the main district, Not many people go there, so it's quite safe. Tanhai quickly adds another instruction. There's one more thing. The call suddenly disconnects. She frowns, staring at the phone in confusion. Hey, why did he hang up so abruptly? As for Tanhai, he clutches his head in front of the phone booth. Damn it, I ran out of time. The money's gone. Meanwhile, on a balcony, Haisa folds her arms. She gazes at the sparkling city and finishes his sentence. There's one more thing, is to remind you to be very careful. I hope you don't get caught by the Tian Bureau. We're both doing this for our own reasons. Whether we succeed in escaping depends entirely on ourselves. Back with Tanhai, who is walking down some stairs, the arrogant demon asks curiously, Speaking of which, don't you have parents? Why not ask them for help? Tanhai reflects on his harsh childhood. I've been a loner since I was a kid. I always felt insecure. No matter what I did, my parents would habitually deny and mock me. He sighs deeply and mutters. So even when I suffer humiliation in the outside world, I never say a word to them. His eyes well up with tears. He admits sadly, having to go to my parents for help only makes me feel more guilty. I really don't want to bring them trouble. After sharing his feelings, Tanhai lets out a huge yawn. He's sleep-deprived. He looks at the homeless men huddled around a fire under a bridge. The young man scratches his head in dismay. My first time sleeping under a bridge with these guys, it's a little strange. Before he can even fall asleep, his body is tied up. He's suddenly yanked into the air. The homeless men wave smugly. Good morning, brother. Suspended in midair, Tanhai frowns and demands, What the hell are you guys doing? The man in the orange hat laughs. Sorry about this, brother. We tied you up while you were sleeping last night. What can we do? This is the only way for us to make a big score. Realizing he's been betrayed by his fellow sufferers, Tanhai grinds his teeth and curses. You despicable scum. The man in the orange hat calmly replies with the logic of survival. Don't blame us. Everyone has to find a way to survive. The Tian Bureau is on their way to get you. Tanhai's eyes suddenly flash with a mystical golden light. He smirks arrogantly. You think these flimsy ropes can hold me? With a powerful flex, waves of dark energy erupt. They tear the ropes to shreds. Tanhai is instantly freed. The homeless men gasp in horror. They can't believe their eyes. Their prize money just landed majestically on the ground. What the hell? The arrogant demon roars with delight. It takes the form of a majestic warrior in black armor. A little morning warm-up ensures I'll have energy all day long. Seeing their payday about to escape, the bald man quickly picks up a wooden plank. He rallies his companions. Don't let him get away. Everyone, attack. The skinny man swings an iron pipe. He charges straight at the armored monster. He lets out a deafening, desperate roar. The wooden plank slams down on Tanhai's steel-like shoulder. It creates small sparks but doesn't leave a single scratch. Against the invincible reinforced armor, the crude weapon shatters. Countless splinters fly everywhere. The skinny man's eyes widen. His jaw drops in fear. But the others behind him still blindly charge forward, weapons raised. Tanhai lazily spins. He creates a ribbon of red and purple energy. He easily sends the grunts flying into the air. Seeing his comrades fall, a fat man charges forward. He carries a giant, homemade stone hammer. Everyone, get out of the way. Let me handle this. Ignoring the charging blob of fat, Tanhai transforms into a black shadow. He zips past, delivering a decisive slash with his demonic claw. With just a single horizontal slash, the huge stone hammer in the fat man's hands is split in two. It falls to the ground and shatters. Witnessing this overwhelming power difference, the man in the orange hat falls to his knees. He begs for his life. Please don't kill me. I surrender. I was wrong. I'm so sorry. Tanhai coldly points a claw at him. He points it right at the man's face. He asks flatly, Do you know how to get to the North Port? The trembling man points and confesses immediately. Just cross this bridge and head south. It's not far from the Divine Relic Park. Leaving behind a curt compliment, that's better. The young man bends his knees and leaps into the air. He leaves the homeless man behind, crying with a pair of wet pants. The gust of wind from Tanhai's jump accidentally blows a girl's skirt up on the bridge. She screams in embarrassment. You pervert. His loud actions have revealed his location. Someone on the bridge immediately points and shouts, Hey, look, it's that wanted aberration. Meanwhile, Tanhai quickly speeds away to escape. Down by the quiet river, a merman with a peculiar mustache is admiring the light from Tanhai's phone. Back on land, Tanhai carefully lifts a manhole cover. He jumps straight down into the darkness. As he walks through the dimly lit, foul-smelling tunnel, he mutters to himself, It's better to take the sewers. I can avoid unnecessary trouble. Then, a deadly red laser beam shoots out. A red laser beam from a drone suddenly shines ahead, but he quickly ducks into a corner. Tanhai asks, What's that? The demon frowns, assessing the situation. A Tian Bureau drone? The arrogant demon analyzes the enemy's persistent pursuit. I've never seen this toy before. It must be newly developed. Their search is getting more intense. They're even checking the sewers, This proves they know. They know the exact movement routes of marked aberrations. Tanhai decisively turns around. He heads up the stairs to exit the sewer. Nao's voice continues to explain. Let's go up this way. In this situation, it's safer to return to human form. It also reduces energy consumption after detransforming. Looking at the energy symbol on his hand, Tanhai wonders, why am I still under an energy limit? The arrogant demon appears and explains the symbiosis mechanism. Because the parasite lives in a human body, we can exchange energy with each other. Parasites were originally anomalous beasts. A single meal for an anomalous beast can sustain it for 5 to 7 days. It's the same for us parasites. This also explains why you haven't eaten since yesterday, but you don't feel hungry. Tanhai walks through a narrow alley. He nods in understanding. So that's it. No wonder I haven't felt hungry at all. So you parasites eat each other to survive? The arrogant demon replies. That's right. The big fish eat the small fish. Zhao continues his lecture. Low-level parasites absorb energy from the environment to survive, but no one wants to stay at the bottom of the food chain, so they'll do anything to parasitize a human body to survive. Mao threatens him with a brutal illustration. Those who can't find a suitable human host will have their throats slit by higher-level parasites. Blending into the bustling crowd, Tanhai smacks his lips and makes a comparison. Human society is the same, isn't it? We're all just wage earners at the bottom. The demon suddenly flirts in a cheesy tone. So, a parasite finding a suitable human is just like a human finding their perfect soulmate. Now imagines a cheesy, romantic scene with a pair of angelic lovers. Tanhai immediately shuts it down. His face is full of disgust. Who would want to be partners with a monster? I'd rather go back to being human. Now glares at him accusingly. Speaking of which, do you really not remember anything? You were the one who saved them before. Tanhai immediately argues back. How could I not remember? If you hadn't handed me over to that flying rat aberration. The scene flashes back to Tanhai browsing the internet at a cafe. Although, before coming to Shichuang City, I already knew about the horrors aberrations suffered at the hands of the TIN Bureau, thanks to the Jacqueline Forum. But this forum is quite interesting. On the screen is a video of an old man crying desperately. Those bastards used a large machine to shine a blinding light on me. It emitted a deafening, vibrating sound. My body felt like it was being torn apart. The old man coughs violently but continues to expose their crimes. Even though I'm human again now, my body is deteriorating. My immune system is failing. I have a blood infection, and now I'm on the verge of death. You people from the TIN Bureau owe me an explanation. A flood of comments scrolls across the screen. They show various opinions. So pitiful. But why get rid of the parasite in the first place? It doesn't affect the human body. I'm also an aberration. Since I was parasitized, I've had a companion to talk to. My depression has gotten much better. The TIN Bureau isn't trustworthy. They do nothing but use their power to oppress the common people. But this is all caused by you aberrations. Aberrations. Get out of our city. Don't come to our city. Aberrations. Be careful not to get parasitized. After reading the negative news, Tanhai leans back in his chair and sighs. After reading all this, I'm not sure if I should go anymore, but I already bought the ticket. A world map appears, highlighting the city's uniqueness. After all, Shichuang City is an isolated land on the map. It was once a place abandoned by the nation and humanity. Now, it has become a strange frontier co-ruled by humans and aberrations. Tanhai dismisses all doubts. He slams his hand on the table, his eyes firm. The key point is that the salary here is double that of other cities. All right, it's decided. The screen switches to another interview with a haggard victim. I advise all you aberrations to live peacefully. With the parasites in your bodies, don't dream of becoming human again. If you turn yourselves into the TIN Bureau, you'll wish you were dead. Back in the present, Tanhai has arrived at a desolate ruin. He calculates as he walks. This must be Gita Park. He thinks to himself, the North Port is nearby. After I get the package from Haisa, I'll go find that woman, Qingji. Looking at the rocks floating unnaturally in midair, he exclaims, this place is so desolate. Next, he turns to Angao and asks quietly, it seems to have been abandoned for a while. What happened here? Zhao flies out to observe, then replies, let's find a high vantage point to take a look. This isn't the time for a stroll in the park. Walking towards the floating stones, Tanhai notices something. This sculpture. There's writing underneath it. He uses his hand to wipe away the thick layer of dust. He wants to read the words buried by time. Ancient text slowly appears. Statue of the creator goddess Wangmu. Construction period, 4000 to 2000 BC. Preservation period, 2000 years ago to present. Tanhai leans against the cliff and reads the heroic history. Since humans began to exploit the resources of the divine relic, the guardians could not stop them. The exploiters toppled the statue of the goddess Wangmu. Only crumbling walls remain. Only this head has been preserved here. This also led to the occurrence of the crack event. While the crack event is a tragedy within this story's world, The statue itself refers to a real and ancient figure from Chinese mythology whose origins are far more terrifying than her popular image suggests. This is the Queen Mother of the West, or Mu. The primary source for her earliest form is the Shanhai Jing, or the Classic of Mountains and Seas, an actual ancient Chinese text compiled roughly between the 4th century BC and the 2nd century AD. This collection of mythic geography and bizarre creatures does not describe a graceful queen in a heavenly palace. Instead, the Mu of the Shanhai Jing is a formidable, wild deity. The text describes her as having a human-like form, but with the tail of a leopard and the teeth of a tiger. She was said to be skilled at whistling a sound often associated with chaotic, untamed natural forces. With her wild hair held by a Sheng headdress, she presided over the constellations and was associated with calamities, plagues, and heavenly punishments. She was a raw, primal force, a ruler of the wild western mountains, embodying the dangers of the unknown world. It was only centuries later, with the rise of organized Taoism, that her image was completely transformed. She evolved into the elegant, benevolent goddess ruling over the mythical Kunlun paradise, bestowing the peaches of immortality upon gods and worthy mortals. This transformation reflects a shift in cultural values from a deep-seated fear of the untamed wilderness to a more structured pursuit of order, longevity, and a celestial afterlife. The statue's ancient, weathered appearance, therefore, is not a random invention. It's a deliberate nod to the earliest, most primal version of this deity, a wild goddess from a time before she was tamed by later stories. Knowing this real-world context gives a chilling weight to the name Wang Mu and the chaotic crack event that happened in her shadow. Tanhai squints in confusion, repeating the words, "The crack event?" The image of the giant, weathered statue head appears majestically amidst the ruins. Two mysterious words are engraved. The crack. The crack. Tanhai is startled. He looks at his armored arm, which is glowing with red lightning. He mutters the words, "The crack, the interdimensional fissure." Immediately, surges of red and blue energy erupt violently. They shatter the space around him like broken glass. Suddenly, Tanhai clutches his head and screams in agony. My head hurts so much. What's happening?" The young man grimaces in pain. He lets out a terrifying roar, synchronized with a screaming vision of the demon inside him. In the midst of the soul-tearing pain, the demon's memories flood back like a tidal wave. "I seem to remember something. The Shanhai realm. It was once my home." A magnificent scene appears with a powerful voiceover. The battle of the strongest anomalous beasts on the surface has begun. Tanhai, who is watching the memories, exclaims in shock. Huh? A vast arena is suddenly filled with all sorts of bizarre monsters. They are chaotically attacking each other. He sees a short, stout monster asking in frustration, Where? Where is this? Why have I turned into this?" "Whatever, let's start round 2, Tanhai says, speechless. The present Dane Zhao's voice explains, "This is my original form. You are inside my memories." The short demon is immediately pounced on by a giant white wolf. It cries out in panic. "Who are you? Why? Why are you attacking me?" Nao's voice narrates sadly. "His name is Tian Lan. He's a famous fighter, just like me. This is our declaration, a battle for territory. The winner will gain the largest land." The small demon suddenly gets fired up. It mutters to itself, "I will use my sharp claws to defeat him and take back the land that belongs to us." Outside the memory, Tanhai exclaims, "What?" Overwhelmed by the wolf's attack, the small demon struggles to dodge. It argues back defiantly. "You call these claws?" Eng Zhao boasts about his heroic past. "We both carry the fate of our clans on our backs. We fought until the heavens and earth shook. From the sky to the ground, the battle was a stalemate. In reality, the two monsters are biting each other, complaining, 'This guy is really strong. My opponent is a bit tough.' The audience around them cheers in awe. What a spectacular match. The battle still hasn't been decided. Eng Zhao continues his story in a serious tone. At that moment, for some unknown reason, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. Countless cracks suddenly appeared. Gravity reverses, causing the monsters to float. They scream in terror. "We're being sucked in. Hold on to me. Don't let go." An image of Tianlan and Ngao being pulled into a black hole flashes by. And Ngao recalls sadly, "We couldn't hold on. We were also sucked in by this powerful force. We fell into a human mining site." Now narrates his transformation. "Arriving in the human world, our bodies underwent a change, a mutation. Our appearances became ferocious, our bodies enormous. The guardians of the divine relic called us ancient anomalous beasts. We were summoned here to punish the bandits exploiting the divine relic's resources." A bloody scene unfolds. A giant boar frantically mauls innocent workers. Deep in the memory, Tanhai suddenly finds himself wearing a worker's uniform and holding a pickaxe. "I've become a miner?" A colleague frantically pulls him away. "Run, you idiot." But Tanhai, filled with fighting spirit, charges forward with his pickaxe. "This time, I must make a stand." The fleeing worker looks back and yells, "Run away. You're no match for these anomalous beasts." Tanhai looks confused. Huh? A monster's giant maw opens wide from above. It lunges straight down. Tanhai screams in terror. The scene blurs with a splash of blood. A hard hat flies through the air and lands tragically on the ground. Ing Zhao's narration continues, but the large-scale conflict between the anomalous beasts and humans spiraled out of control. They began to attack surrounding villages. A wounded TI and bureau captain gasps for breath. Although we've driven away the exploiters, we couldn't protect the Divine Relic's resources. Trucks loaded with minerals start their engines. They flee into the night. The captain mutters helplessly. They still achieve their goal in the end. The giant crack in the sky slowly closes. Now continues sadly. The crack closed. The ancient anomalous beasts had no way to return to their homeland. The captain looks up at the sky and sighs in despair. It's all over. My old life ends here. Tanhai's corpse, in a tattered worker's uniform, lies amidst the rubble. Speechless, he stares up at the sky. Tanhai's spirit floats in the air, complaining bitterly. I didn't even get to show my skills before my body was bitten in two. I didn't even get to say my last words. At the same time, the bodies of countless fallen anomalous beasts begin to glow. They dissolve into ribbons of energy. Looking up at the sky, Tanhai realizes these ancient anomalous beasts have also turned into spirits. The demon Ngao, in the form of a black dragon spirit, flies over and explains, "We couldn't adapt to this world's climate and air, but we didn't die. We just transformed into spirits to continue surviving." The memory overload causes Tanhai to scream in extreme pain. His eyes roll back. They glow with a soulless blue light in the chaotic space. A blinding light explodes from his mind. It sweeps across the entire planet within the memory. The scene snaps back to reality in the relic park. Tanhai stumbles, clutching his forehead. Catching his breath, Tanhai listens to Ngao's conclusion. Afterward, I and the other parasites were trapped in a dark space. We only escaped after a huge explosion occurred. The demon recalls his tiring days of wandering. I tried to parasitize several life forms, but they all rejected me. A memory of the cool Qingji appears. Now narrates, during that time, I happened to meet you as a teenager, along with Qingji. She helped us through the crisis. At that time, she crossed her arms and threatened me. You are extremely weak right now. You have two choices. Fend for yourself, or follow me. I asked in shock, how can you see me? Tanhai frowns, getting to the point. The TM Bureau. Why are they relentlessly pursuing you? The demon replies mysteriously. It's not just me. They're targeting all parasites. An image appears of a dark figure looming over the sky, pulling the strings of the T-On Bureau soldiers. Now explains clearly. I once heard Qingji explain. They want to complete a project called Cocoon Breaker. It requires a large number of souvenirs. That's why they're frantically hunting aberrations everywhere. And the one who issued this cruel mission is the self-proclaimed Supreme Lord of Shichong. The demon points out the mastermind. Tanhai looks up at the tall tower and mutters, the true ruler of Zichong City. I've seen that name on the Jacqueline forums. Rumor has it he's in the Sichong Tower. The young man walks on, deep in thought. The thing suppressed beneath that interdimensional door. It must be that fissure. Hearing this, Ing Zhao cries out in disbelief. What? This world still has another passage to the Shanhai realm? Qingji never told me a thing about this. Ing Zhao grinds his teeth, his eyes turning cold. Ah, Zhongli Qing, you're still hiding things from me. Meanwhile, Tanhai secretly plans his next move. This Qingji, no, Zhongli Qing. It seems I have to meet her. But first, I need to deal with the current situation. Standing on a high cliff, Tanhai points towards the brightly lit port in the distance. Look, that's the North Port. Let's go. At that moment, the giant virtual screen in the city center is broadcasting the morning news. The news anchor introduces the segment clearly. Good morning, citizens of District 9. Next up is an important announcement about aberrations. The scene shifts to the studio. The MC continues, Dr. Gejia, the executive director of the Institute of Biotechnology, will provide a detailed explanation. The doctor pompously declares, I will now release a research report on the survival of aberrations in human society. He begins to ramble on about his theory. Whether an aberration is docile or not actually depends on the parasite's personality. According to research, parasites are divided into two types, positive and negative. Those that are gentle, friendly, and docile will not pose a threat. They can coexist peacefully with their hosts. They only hide in the human body to survive. They don't cause any harm. They don't affect people or things around them. Some even compensate for certain personality flaws in humans. In the studio, the MC chimes in with praise. So you mean these positive parasites can heal the human soul? The doctor nods sagely. Exactly. Just like how humans keep pets, they have a healing effect. Suddenly, his tone becomes menacing. Conversely, those with negative parasites are in danger. If the host doesn't have a strong will to suppress it, they will be overtaken. The parasite will take control. It will reveal its true nature. It becomes a danger to all of human society. He continues to indoctrinate the public. If parasitized by this type, the host will feel anxious in the early stages. A person next to him asks, "Are you okay?" The doctor adds a sarcastic remark. But what if the host has the same personality? Being parasitized by a negative parasite is actually very fortunate. The MC responds, "All the wanted aberrations must be of this type." The doctor offers another deceptive theory. Just like between people, if they live together for a long time, their personalities will converge. It's possible for the parasite's personality to influence the host's and vice versa. But there's no conclusive evidence yet. Then, the doctor puts on a moralistic facade and appeals. Therefore, if any citizen is unfortunately parasitized by a negative type, please don't try to resist stubbornly. Don't be deceived. They are only using our bodies to achieve some kind of goal. Aberrations are reminded to contact the TN Bureau promptly. They can help you return to your normal human life. Finally, he concludes with a power analysis. Regardless of whether they are positive or negative, parasites in the human body all evolve special abilities. They transform the body into a powerful weapon. This is purely for self-defense. They protect themselves from external threats. Moreover, they are constantly evolving. As for what stage they'll evolve to, we are still conducting research. Ignoring the brainwashing news on TV, Tanhai has found his way to the port. It's filled with giant shipping containers. He walks up to an abandoned, rusty container marked 04. As he passes, he sees a heart-shaped sticky note on the iron door. He stops to observe it. The young man excitedly unzips the black bag hidden inside. He checks the contents. Tanhai smirks, confirming his suspicion. This must be Haisa's signal. This is the right place. However, instead of thick stacks of cash, a steel-reinforced baseball bat covered in sharp nails sticks out. He wonders in confusion. What's the meaning of this? Then he picks up an envelope. He opens it and stares at the contents. Inside the envelope is a letter with cold handwriting. Tanhai, I'm sorry. I used you. After all, we are both trapped by our circumstances. I really don't have any money to spare. I only have this. I hope you can successfully escape from the clutches of the T-On-N Bureau. Haisa, after reading the heartless letter, the arrogant demon explodes with rage. We've been tricked. My gut feeling was right. Tanhai's face darkens. He suppresses his boiling anger. He's speechless at the spectacular betrayal by his old classmate. Suddenly, he glances towards the container door. He notices figures approaching. The sharp sound of heels clicks on the ground. A familiar female voice rings out mockingly. Well. Tanhai, didn't expect this, did you? We've been waiting for you. He grits his teeth and curses. Despicable. Stepping out of the blinding light is the captain of the T-On Bureau. She has cold blonde hair and an imposing aura. At the same time, on a nearby warehouse roof, the maid Haisa stands on her phone. She smiles smugly. That's great. The advance payment has been transferred to my account. Now I can pay off my debt and regain my freedom. Then she stands on the high ground, looking down thoughtfully. I might as well see what they're doing down there. Below, Tanhai stands surrounded. Haisa, hiding in a corner, blushes and whispers to herself. Tanhai, he's still so handsome. The maid presses herself against the weathered wall. She makes a silent vow. I want to see if Tanhai can escape, and I hope he exposes the T-N Bureau's crimes against aberrations. Down below, Tanhai is being handcuffed by a soldier. He's kicked in the back and cries out in pain. The kick forces him to his knees. He grunts, gritting his teeth in pain. Just then, Captain Bo Fong walks past the fallen soldiers. She speaks in a cold, condescending tone. A freshly graduated university student who traveled all this way to Shichuang City for a job, only to become an aberration. You didn't think about the consequences. What? You injured my men, and you think you can just walk away? Do you think this is a child's fight, where everything is forgotten the next day? Pushed to the brink, Tanhai erupts with dark energy. He roars back. You don't understand the situation at all. If this parasite hadn't helped me, I'd be a pile of mush by now. He staunchly defends the demon inside him. You sent your men to capture him before. He's inside my body now. I will never betray the comrade who saved my life. This makes Haisa, who is secretly recording from a distance, sigh in admiration. So righteous, Tanhai. In contrast, Captain Bo Fong doesn't get angry. She calmly walks closer. I admire your courage to protect your comrade, but you're too emotional. I can help you. No, I can help both of you. A subtle, meaningful smile plays on the blonde woman's lips. However, Tanhai just lowers his head and scoffs disdainfully. His eyes are as sharp as knives. He exposes the enemy's true nature. Before coming to Shichuang City, I researched the T-On Bureau's methods for dealing with aberrations. Magical energy surges, pushing back the surrounding soldiers. He stands up and questions loudly. Even if you have the technology to separate us, after returning to human form, aberrations live a life worse than death. I don't know what you want these parasites for. His face contorts with extreme anger. He clenches his fists and cries out in pain. But for those who die in agony after being separated, have you ever taken responsibility for them? Black smoke, crackling with light, envelops Tan Hai. It creates a tense standoff with the female captain. Bo Fong remains indifferent. She slowly asks, mockingly, "So you plan to live with a parasite in your body for the rest of your life?" The words hit a nerve, causing Tan Hai's expression to change slightly. The cold voice continues to poison his mind. He will get to know you better and better. His pupils shrink in horror as he hears the cruel final words and slowly take over your body. Instantly, Tan Hai's mind falls into a chaotic illusion. Countless voices scream and intertwine. For the rest of your life, manipulated by life. I am human, take over your body. My goal is to become human again. See you next time. Now, the demon screams echo. No, Tan Hai, separate me from your body. I don't want to become a monster, that dark space. I don't want to go back. Unable to bear the immense mental pressure, Tan Hai clutches his head. He looks up at the sky and screams wildly. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Haisa nervously clutches her phone. Tan Hai doesn't look good. But seizing the opportunity of her prey's loss of control, Bo Fong pulls out a syringe. It contains a green liquid. The demon inside screams in despair. I can't run anymore. Haisa dashes out from the shadows, desperately shouting, "Stop." The scene freezes as the narration explains. At this moment, provoked by Bo Fong's words, Tan Hai is trapped in a dilemma. The blonde captain raises the sharp needle. She flashes a triumphant, enticing smile. You're a human. How can you trust a monster? Trust in the power of the TN Bureau. You won't die. In the world of his mind, the demon's hands reach out greedily. Give him to me. He belongs here. As Tan Hai's soul glows, he resists. I can't. I can't. Meanwhile, Now speaks with trust. Tan Hai, I will always support you. I will respect your choice. Outside, Tan Hai's eyes have completely rolled back. Drool streams down his face. He can only make unconscious groans. Suddenly, a voice cuts through. Stop. Hearing the strange noise, Bo Fong frowns and turns around. She snaps, Who's there? Hai Sa runs forward recklessly. She musters all her strength and shouts her old friend's name. Tan Hai, snap out of it. In the void of his mind, her voice penetrates Tan Hai's consciousness, awakening his reason. This voice, it's Hai Sa, becoming human again. Not now. His glowing soul decisively reaches out. He grabs the shadow demon. United in purpose, we must survive, he shouts. I can't hand you over to them. We will escape this place together. But once again, a voice cuts him off. Tan Hai. The blonde captain raises the syringe to finish him off. She smirks triumphantly. Too bad. It's too late. I'm here now. But just then, Tan Hai emits a brilliant aura. His spirit is powerful. An immense pressure wave sends Bo Fong flying. She only has time to let out a shocked cry. She tumbles through the air. The wicked syringe, before it can do any harm, is knocked away. It flies far and shatters. Instead of taking a beating, two armored soldiers immediately activate their red energy shields. They charge forward to capture the dark figure in the dust cloud. Bo Fong breaks out in a cold sweat. She exclaims in terror, This is bad. In the distance, Hai Sa has been unfortunately captured by a burly soldier. From within the dust cloud, Tan Hai emerges. His dark armor is adorned with cool purple patterns. He roars defiantly. I will never hand Ngao over to you. Bo Fong's eyes widen. Her jaw drops. What? A voice echoes, explaining the phenomenon. This stage is called synchronization. It's a burst of superhuman power when both parties have unwavering faith and friendship in each other. This allows Tan Hai to confidently shout, Awaken, second form. He looks at his glowing hand, amazed. This feeling, it's incredible. Inside, Ngao boasts with satisfaction. We are now completely synchronized. As the dominant body, you can not only control the armor yourself, but also freely use my power. Captain Bo Fong grits her teeth. Sweat drips down her forehead. She curses under her breath. Damn it, this kid has evolved. Suddenly, Hai Sa shouts from a distance, confessing. Tan Hai, I did this to get the advance payment, in exchange for my freedom. I'm sorry for using you. Hearing this, Bo Fong turns and smirks. Oh, so you're the little informant. The captain squints, sizing her up. Now you're turning around to help him? Your relationship is quite unusual. Your motivation is so foolish. A nearby soldier warns the captive, Stand still for me. Restrained, Hai Sa pouts and retorts. I'm not a little girl. She sweats nervously, analyzing the situation. My charm ability is useless against these robots. If only I had Tan Hai's power now. Meanwhile, Tan Hai is still engrossed with his new toy. He mutters to himself, I've just started using this armor, so I still need to adapt. I'm not sure what its specific abilities are. Where should I start? Without giving him time to test his skills, Bo Fong points forward and shouts, Get him now. The student smirks confidently. Then let's start here. He dashes forward like an arrow, kicking up dirt as two soldiers open fire. Green laser beams continuously tear through the air. They rain down on the target. However, with lightning-fast speed, Tanhai easily weaves through the barrage of bullets without a scratch. The soldiers sweat nervously and report, "He's too agile and powerful. We can't lock on." Seeing Tanhai dodging around, Haisa nervously gives a tip. "Be careful. They're using electron cannons. One hit and you'll be paralyzed." As she speaks, a strange, large mechanical device from a soldier extends. It prepares to grab its prey. Before she can say another word, the soldier behind her shoves a magnetic gag into her mouth. She can only make muffled sounds of frustration. In the blink of an eye, with incredible agility, Tanhai appears right above the large soldier's head. He gives a friendly wave. After the greeting comes a clean finish. He decisively stomps on the soldier's helmet, smashing it into the ground, leaving a tragic dent. As he's posing, a powerful energy blast suddenly hits his back. The narration continues. Along with, contrary to the enemy's expectations, Tanhai casually turns around. His purple eyes flash with sharpness. He is completely unharmed. The soldier holding Haisa stares at his smoking gun. He's so speechless, he just freezes. It turns out Tanhai's current exoskeleton is as tough as a fortress wall. Normal bullets can't even scratch it. Seeing the soldiers are useless, Bo Fong furiously shouts, "Concentrate all your firepower on him." Immediately, the entire squad unloads a storm of bullets. It creates a blinding energy explosion that completely engulfs the young man's position. The destructive force is so immense it shatters walls. Bricks and debris from the old warehouse fly out into the open. The commotion attracts the attention of a shirtless man carrying a giant anchor. He was strolling on the roof. He hangs from a high window frame, looking down at the scene. He smirks wickedly. Then, he calmly presses his earpiece to report, "Sir, I've sent you the location. The fight down here is too intense. I can't resist jumping in to join the fun." On the other end, a well-dressed, green-haired boss gives an order. "Remember this. What I need is the girl, and the parasite in Tanhai's body. Kill any grunts who get in the way." The man with the anchor enthusiastically replies, "As you wish." The boss crushes an energy object in his hand. He growls with immense killing intent, daring to cause trouble in my District 9. So bold. This time, I'll handle it myself. Back at the battlefield, the thick dust from the chain explosion is slowly dissipating. Bo Fong and her soldiers stare intently at the epicenter. They wait for the result, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Hai Sa looks up in amazement. She sees Tanhai calmly stretching his arms and legs, blowing away the dust. He mutters, "I've almost adapted now." The young man brandishes his sharp claws, crackling with purple lightning. His eyes gleam with extreme excitement as he declares, "Now, it's my turn." As soon as he speaks, he dashes forward. He hovers right in front of a soldier, scaring him stiff. The soldier can only freeze, his eyes wide. Just as Tanhai speaks, a giant iron fist from a robot soldier swings down, but he simply raises his hand and catches it effortlessly, like a cotton ball. Seeing their comrades stopped, another soldier activates a red energy shield. He shouts, "Let's go together." They prepare to gang up on the student. Tanhai's glowing purple eyes narrow slightly. He exudes the dangerous aura of a pro gamer, ready to dominate the entire team. Behind them, the unlucky Haisa is being lifted up by a soldier. The gag only allows her to scream muffled cries. "Help me!" Tanhai immediately dashes at Godspeed. He kicks up dirt with an incredibly cool declaration. "You want to take Haisa? Not so easy." He slashes at the soldier's energy shield with his claws. It sparks and shatters the defense in an instant. Tanhai's sharp profile reveals a confident smile. It seems everything is now under his control. The burly soldier, not giving up, swings a massive spiked flail on a chain. It comes at him with immense force, but Tanhai simply extends his dark hand and catches the flying chain. He does it as easily as pushing a shopping cart. Grasping the end of the chain, Tanhai glares at the struggling armored robot. He calls out, "Surrender." Then, he powerfully spins the chain and the spiked flail. He turns the two soldiers into giant spinning tops, flinging them into the air. The chain wraps tightly around the robot. It pulls him into the air, causing his outer armor to crack and shatter miserably. The armored soldier is slammed into the ground, creating a massive explosion. The impact startles his comrade holding Haisa, making him break out in a cold sweat. Seizing the opportunity, Tanhai unleashes a flying kick engulfed in blue flames. It flies straight at the remaining soldier's face. The powerful kick strikes the barrel of the electron cannon. It knocks the soldier back, freeing the captured girl. The soldier falls backward while Tanhai lands swiftly. He prepares to kick the nearby soldier as well. Seeing her subordinates being brutally beaten, Captain Bo Fong grits her teeth and shouts angrily, "You despicable aberration, don't get too arrogant." Ignoring her screams, Tanhai stomps on the soldier beneath him. His majestic aura blocks all attacks. Bo Fong immediately joins the fight. She leaps up and delivers a lightning kick aimed at Tanhai's chin, but he quickly raises his hand to block it. Haisa, hiding behind him, watches with wide, terrified eyes. She sweats profusely as she witnesses their high-speed battle. Feeling the force of the kick through his arm, Tan Hai can't help but praise her internally. What a powerful kick. Pushing her opponent back, Bo Fong smirks smugly. Without some real strength, how could I, Bo Fong, become a captain of the TM Bureau? Tan Hai squints, sizing her up. This woman is hiding her true strength, but her arrogant attitude is really annoying. Despite this, he maintains a gentlemanly demeanor and advises her. Get out of the way. I don't want to hurt a human, but Bo Fong starts lecturing him. Tan Hai, I know humans are no match for aberrations, but violence won't solve anything. You need to think carefully. Your actions have already affected those around you. Tan Hai raises an eyebrow, confused. What do you mean? Hai Sa, hiding behind him, mutters, exposing her. Despicable. Only then does Bo Fong gesture behind her. Isn't the person standing behind me a perfect example? Indeed, the robot soldier who was just smashed to bits is now clumsily getting up. He holds his dented head, staggering like a reanimated zombie. Tan Hai's eyes widen in shock. His pupils shrink as he mutters, these robots are alive again. But he quickly regains his composure. He scoffs at the scrap metal. You're relying on these AI morons? I won't stand by and watch you take Hai Sa. I haven't even settled the score with her for luring me here. He glares at Bo Fong and coldly delivers his final warning. Let me give you some advice. Retreat while you still can. That wanted aberration you're after. I'm not to be messed with. Unexpectedly, Bo Fong isn't scared. She even laughs, manipulating him. Your brain must be damaged by the parasite. I'm helping you. She begins to point out the harsh reality. You've already lost your freedom in Shichhong City. Besides hiding and scurrying around, you're restricted in every way. Don't even think about getting lucky and leaving this city. Cooperating with me is your only way out, the captain smugly adds. Oh, I forgot to tell you, capturing you today is also part of the plan, my perfect plan. This makes even the cool Tan Hai frown and ask, what? Then she boasts. Your value is more than enough to secure my position as the commander of District 11. I, Bo Fong, will live up to my name. Seeing the fish take the bait, Bo Fong starts her professional sales pitch. After I take office, I'll have the power of life and death. I know your abilities well. I can totally ask my superiors to turn a blind eye. You can join my organization. As an aberration, you can fully utilize your potential. Why bother going back to being a normal human? She squints her cunning eyes, closing the deal with a wicked smile. So, what do you say? Want to join me? Tan Hai silently looks at her out of the corner of his eye. His cold face shows he's deep in thought, as if considering whether to punch her first. Hiding nearby, Hai Sa, despite being gagged, struggles and screams internally. Absolutely do not believe her. That devil. That woman only wants the parasite inside you. You can't let her satisfy her vanity. She thinks sadly, if only Tan Hai could go to the slums to see the miserable state of the separation victims. They were all deceived by these flowery words at first. Just then, the student smirks slightly. His purple eyes flash, breaking the silence with a sharp question. Cooperate? Thinking she has succeeded, Bo Fong's eyes light up. She asks eagerly, you've decided? But Tan Hai immediately throws cold water on her. Work with a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites like you? Sorry, I'll pass. Rejected so bluntly, Bo Fong's face contorts. She sweats profusely, so angry she can't speak. She changes her tune faster than a flip of a switch. Furious, she waves her hand and orders her soldiers. Get him. The robot soldier immediately charges forward, brandishing its claws and spinning its flail to intimidate him. But Tan Hai only gives them a look of utter disdain. Suddenly, from above, a person holding a giant anchor soars down. They're about to land where they are standing. She screams in panic. What? Above the chaos, a shirtless, muscular man with an iron chain jumps in. He roars like a madman. You grunts, get out of the way. He's mine. He slams the anchor into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. It shatters the floor, forcing Bo Fong and her soldiers to jump back in a panic to save themselves. Tan Hai also has to slide back quickly, creating 2 long marks on the ground to dodge the powerful aftershock. The man adjusts his strange swimming goggles. He grips the anchor's handle and grins, revealing sharp, shark-like teeth. He lunges forward with the speed of a rocket. He delivers a powerful blow that forces Tan Hai to raise both hands to block. The impact is so strong that he has to grit his teeth and endure. Not stopping there, the madman leaps high into the air. He puts all his strength into swinging the giant anchor down on the young man's position. Hai Sa, watching from the sidelines, is terrified by the violence. She can only stutter his name, Tan Hai. Captain Bo Fong freezes for 5 seconds. Her forehead is covered in sweat as she asks in confusion, what the hell is happening? Suddenly, from behind, a flail thrown by a soldier hits the man's head, making a loud noise. Soon after, the sharp blade of the anchor tears through the air. It flies with the force to split mountains, threatening to smash everything in its path. The madman swings his arm, sending the armored robot next to Bo Fong flying 10 meters away. He clears a path in an extremely tyrannical manner. He turns to Bo Fong and grins, showing his jagged teeth. Hey there, Captain Bo Fong. That black-haired kid is my prey. This is what happens when you interfere. She frowns and mutters, prey. Looking closely at the madman's wild appearance, Bo Fong breaks out in a cold sweat. She vaguely recognizes the danger. This guy. Could he be? But before she can finish, Tan Hai charges forward again from behind. With a world-shattering slash, he brings his claw down on the man's head, but the man uses his anchor to block the blow. The impact is so strong it shatters the floor, sending the anchor down. It creates a smoky crater that obscures their vision. The muscular man grins, getting in Tan Hai's face. Your best weapon is this pair of claws, right? At the same time, Haisa shouts a warning from afar. Tan Hai, watch your right, but the warning is too late. The madman slips behind him and delivers a powerful shoulder check. It hits like a sledgehammer, making Tan Hai cry out in pain. Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, he swings his chain and slams the anchor down with a fatal blow. He crushes Tan Hai into the rubble. The impact shatters a large section of the concrete floor. From within the dust cloud, the madman swings his chain and laughs. You've been hiding all over District 9. You made me work my ass off tracking you. He hefts the giant anchor and leaps into the air like an escaped gorilla. Not to be outdone, Tan Hai erupts with dark energy. He charges out and throws a massive punch, demanding, who are you? The powerful fists clash against the anchor's handle. It creates a fiery stalemate between the two. The muscular man is unfazed. Instead, he grins perversely and introduces himself. I'm Truong Thuan, a hunter, a high-level one sent by the big boss to handle aberration matters. Young man, the thing inside your body is very high level. It's a valuable prize. But unfortunately for you, I'm going to kill you and take the parasite inside you. He licks his lips hungrily, adding a chilling sentence. Or maybe I'll just eat it. As soon as he speaks, the spirit of Nagao inside panics. He's from the Hunter's Guild. This makes Tan Hai frown and repeat doubtfully. The Hunter's Guild? Truong Thuan throws Tan Hai away. His eyes glow like he's seen gold. You're worth a lot of money, kid. Seeing an intruder stealing his prize, the robot soldier quickly asks his boss, Captain, what do we do now? It turns out the aberrations hiding in Shihuang City have formed a special group. They've become killing machines that work for money. Because their targets are mostly their own kind, the underworld respectfully calls them aberration hunters. Bo Fong bites her nails, her forehead drenched in sweat, deep in thought. I can't miss this opportunity. The commander position of District 11 absolutely cannot be given to someone else. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be wasted. Painful memories flood back. She remembers being the young lady of the Laliot family, once a powerhouse in District 11. Just because her father defied the organization, their entire family was massacred in a sea of fire. Their fortune vanished, leaving only her alone. A fire of ambition burns in Bo Fong's eyes. I must inherit my father's will. In this world, only I, Bo Fong, am qualified to sit in the commander's seat of District 11. I want to consolidate my power and restore my family. While she's busy playing the role of a vengeful CEO, Tan Hai and Truong Thuan are already in a heated battle, shattering a large part of the courtyard. Glancing at Haisa, who is still held tightly like a doll, she cunningly analyzes the situation. Right now, the strength of those two is superior to my robots, but Tan Hai's friend is still in our hands. He won't escape easily. The captain smirks slyly and orders her subordinates. Let them wear each other out. We'll wait for the right moment to strike. And of course, the soldier can only obediently reply, yes, ma'am. Back in the ring, Truong Thuan swings his anchor like a pinwheel. His crazed laughter echoes throughout the area. Tan Hai struggles, using his dark claws to continuously parry the hunter's storm of attacks. The anchor's blade and his claws clash repeatedly. The sparks light up a corner of the sky like fireworks. Even in his powerful mode, Tan Hai is forced back. He grits his teeth and groans in pain. Seizing the opening, the hunter crazily swings his anchor down, slamming Tan Hai. The devastating blow sends the poor student flying into the air like an out-of-control rocket. The bloodthirsty Truong Thuan doesn't let up. He jumps after him to deliver a finishing blow. He swings his hand, slashing the anchor and creating a sharp shockwave that lights up the sky. After landing on the roof and not seeing his prey, he puts the anchor on his shoulder and complains, "What? I'm not even warmed up yet and you're already running away?" He glares around defiantly, searching. Let's see where you can hide. He is completely unaware that Tan Hai is clinging to the wall below like Spider-Man. Tan Hai's purple eyes narrow with calculation. He silently analyzes the situation, ignoring the clueless man above. Truong Thuan stomps away, saying contemptuously, "Humph, what a weakling." On the ground, Bo Fong is still shouting orders. Stay alert. Don't let him escape easily. Haisa, standing next to her, is extremely worried. As she's shouting, she suddenly feels a chill down her spine. She turns around in confusion, and to her horror, The dark monster is sitting on a container right behind her. Her eyes widen in panic. Bo Fong screams, "Watch out behind you." Then she thinks. As expected, Tan Hai's target is his comrade. The slow robot soldier turns its head. It only sees a dark blur rushing towards it like a tornado. With a graceful slash as smooth as cutting a cake, Tan Hai effortlessly severs the robot arm holding Hai Sa. After successfully rescuing the damsel, Tan Hai gives a gentle smile. This makes Hai Sa, who is still gagged, blush at the coolness of her hero. Just as the romantic moment blossoms, the buzzkill Truong Tuan descends from the sky. He slams his anchor down with a loud crash, shouting, "Found you!" The ground shatters under the terrifying force. Luckily, Tan Hai quickly grabs Hai Sa and jumps back to safety, leaving the helpless robot soldier to face death. While carrying the girl, he has to weave through a barrage of green electron cannon fire from the soldiers. Seeing her subordinates firing wildly, potentially killing her ticket to promotion, Bo Fong furiously screams, "All units, cease fire." As for the unlucky robot soldier, it is split in two by Truong Tuan's anchor. The hunter roars, "I told you, this is what happens to anyone who gets in my way." He kicks the scrap metal at his feet without a second thought. He steps forward with immense killing intent. Truong Tuan turns and swings his anchor in a wide arc. He prepares for a new round of attacks. This time, a large rock rolls past Captain Bo Fong's feet, startling her and making her break out in a cold sweat. Watching her mindless robots charge at the hunter, she mutters in frustration. Machines are still just machines. They don't understand the opponent's intentions. They just attack when they feel threatened. This garbage really needs to be fixed. Unable to stand by, she pulls out a glowing electric baton. She leaps up and curses, "You despicable aberration hunter." Through his ridiculous swimming goggles, the madman Truong Tuan's sharp gaze locks onto the approaching figure. Without a word, Bo Fong swings her baton. She aims a fatal blow straight at the muscular man's face, but the hunter reacts in a flash. He raises his anchor's handle to block the strike, creating a fiery explosion that shakes the screen. The image of the female captain is clearly reflected in the madman's wild eyes. Bo Fong puts all her strength into her attack, but Truong Tuan casually holds the anchor with one hand, easily neutralizing her powerful blow. He smirks contemptuously. His expression is like he's playing with a child. Then he swings his arm, knocking the baton away. He breaks Bo Fong's stance in an instant. He then slams the anchor down on her. But the agile captain uses the momentum to leap up, preparing to unleash a powerful horizontal slash. But no matter how she spins and turns, Truong Tuan remains a solid wall, blocking all her attacks. Unwilling to give up, Bo Fong grits her teeth and lets out a fierce cry. Then she delivers a high kick, sending Truong Tuan stumbling backward. She then flips in midair, hooking her baton onto the anchor's handle like a death scythe, looking for a chance to counterattack. Bo Fong's sharp eyes glare at her enemy without blinking. Her fighting spirit is unwavering as the anchor flies back towards her. She immediately pulls out her weapon to block the blow. Then she fires a blinding energy shot straight down, shouting, "Take this." Truong Tuan dodges the shot. The two engage in a fierce battle again, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bo Fong lands with her hands trembling from the recoil. The hunter wipes his mouth and laughs mockingly. "I didn't expect the captain to have some skills. But too bad my target isn't you, little lady." He hefts the anchor onto his shoulder and turns away with a hungry look in his eyes. "I've already caught the scent of that kid." Seeing the interloper about to chase after her golden ticket, Bo Fong sweats profusely. She orders her soldiers, "Quick, after him." Meanwhile, Tan Hai and Hai Sa are sneaking away through a dilapidated staircase. He says apologetically, "This is all my fault. I shouldn't have dragged you into this mess. Things have come to this, so just follow me. We'll escape first and figure things out later." Then, Tan Hai kindly hands her the iron bat with the sharp nails. He says thoughtfully, "Here, take this for self-defense." Hai Sa takes the bat, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Well, I originally brought this for you. Looks like you don't need it anymore." Ahead, Tan Hai urges her on. "Let's go, there's an exit up ahead." This makes her run desperately after him, calling out, "Wait for me. You're running too fast." Suddenly, the corrugated iron ceiling above them starts to crack. Golden lightning flashes, signaling danger. The danger radar in Tan Hai's head blares. His pupils shrink with extreme tension. Without thinking, he spreads his arms to shield Hai Sa. He shouts, "He's here. Get back." As soon as he speaks, the mad hunter Truong Tuan smashes through the ceiling. He descends like a meteor, grinning grotesquely. His tyrannical landing shatters a large section of the ceiling. Debris flies everywhere, obscuring their vision. Tan Hai bravely blocks Truong Tuan's attack. He turns his head and yells to his companion, "Go, now!" Meanwhile, Hai Sa is thrown back by the force, only able to let out a terrified cry. After blocking the powerful blow, Tan Hai says, "This time, I didn't need your warning. I sense it myself. Nao's proud voice echoes in his head. Ah, this is the wonderful effect of us reaching the synchronization stage. The demon inside continues to praise his own product. The core of arrogance you possess, your abilities are much greater than this. Try to focus your mind and feel it. The student grits his teeth and flexes. His whole body radiates a swirling dark energy mixed with bright purple veins of power. With a powerful, heavenly punch, Tan Hai sends the mad hunter flying. He crashes into a pile of scrap metal, crushing a tire. Hai Sa, watching from a corner, is drenched in sweat. Her eyes are wide, and her jaw is dropped in awe. Amazing. So powerful. However, the muscular Trong Thuan is no slouch either. Despite being sent flying, he twists in mid-air and lands smoothly, sliding to a stop. Seeing Tan Hai caught in the fight, Bo Fong smirks cunningly. This makes things even more convenient. Using her as a bargaining chip for Tan Hai's parasite is the perfect plan. Immediately, she turns and gives an order. Capture her for me. This startles Hai Sa, who can only let out a panicked cry. The arrogant captain sneered contemptuously. The robots were more than enough for a weak human like her. She ordered her to drop her weapon. But Hai Sa glared, raised her staff, and retorted, "Don't underestimate me." Tan Hai's words of encouragement echoed in her mind. "Come on, Hai Sa, you can do this." One of her eyes began to glow with the brilliant golden light of her will. Without hesitation, the armored robots charged forward. They intended to capture the small girl. But Hai Sa wasn't foolish enough to stand there and take it. She raised her staff, creating an illusion. It made Bo Fong freeze for a moment and yell. What? Hai Sa created an illusionary clone as a decoy. Bo Fong frowned, trying to figure it out. A mystic arts user? Meanwhile, Hai Sa was sweating and muttering. I'm so screwed. With her expert eye, the captain immediately saw something was wrong. That's not right. From what I know, this kind of faint clone isn't a mystic arts skill. Just as she thought, the trick was quickly seen through. Two robots grabbed Hai Sa's arms tightly. She struggled and cried out. I'm not any kind of mystic arts user. In this dire moment, a spirit appeared to calm her. Hai Sa, you're too tense. Don't be afraid. Focus your thoughts. Try to feel that state from before. It made her remember that state from before. Seeing Hai Sa's strange behavior, Bo Fong crossed her arms and smirked. It seemed she was another aberrant. Meanwhile, Hai Sa lowered her head, her face grim as she muttered, I understand. The blonde captain stroked her chin, laughing triumphantly. This was great. She could capture another aberrant. Its quality was nothing like Tan Hai's parasite, but it was more than enough to submit for her report. She had just earned herself another commendation. She continued to daydream about her promotion. Even if she couldn't win anyone over, this was a sure thing. The commander's seat for District 11 was definitely hers. Lost in her fantasy, Bo Fong had no idea Hai Sa had unleashed her power. She leaped onto a robot's shoulder. She swung her staff high, preparing to strike. The iron staff crashed down. It carried a blinding electrical charge. It blasted the robots away, stunning Bo Fong. What was that? Having broken through the encirclement, Hai Sa stood beside her clones. She glared at Bo Fong defiantly. So sorry. Looks like you won't be filing that report after all. Furious at being tricked by a brat, Bo Fong drew her baton. She pointed it straight at her face. Let's see what you can do. Are you going to sprout wings and fly away? Or will I have to catch you myself? Tan Hai can't even save himself. Stop dreaming. In another part of the battle, Tan Hai was still in a brutal fight. He was facing the crazed hunter, Truong Thuan. At lightning speed, Tan Hai rushed forward. He delivered a flawless, glowing uppercut. The blow sent the man's cheek flying to one side. The powerful punch sent him flying. He slammed into a container behind him. It created a massive explosion. Truong Thuan swung his anchor again. Inside, Tan Hai now acted as a commentator. Your performance in battle says it all. This is the ultimate extrasensory power I've given you. Tan Hai didn't have time to feel proud. He saw Truong Thuan flex his muscles. He lifted the enormous container. He prepared to hurl it straight at him. Tan Hai's eyes trembled. The radar in his brain instantly activated. Nao's voice boasted in his head. It's the ability to predict actions and launch a perfect counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Tan Hai dodged. He slipped past the container's massive shadow. He lunged forward. He unleashed a punch glowing with dark energy. It smashed right into the hunter's aggressive face. Once again, Tan Hai kicked the man. He sent him flying back into the distance. A pathetic scream echoed through the air. Tan Hai unleashed a blast of brilliant purple energy. It rained down from the sky like a meteor shower. The madman Truong Thuan took the full force of the attack. His glasses shattered. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Tan Hai landed with immense power. He glared and roared with authority. Stop your slaughter right now. He somersaulted through the air. He swung his claws. He carved another razor-sharp slash through the wind. The incredible force slammed the hunter face first into the ground. It created a massive, dust-filled explosion. Tan Hai landed as lightly as a feather. He put his hands on his hips, looking cool. He taunted, "See? These sharp claws aren't the only thing I've got." Lying flat on the ground, Truong Thuan struggled to get up. He was covered in blood but still wore a sick smile. To think I lose to a mere brat. However, I finally got to witness the true power of an aberrant who has reached the symbiotic stage. Suddenly, his face turned menacing. He muttered with killing intent, "Unfortunately, everyone here must die." Tanhai, who was posing, frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" Before he could understand, the hunter's body erupted. Golden lightning crackled around him. He laughed eerily. The madman activated his self-destruct mode. He announced the final hunter's rule. The moment a hunter is dying is also the moment he finishes his prey. Tanhai sensed danger. He broke into a cold sweat. This is not good. Meanwhile, in another corner, Bo Fong and Hai Sa were still fighting. They swung their staff and baton, clashing wildly as if no one was around. Ignoring the expanding hunter, Tanhai launched himself high into the air. He shot up like a missile. On the ground, Truong Thuan swelled up like a time bomb. He threw his head back and screamed madly at the sky. "You can't escape." Tanhai rushed toward the two fighting women. He screamed at the top of his lungs. "Stop fighting. This whole place is about to blow." Leaving the madman glowing like an artificial sun behind him, he moved at the speed of light to save his comrades. Tanhai landed right in front of them. Both Bo Fong and Hai Sa stared with wide, terrified eyes. Tanhai. At that moment, the human bomb Truong Thuan finally exploded. A colossal fireball erupted. It engulfed the entire area. The earth-shattering explosion sent black smoke billowing into the sky. Even the nearby port guards stared in awe at the fireworks. Standing on a ship in the distance, a man in a suit smirked. So that old geezer actually failed. But the result isn't bad. Captain Bo Fong died a hero's death. She made a great contribution to the An Fong division. "You've worked hard." The shameless man turned to his soldiers on the boat. He waved his hand and gave an order. "Let me help you fulfill her final wish. The mission target is Tanhai. Even if he's dead, bring me his body." Back at the ruined scene, coughing sounds came from the rubble. Haisa crawled out from under the debris. Her face was filthy. She spat out a mouthful of dust and whispered, We're still alive?" It turned out Tanhai had used his own body as a living shield. He protected both women. Bo Fong, exhausted, grunted from underneath him. "Can you please get off? I can't hold on much longer." The scene suddenly flashed back to the past. It was Area 10, deep within a dungeon. A desperate plea echoed. "Thaintai, spare me. Please, spare me." Truong Thuan was bound. His eyes bled as he cried blindly. He explained that the An Fong division had forced him. "They gouged out my eyes. I had no choice but to reveal intel. But don't worry, sister. I never said a word about the organization's special operations." A white-haired woman exuded a cold, dangerous aura. She delivered the verdict. "The Yujin organization is disappointed in those with weak wills. We show no mercy to those who cling to life and fear death. We will offer you to the Hala God." Truong Thuan panicked. The Hala God? That spatial rift. Vaguely realizing his tragic fate, he muttered in despair. "So the Hala God has come to this world too?" His answer was a giant, slimy tentacle. It shot out from the hideous darkness. The tentacle coiled around Truong Thuan. It squeezed tightly and dragged him away. He screamed in agony. Facing the mountain-sized monster, he trembled and stammered. "This tentacle, it's really the great Hala God." Thaintai calmly provided some information. "The Hala God came to this world on his own. He is a divine beast that hasn't been spiritualized yet. He was once a god's servant. He manipulated and obstructed Tai Si Vuong's plan to break the cocoon. After the mission failed, he was sealed in this place by Tai Si Vuong. Meanwhile, Truong Thuan struggled like a fish out of water. His screams echoed through the dungeon. Thaintai coldly concluded, "You have the honor of witnessing the true form of the Hala God. You will serve him. That body of yours, that tattered human body, is no longer needed." The monster opened its massive maw. It prepared to devour him. He screamed at the top of his lungs. "What did you say?" "Wait." Thaintai closed her eyes and turned away. She paid no attention to the sound of crunching bones behind her. After finishing its appetizer, the Hala monster licked its lips. Its deep voice rumbled. "Delicious. It's been a long time since I've tasted fresh human flesh. Now speak. What do you want from me this time?" Thaintai spread her arms in worship. She spoke with reverence. "Almighty Hala God, please guide me once more." From the void, two streams of blue spiritual energy surged forward. They flew out into the light. Back in the present, the Hala God appeared. It stood towering before Thaintai and let out a powerful roar. The Hala God's voice echoed with its observation. "Another aberrant has reached the symbiotic stage. The life form within him possesses a quality that other spiritual bodies lack. I can feel his power." It continued to reveal Ngjiao's origins. "His name is Ngjiao. In the early days, he was by my side. He and these other parasitic spirits relied on each other for protection. Then he received the spirit-severing blade from me and vanished without a trace. Assessing Tanhai's potential, the Hala god delivered its final judgment. Now he and that human with their shared destiny. Perhaps they can change the rules of Shichuang City. They can be considered a new race for the human world, a seed of hope. The future of the aberrants. Thantai clasped her hands respectfully. I understand your will. I will recruit him to work for the Yujin Legion. Hala. The god nodded thoughtfully. Protect these parasitic spirits. Helping them return to their homeland safely is the best outcome. Stopping Tai Si Vuong's cocoon-breaking plan now depends entirely on you all. The giant monster continued its warning. If the cocoon-breaking plan succeeds, that hideous species within it will descend upon this world. It will sweep through the old world and usher in a new era. When that happens, it's over. It will be the apocalypse for both us and humanity. Back at the chaotic battlefield, Haisa shyly supported Tanhai. Tanhai, I'm sorry. I'll definitely compensate you properly. In contrast, the tough woman Bo Fong just turned her head and snorted. At this, Haisa flared up and scolded her. Hey, you crazy woman. Tanhai just saved us. Can't you see that? Can't you even say thank you? If he hadn't used his body as a shield, we'd all be nothing but dust by now. Bo Fong replied, he did it voluntarily. I didn't force him. Haisa yelled back, apologize to him now. Bo Fong retorted, it's my memory. In the middle of it all, Tanhai could only listen helplessly. Ngao's voice spoke up to comfort him. He just used up too much energy. After a short rest, he'll be back to full strength. Ignoring Bo Fong, Haisa gently comforted her savior. All right, come here. Let me help you sit down so you can rest. Suddenly, from within Tanhai's body, Ngao spoke with surprise. What's this? Can you hear me speak? A clear voice from Haisa replied. I am residing in Haisa's body. Tanhai was confused. Huh? So Haisa is also. The spirit inside Haisa introduced itself calmly. Just call me Kuvai. Ngao continued. In the Shanghai world, your clan and I had a few friendly encounters. Ngao nodded in praise. Kuvi are excellent at camouflage. Their enchanting defenses can block external threats. It helps them hide their scent to escape. No wonder I couldn't sniff out its identity earlier. With some free time, Haisa used a skill. A green mist enveloped Tanhai. It made him shiver. Whoa, this feeling, it's so pleasant. Haisa smiled. This energy is like a mini spa treatment. It helps relieve stress and reduce fatigue. Get well soon. Seeing Tanhai looking as fresh as a flower, Bo Fong stood nearby with wide eyes. She stammered in disbelief. What? How did he recover so quickly? As if seeing her for the first time, the other two turned to look at her. Their gazes were as sharp as knives. It made her jump and break into a cold sweat. Realizing the situation was not in her favor, she muttered a plan to escape. Maybe I should retreat for now. I'll go back to headquarters and come up with a plan later. In the distance, Anfang's soldiers were rushing through the ruins. Without a word, the well-dressed leader suddenly drew his shining spirit-severing blade. His face was filled with sinister intent. His instincts screamed. Tanhai spun around, on high alert. Haisa, standing next to him, asked in confusion, What's wrong? The Hala god's words echoed in his mind. That spirit-severing blade. I spent decades refining it from the crystals in my own body. It continued to expose the superweapon's secrets. It was originally a toy for wiping out opposing spirits. Whether human or demon, they would all die horribly under that blade. Unfortunately, after the failed cocoon-destroying mission, it vanished. The monster grumbled again. Why did I bother forging the spirit-severing blade? It was all because of that stubborn Injiao. He refused to listen. He was so headstrong. He took the blade and ran, never to return. It spat at the minions. And you other spirits, you were foolishly manipulated by him. You willingly sacrificed yourselves for him. What a bunch of easily duped idiots, Thantai added. The human he's possessing is just an impulsive brat. That Zhao is probably being hunted relentlessly by the Anfang division. He's running for his life. Knowing his personality, he'll show his face sooner or later. Hearing this, the Hala god made a powerful declaration. I hope so. I can already smell the blade from the direction of River District. Number 9. The time and place are perfect. This is the best opportunity to strike. Thantai listened and obediently clasped her hands. I will follow all of the great Hala god's instructions. Back on the battlefield, the leader looked at his sword. He remembered his late master, Truong Thuan. This blade holds a whole world of past memories and a promise to my master. Back then, if he hadn't been betrayed by his student, he smiled cruelly. My master wouldn't have been so cruel. Master, let me borrow this spirit-severing blade for a while. You can rest in peace. The image of his master, fallen and dying in the flames, flashed through his mind. Without this sacred sword, the mission to destroy the cocoon cannot be completed. What you've taken is this world's last sliver of hope. The raging flames seemed to want to burn everything in that cruel memory. Snapping back to reality, the leader shouted, He charged straight at Tan Hai. True Wong Thuan, the bond between us as master and student is severed. It's time for this spirit-severing blade to return to its true owner. Tan Hai, who had been watching in confusion, was startled. He asked, "Whoa, who the heck are you?" High in the air, the leader swung his sword. He prepared to strike down. His face was twisted with killing intent. "I'm here to take your miserable life." A slash split the air as it came down, but Tan Hai, with his extraordinary agility, jumped back. He dodged the blow in an instant. The attack shattered the ground. The leader's eyes widened in amazement. So fast. Not giving up, he continued to press forward. He unleashed another blinding sword strike, roaring like a maniac. Forced onto the defensive, Tan Hai stumbled back. He gritted his teeth and braced himself for the blow. The leader channeled his power. The spirit-severing blade in his hand glowed with a deadly blue light. It looked like it could split the night itself. The two figures clashed violently. Weapons and claws collided, sending sparks flying across the sky. As they fought, the well-dressed leader sneered, "You fool. This reckless attack style is full of openings. You're nothing but a brute." Enraged, Tan Hai unleashed a flurry of claw strikes. He retorted fiercely, "As long as I can end this fight quickly, the method doesn't matter." A rain of purple claws descended like a storm. It forced the leader back onto the defensive. Pushed back, the leader gritted his teeth. He dug his heels into the ground to stop himself. He let out a cold snort. Seizing the opportunity, Tan Hai lunged forward with his claws. He swiped with his sharp talons right at the leader's face. The leader quickly raised his arm to block. He didn't stop there. As his opponent retreated, he followed up with a thunderous kick aimed straight at his body. However, the leader quickly slid back into a defensive stance. He used his elbow to strike his enemy's stomach. In the heat of battle, Tan Hai suddenly froze. He let out a soft groan, his face twisted in pain. His body suddenly flashed red. His energy was dangerously low. Just then, the leader seized the chance. He swung his glowing sword, preparing to bring it down on his head. The leader shouted as he slashed down. The blade struck Tan Hai, sending him flying backward with a terrible scream. Standing in the wind, watching his opponent fall, the leader smirked triumphantly. "Is that all you've got?" He stood tall, sword in hand, looking at Tan Hai lying on the ground. He spoke with cold words. "I can't be bothered to cut open your gut for that parasite anymore. I'll just put you down for good." Tan Hai struggled to his feet. He looked at the cracked purple armor on his chest. He muttered with worry, "This is bad. The cracks aren't even healing anymore." Zhao's voice from within sounded just as grim. "This is tense. If you keep wasting energy like this, my old life will evaporate along with yours. We have to end this quickly. We need to revert to human form to survive." Then, Zhao began to explain the danger of the weapon. That hot piece of steel is called the spirit-severing blade. It can kill both you and me in one shot. It's the perfect counter for aberrants. Hearing this, Tan Hai went ballistic. He wailed in protest. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I'd known, I would have run for it. Why would I stand here and take a beating like a punching bag?" Now replied irresponsibly, "Well, I thought you were tough enough to handle it." While busy bickering with his parasitic lord, Tan Hai suddenly flinched. He broke into a cold sweat as he sensed killing intent approach. On the other side, Hai Sa was swinging her spiked staff. She was fending off the soldiers who were trying to close in. "Get back! All of you, get back!" Meanwhile, the leader looked down from above and spoke with false concern. "Be careful not to get hurt, beautiful ladies. You'll give us a bad name." Looking down from above, Bo Fong asked mockingly, "Are these the newest model soldiers that the fat governor distributed to your area? You use them to bully people, don't you?" A soldier replied cheerfully. "You've arrived just in time, my good friends." Bo Fong, annoyed, glared and ordered, "Arrest this entire rabble for me." But before she could finish, a soldier from behind swung his sword at her. She cried out and dodged. Seeing the infighting, the captain shouted in confusion. She reminded them of their target. "What's wrong with you? Your mission is to capture those two aberrants. You're attacking the wrong person." In the heat of the moment, Tan Hai flew in like a god. He threw a punch with his black armored fist. It grazed past Hai Sa's head and sent the enemy flying, saving her. Landing safely, Hai Sa anxiously asked her savior, "Tan Hai, are you okay? Are you still breathing?" Tan Hai boasted, "A mosquito bite, no problem." Hai Sa rolled her eyes and called him out. "Stop lying. Look at the state you're in. You're seriously injured. Don't pretend you're not." The leader pointed his sword at Bo Fong and lectured her. "Captain Bo Fong, open your eyes and see whose territory this is. You're meddling in other people's business. You've crossed the line too many times." Behind him, Hai Sa cheerfully raised her hand. "Who wants a buff for Tan Hai? Come here, I'll give you another health potion." Back to the captain, she lifted her chin and asked, "Leader, what exactly are you planning to do here?" Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes and made a dangerous threat. "Since you refuse the easy way, you'll have to take the hard way. If you won't follow the rules, I'll send you to the afterlife with these aberrants. That'll make everyone happy. Bo Fong ignored his empty threats. Her sharp eyes were fixed on the glowing sword. She wondered to herself, strange, why is the real spirit severing blade in the hands of this flashy guy? She froze, remembering the great image of her master in a storm long ago. She connected the dots in her head. Ever since Master went on that top-secret mission 5 years ago and disappeared, this inseparable weapon of his also vanished. Could it be that the perverted old man is actually dead? In a corner, Hai Sa stood behind them, looking helpless. It's no use. This kind of healing has no effect. Tan Hai quickly reassured his friend. It's okay. Just stand still and conserve your energy. In her subconscious, the spirit Ku Vai also sighed. I've already exhausted myself trying to heal him. Ing Zhao thoughtfully analyzed the grim situation. This wound wasn't caused by some cheap weapon. This is serious. I might have to go ask Thon Tai for help again. No, I have to ask Thane Tai for help. Ignoring the two struggling people over there, Captain Bo Fong glared and demanded an answer from the arrogant leader. Hey, explain yourself. How did you get that spirit-severing blade? The leader tilted his head and smirked. He casually shifted the blame. It was his own fault. He killed people. He pretended to be weak, but personally went to stop Tai Si Vuong's cocoon-breaking plan. Unfortunately, he failed and was punished by his superiors. I'm just obediently carrying out orders. Painful memories flooded back. The image of her respected master turning to dust flashed in her mind. Bo Fong gritted her teeth in anger. So you're the one who killed my master. She bitterly cursed her treacherous junior. You and I were both disciples under Chung Li Thi. It was a waste of master's efforts to raise a villain like you. What is your true ambition? As she finished speaking, a random gust of wind blew by. It swirled up dust and sand. It added to the dramatic tension of the explosive reunion. Through the hazy dust, the leader revealed a sinister, mocking smile. He uttered a provocative sentence. My purpose? It's the same as yours, senior sister. Tan Hai, hearing the familiar name, widened his eyes and muttered, Chung Li Thi. The young man narrowed his eyes. He observed the tense confrontation from a distance. He stroked his chin and speculated. Wait a minute, the Chung Li Thi this lady mentioned. Don't tell me that's Thon Tai. En Zhao's voice immediately confirmed it in his head. I once overheard from Thon Tai that she had a group of disciples under her. Memories rushed back. Now recalled his master's impressive background. She once held the position of commander of District 9Y4. She was a magnificent commander, but after a setback on a mission, everyone thought she had died. Her subordinates were afraid of getting involved, so they all ran to save themselves. Chung Li Thi was disbanded on the spot, and Zhao's thoughts continued to flow. So her mystic arts, users, and disciples scattered throughout the city. As for what happened to the commander's seat in District 9 after that, I have no idea. At the same time, a memory surfaced of a young man, with spiky hair applying for a job. Is your company still hiring? The guards in black jumped in surprise. Hey, how the hell did you get in here? With a gun pointed at his head, the young man just chuckled. He raised his hands in a fake surrender. Hey, don't misunderstand. I'm a mystic arts user. I'm just here looking for a job. Before the guards could process the shock, the guns in their hands suddenly shattered. They fell to the ground in pieces. They screamed, What the hell is this? Amidst the chaos, a woman's lazy voice came from inside. A mew, let him in. Back in the present, Tan Hai stared at the two people radiating killing intent. He silently assessed them. So, they're both mystic arts users? Gao quickly added, Not necessarily. Chung Li Thi taught her disciples not only mystic arts but also martial arts and secret techniques. Not just any shrimp can learn mystic arts. The image of the spirit Ku Vai flashed by, as if to clarify. To learn that, you have to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth, a natural talent for mystic arts. But sometimes, exceptions appear in this world. On the other side of the battlefield, the leader was still goading his senior sister. Let's be honest, aren't you also aiming for that commander's seat? I'm just smarter, so I chose a shortcut. Hearing this, Bo Fong spat. She glared back with righteousness, because I never thought of stealing master's position. Even if I wanted to get promoted, I would rely on my own merits to achieve it. Her junior threw his head back and laughed hysterically. Merits? Senior sister, you're so naive. He started gesturing while the captain lectured him with dark logic. Those are just the rules of the game controlled by them. We are all just pawns being manipulated by those players. But look at me now. I have become a player myself. I become the one who sets the rules for District 9. Her junior immediately exposed him on the spot. Stop deluding yourself. You abuse your power for personal gain in all the districts. This is also why you're such an eyesore to the other commanders. The leader shrugged and dropped a bombshell. To tell you the truth, District 11 now belongs to the Truong Bok Duong family. It's our family's territory now. Governor General Min Luong himself approved it. No matter how many merits you accumulate, it's useless. Hearing this, Bo Fong was stunned and shouted, What did you say? He laughed coldly, his eyes full of mockery. I will remove your name from the list of candidates. This is also very fitting for what the public calls fairnesses. During the tense moment, a young man with a sword charged in and missed. He asked in confusion, Truong Bat? Never heard of that name. The junior cursed at him. It's Truong Bok Duong, you country bumpkin. In another corner, Haisa was swinging her staff at an enemy. She enthusiastically shouted to Tan Hai, I'm fine. I can still fight. Tan Hai nodded firmly. While holding her ground, Haisa took the opportunity to share some information. You just arrived in Shichong City not long ago. You probably don't know yet. She continued in encyclopedia mode. The major districts of Shichong City are each controlled by a family. Tai Shi Vuong gives authority to influential family members, who then become commanders. As she tightened her grip on her weapon, she explained, this Truong Bok Duong family is one of them. The major families keep each other in check. They don't like each other very much. The camera switched back to the leader and his senior sister. The leader narrowed his eyes and pressed on. Senior sister, it's not easy to become a team captain. How long are you going to hide your identity? You should know that back then, that old woman never took in useless people. Hitting a nerve, Bo Fong's face darkened. She broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself, I am the daughter of the La Liet family. To restore my family's honor, I've had to live cautiously, as if walking on thin ice. Haisa, who was eavesdropping, suddenly felt sympathetic and chimed in. Hey, I can't stand listening to this anymore. The way they treat you, it's so pitiful. An enemy soldier was speechless. Whose side are you on? Ignoring the comedic moment, the leader Trung Thuan flexed and declared heroically, to obtain District 11 for the glory of my family. At this crucial moment, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bo Fong's distant memories flooded back. The image of her strict master's instructions appeared. Remember, you are the last bloodline of the La Liet family. If anything happens to me. A young Bo Fong quickly grabbed onto him. Are you leaving now? I want to go too. Her master coldly pushed her hand away. No. The confused young Bo Fong asked, but why? Then her master's gaze softened. He smiled and replied, I'm doing this to protect you, you silly girl. Back in the present, Bo Fong's eyes welled up with a touch of sadness. It seemed all her suppressed grievances were about to overflow. Her master's final words still echoed in her ears. You must hide your identity and live safely in this Shichong city. Old Lu from the Human Resources Department is a good friend of mine. He will arrange a position for you. The distant memory continued to surface. The image of her master walking away, glowing brightly, was accompanied by his final, heartfelt words. Remember, never reveal anything about the family to outsiders. Dragging her mind back to the harsh reality, Bo Fong lowered her head. She muttered bitterly, that was the last time I ever saw Master. While the captain was lost in her grief, a nameless ninja jumped out of nowhere. He cowardly swung his sword in a sneak attack. Just when it seemed a bloody scene was about to unfold, the cheap sword shattered into pieces the moment it touched her. This made both the leader Truong Thuan and Bo Fong stare in utter amazement. It turned out Tan Hai had moved as fast as lightning. He used his cool, armored body to block the attack. He saved the dazed woman. The young man narrowed his eyes. Purple lightning crackled around him. His killing intent was off the charts. He was the perfect hero saving the damsel. In contrast to Tan Hai's coolness, Haisa stood by with her hands on her hips. She yelled to wake Bo Fong up. Hey, lady, snap out of it. Get a grip. Where did that fierce attitude you had when you wanted to arrest us go? Bo Fong blinked in confusion. You too. Ignoring the touching moment, Tan Hai turned away. He dropped a bombshell on the leader. Wait a minute. Don't tell me. Your master's name is Chung Lai Than. Trung Thuan was startled and shot back. How do you know that? While Bo Fong also stared with wide eyes, wondering how he knew her master's name. Tan Hai slung his greatsword over his shoulder. He tilted his head and replied with extreme sarcasm. What business is it of yours to be so curious? Truong Thuan gritted his teeth and muttered, that old woman. Seeing his opponent's anger, our dragon boy flashed a cunning smile. He delivered the final blow. By the way, she's still alive and kicking. Hearing this shocking statement, both senior sister Bo Fong and the villainous junior froze like wax figures. They both screamed in their minds, Master is still alive? Forgetting all composure, Bo Fong rushed forward. She grabbed Tan Hai by the collar and shook him like a washing machine. She frantically interrogated him. Is it true? How is Master? Where is she? Being shaken so hard, Tan Hai broke into a sweat and yelled, Whoa, lady, you're getting a little too excited. Then the young man scratched his head. He put on a dazed face to regain some dignity. He chuckled and summarized, Well, we had a little scuffle with her earlier, but it was all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Haisa stood behind him. She silently cursed him for being brainless and too impulsive. Over here, Truong Thuan was in complete shock. Cold sweat poured down his face as he recalled the scene from long ago. But I stabbed her myself. Her body was swallowed by lava. This can't be happening. Now, in his mind, burst out laughing mockingly. You idiot. With Than Tai's skills, There's no way she would die so easily. After piecing together the events, Tan Hai pointed straight at the leader. He cursed him out as if singing a song. Hey, you piece of scum. You're so twisted you'd even betray your own family. You have no integrity at all. Right after his tirade, karma struck. The wound on Tan Hai's chest suddenly flared up. Purple lightning shot out randomly. The young man collapsed, convulsing in pain. Seeing her teammate suddenly go down, Haisa rushed over in a panic. Tan Hai, what's wrong? Seeing the gash in his armor bleeding profusely, he muttered, "Damn it, blood. I'm bleeding." His body grew heavy from blood loss. Tan Hai gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. Sweat poured down his face like he was in a sauna. Damn it, this wound hurts like hell. Seeing his enemy on the brink of death, the leader Truong Thuan regained his composure. He raised his sword and laughed hideously. Ha ha ha. The spirit-severing blade is a super weapon. It can send both the parasite and the host to hell at the same time. The deeper the wound, the more eagerly death will beckon you, my boy. Ignoring the leader's trash talk, Haisa immediately used a quick healing spell. She anxiously asked the patient, "How is it? Does it feel any better?" Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, Truong Thuan immediately waved his hand. He ordered his soldiers, "Take this opportunity. Mince them for me." The order was given. A swarm of ninjas jumped out of nowhere like grasshoppers. They swung their swords wildly at Tan Hai, who was being healed by Haisa. But they forgot that Captain Bo Fong was still there. She crouched and delivered a smooth spinning kick. It sent a soldier flying dozens of meters away, startling Truong Thuan. The captain continued to use her inner strength. She swung her staff and gave the ninjas a sound beating. One had his head smashed. Another was sent somersaulting through the air. While using her staff to pin two large enemies, she heard Haisa shout from below. "Hey, you crazy woman! Hold them off." While struggling to defend herself, she screamed in frustration. This is getting out of hand. The battlefield was now as chaotic as a broken market. Swords and blades flew everywhere amidst the rubble. With the captain taking the heat, Tan Hai finally managed to stand up. He smiled gratefully. "Thanks for the save, Captain." Bo Fong, while beating up soldiers, yelled urgently, "Hurry up, more of them are coming." Behind her, Haisa was, sweating profusely. "I'm already giving it my all." Seeing the healing light on the wound fade, Haisa clicked her tongue in regret. "Although I can't fully heal you, it's at least a little better, right?" Tan Hai stretched his limbs and nodded in agreement. "I feel a bit better now." After clearing the wave of soldiers, Bo Fong immediately seized the opportunity. She stared at Tan Hai and continued her interrogation. "Hey, kid, where exactly is Master Chung Lai Thon hiding?" Tan Hai smirked and made a crafty bargain. "What's the use of telling you now? You have to get us safely out of this hellhole first. Then we'll talk." Hearing his audacious demand, Bo Fong snorted coldly. With a noble air, she agreed. "Fine. Circumstances force me to temporarily agree with you." Just as the deal was struck, a soldier lunged in for a sneak attack. Tan Hai quickly did a backflip to dodge. Haisa screamed in alarm. "Watch out." Despite his battered state, Tan Hai still kicked his opponent away. He didn't forget to turn and give a thumbs up, boasting, "Thanks for the concern, Haisa. I can still handle this." Sliding coolly across the ground was one thing, but the young man quickly looked down at his chest and muttered, "The pain is gone, but the blood is still gushing out. This is bad." Putting aside the bleeding, Tan Hai let out a ferocious roar. He swung his purple claws and charged straight into the group of soldiers. He twisted and dodged the sharp sword slashes. The heels of his boots scraped against the ground, leaving terrifying marks. Despite their best efforts, the three of them were surrounded by a swarm of sword-wielding robot ninjas. The situation was extremely tense. Seeing that his prey was cornered, the leader Truong Thuan stroked his hair and smiled smugly. "You're all out of steam, aren't you? Today, I will let you all die peacefully right here." Realizing this was a tough spot, Tan Hai whispered a plan. "In a moment, I'll lure him away. You two take the chance to meet up, then break through these robots. Got it?" Now nodded enthusiastically. "Good idea." But Haisa frowned and asked, "What about you?" The young man smirked confidently. "Don't worry about me. I'll slip away and find you two later. When you're out, meet at that abandoned clock tower." Captain Bo Fong swung her staff, smashing a rock at her feet. She complained while fighting, "What a terrible plan." Not giving them time to scheme, Truong Thuan furiously charged with lightning speed. He slashed at Tan Hai. "You outsider brat, time to die." Seeing the big boss charge, the three of them immediately shouted, "Scatter." They all leaped into the air, dodging like birds escaping a cage. Truong Thuan furiously targeted Tan Hai. His sword, carrying a green aura, clashed with Tan Hai's dragon armor, creating a shower of sparks. The aftershock of the powerful collision sent rocks and debris flying. Dust and smoke obscured their vision. Taking advantage of the distraction, Tan Hai tried to escape, but Truong Thuan yelled an order to his swarm. "Stop him! let's see what you've got. Pushed back, Tanhai dodged a fatal blow. He quickly calculated in his head, I need to play with these guys for a bit. I need to buy time for Haisa and the captain to escape. Though his mind was quick, his body was out of sync. Tanhai gritted his teeth. Damn it, this stupid wound is ruining my performance. You two, hurry up. For God's sake. He had to use all his leg strength to jump and somersault. He dodged the relentless slashes of the hounds, then he slashed back to counterattack. On the other side, Bo Fong was fighting off soldiers. She shouted like an online coach, Tanhai, don't just charge in head-on. Get in close and use your advantages. Meanwhile, Tanhai, while blocking, cried silently in his heart. The problem is, I don't have a chance to get close, lady. Seeing his senior sister run her mouth, the leader Trun Thuan became furious. He swung his sword with a sharp slash and growled. You talk too much, senior sister. Tanhai raised his armored arm to block the powerful sword strike. The impact sent sparks flying, making him grit his teeth so hard his jaw ached. Back on the other side, the captain looked at Haisa, who was slashing and cursing. Damn it, she exclaimed in alarm. Be careful. The mobility of these scrap heaps is very high. As soon as she said it, a robot ninja circled behind Haisa and put her in a chokehold. She screamed in panic, help me. Immediately, without a word, Bo Fong spun around. She swung her staff like a baseball bat. She smashed it into the robot's head. The scrap metal robot was destroyed. She had successfully rescued Haisa. After rescuing her teammate, the captain cleared a path. She pointed and yelled as if escaping a war zone. Hurry up, this way. Seeing that the two women had successfully escaped, Tanhai breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered, Great, they made it. Meanwhile, Truong Thuan behind him was shocked. What the? Truong Thuan didn't bother to chase them. He just smirked knowingly. You've been stalling all this time just to be a decoy for them to escape, haven't you? His plan exposed, Tanhai flashed a cunning smile and laid his cards on the table. You got it. By drawing all the attention and forces to me, they had a chance to slip away. In another scene, on the run, Bo Fong frowned and asked, Your clones aren't working? While running for her life, she explained, That trick has a cooldown, lady. Besides, that healing buff earlier completely drained my mana. Seeing a cool car ahead, the two of them were overjoyed. They shouted, Hurry up. Once we get in the car, we can lose them completely. Back at the battlefield, the leader responded with a sinister smile, interrupting Tanhai. I wouldn't be so sure about that, kid. As he smirked, the surrounding robot ninjas all attached cannons to their arms. They loaded them with a chilling click. Without warning, the scrap heaps fired a barrage of electric beams. They lit up the sky and shot into the distance. A giant electric net spread out. It caught the car and the two women who were running for their lives. Haisa's face fell. Now what do we do? Back where Tanhai was, he angrily warned the leader. You think you and these minions can keep up with me? The leader retorted. You underestimate these mechanical beings. This mobile force won't fall easily. Distracted for a few seconds, Tanhai was suddenly grabbed from behind by a robot. The leader gestured with his chin. See? What do you think now? Pinned and unable to move, Tanhai gritted his teeth and blamed himself. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't react in time. Truong Thuan approached and patted his captive's face triumphantly. Where are you going to run now, kid? The atmosphere became still as the soulless robot soldier reported to its boss. Report. Target captured. Awaiting further instructions. Tanhai, hearing the order to capture him, stared wide-eyed in horror. What? In the distance, boss Truong Thuan maintained his sinister smile. He ordered his subordinates. Capture both of them for me. Despite the enemy's weight, Tanhai grabbed an iron soldier. He let out a mighty roar. His muscles bulged as he prepared to throw it away. He roared, Don't get too cocky. The somersault that threw the robot sent the leader scrambling back in a cold sweat. He muttered, Holy crap, that pile of junk weighs a ton. While the enemy was distracted, Tanhai gathered his strength. He flew straight at the enemy, letting out a powerful roar. He and the leader crashed straight into a pile of scrap metal. The impact shattered the debris, creating a deep crater. Truong Thuan, hit hard by the impact, frowned and gritted his teeth in amazement. He muttered, What kind of monstrous strength is this? They both lay sprawled in the thick smoke and dust. Debris fell around them, accompanied by sounds of pain. Suddenly, Tanhai sat up. He let out a wild, fierce roar. His purple eyes glowed brightly. He shot towards his enemy, while the leader was groaning in pain. Not bothering with weapons, Tanhai opened his mouth wide. He showed off his sharp fangs and lunged forward like a wild animal. Truong Thuan was startled and screamed in horror. What are you doing? An armored fist slammed straight into Tanhai's stomach at lightning speed. The wind from the blow created a terrifying shockwave that shattered the air. Stunned by the punch, Tanhai struggled to step back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The leader's triumphant expression from before began to show signs of strain. Regaining some pride, Tanhai furiously launched a barrage of sharp energy spikes. They flew through the air, aiming to shred his opponent. But the leader was as fast as lightning. He slid close to the ground, gracefully dodging the entire stream of magic bullets. Closing in on his target in an instant, Tanhai's dragon claws made the leader back away in fear. Sweat poured down his face. Having found his fatal weakness, Tanhai lunged forward. He grinned and taunted. At this close range, your spirit-severing blade is useless, isn't it? Not giving his enemy a chance to escape, Tanhai quickly swung his claws. He knocked his opponent's sword away, creating a shower of sparks. Truong Thuan looked at where his sword had fallen. He was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Tanhai, on the other hand, gritted his teeth in fury. Then the leader quickly got up. He ran towards the sword that was stuck in the ground. He left Tanhai trailing behind him. But just as he was running, Tanhai's body betrayed him. Black blood spurted from the wound on his chest. He coughed up blood and collapsed. Seeing his opponent fall on his own, Truong Thuan, now holding his sword, turned back with a triumphant smirk. You're beyond saving, kid. Tanhai clutched his chest, wincing. Damn it, it hurts so much. In his subconscious, the spirit now roared in encouragement. Hang in there, Tanhai, don't you dare fall. Taking advantage of the spirit-severing blade's effect, the leader charged forward. He swung his sword and declared, You dared to scratch my handsome face? I'll eat you alive, you hideous monster. Despite being covered in blood, Tanhai gritted his teeth and stood up straight. His purple eyes blazed with furious anger. The young man, disregarding his own life, charged straight at the sword's tip. He retorted defiantly, I'm not a monster, I'm human. Tanhai's armored hands directly blocked Truong Thuan's sharp sword strike, stunning him. With an explosive burst of power, Tanhai once again knocked the deathly blade off its course. It created a blast of air that shot straight at the leader. The clashing forces blew apart the surrounding ruined walls. They struggled against each other, accompanied by cries of pain. Without a second's hesitation, Truong Thuan, while defending, roared his final judgment. You've lost. Then he followed up with a thunderous kick that swept away all resistance. He declared with a green aura, lose miserably. Truong Thuan delivered a powerful kick straight to Tanhai's face. It sent him flying back. He used his feet to brace himself, groaning in agony. Just then, the robot guards appeared in the air. They swung their swords relentlessly at Tanhai. He was forced to retreat and dodge to save his life. Facing Truong Thuan with a battered face, he roared an order. Mince him into meatballs for me. Let the other district commanders tremble before my power. Then the leader turned away. He casually bandaged his wound. He smugly mocked, Your aberrant organization is quite elite. Too bad you fell into my hands. If you had been obedient, I would have taken you in as a subordinate. But unfortunately, your kind is just too difficult to control. Then he lowered his head and coldly concluded, I don't have time to be a good guy like the other leaders. Letting someone else get you would be like creating a rival for myself, so it's best to pull the weed out by the roots and prevent future trouble. While lost in his speech, Truong Thuan was startled. He exclaimed, What? When he heard Tanhai's cold voice from below. It was filled with killing intent. Who did you just say lost? I hate it when anyone uses the word lose in front of me. It's more painful than any physical wound. Hearing this, the leader frowned and gritted his teeth. He stared in disbelief and muttered, What the hell? You've taken so much damage from my spirit-severing blade. How are you still standing? Tanhai didn't care. He continued to charge at his enemy like a kamikaze pilot. He roared in frustration. I've had to endure losing for so many years. A swing of his claws carried all his rage. The leader, in a panic, used his sword to block. The impact created a shockwave that blew away a wall. Tanhai's entire body erupted with purple energy like a Super Saiyan. He roared with power. You've pushed me too far. Today, I'm settling this with you. Seeing the tense situation, Truong Thuan also swung his sword with all his might. He shouted in defiance, Let's see how I cut off your head this time. They clashed in midair. The blue and purple lightning flashed terrifyingly. It made the leader break out in a cold sweat. He muttered, So fast. The incredible impact sent Truong Thuan flying. His jacket was torn to shreds. He face-planted on the ground, looking pathetic. Tanhai closed in. He pinned his enemy down on the rubble. He gritted his teeth and cursed. A piece of scum, like he wants to be a commander. The leader's face turned pale. He begged for his life. You can't kill me. Tanhai paused for a moment. He glared down in surprise. What did you say? The leader, desperate, tried to use the law to threaten him. You can smash those scrap heaps, that's fine, but if you kill me, you'll become a wanted criminal throughout Sichong City. Your whole family will be implicated and thrown in jail. The security forces only want the spirit inside you. They have no personal grudge against you. Tanhai's gaze faltered slightly. Truong Thuan continued his psychological manipulation. If you're smart, think carefully and make your choice. At that moment, the robot guards jumped in from a distance, shouting for help. Hurry, the boss is in danger. Seizing the moment Tanhai was distracted, Truong Thuan secretly grabbed the hilt of his sword. He smirked sinisterly. What a fool. So easy to trick. He sprang up and delivered a treacherous backhand slash at Tan Hai. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Tan Hai let out a piercing scream as the deadly sword stabbed straight through him. The leader followed up with a fatal slash straight into Tan Hai's stomach, sending blood flying. Drops of thick, black blood fell to the ground. Truong Thuan stepped back, panting heavily, but still laughing triumphantly. You're still too young and naive, kid. Ha ha ha. He left the dazed young man staggering. Tan Hai clutched his wound. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Dirty trick. The leader stood up straight. He tightened his grip on his sword and rambled on. Even if you aberrants are tougher than normal humans, so what? Before this spirit-severing blade, you're nothing. With a good weapon, humans can easily crush monsters like you. Next, he lifted his head and looked straight ahead like a mental patient. I will be the strongest human. I will personally finish off the highest level aberrant. The name Truong Thuan will surely be written in the city's history books. Deep in his subconscious, the spirit in Zhao was fading. He struggled to warn him. Tan Hai, my life force is running out. You absolutely cannot close your eyes. You have to hold on to your will. Hang in there. A blinding light flared. The imposing dragon armor vanished completely. It returned Tan Hai to his weak human form. He collapsed before the guns of the robots. Seeing his opponent's true form, Truong Thuan bent down. He held out his hand and sneered. Back to being immortal, are we? It seems the spirit inside you is about to die. You two are sharing energy to cling to life, aren't you? Too bad. Now I'll torture your body until you two are completely disconnected. In another scene, the two women were tied to a pillar. The blonde woman worried quietly. Can we really trust that kid? Meanwhile, the despairing Hai Sa muttered, Tan Hai, you have to come save us. As soon as she finished her prayer, a series of bright fireballs suddenly flew in from nowhere. They slammed straight into the guard's formation. An unlucky robot took a direct hit from the explosion. It was sent flying, and dust filled the air. The force of the explosion blew the armored soldiers back like dominoes. Amidst the raging flames, a red-haired man with cool fire wings shot out. He delivered a kick like a god. His flaming kick slammed straight into the soldier's face, shattering its protective armor. Another scorching kick sent the enemy flying through the stone wall. The robot soldiers quickly raised their swords and charged, but a mysterious figure in a wide-brimmed hat, carrying a sea of flames, quickly appeared to help. The red-haired man swung his arm. He launched a giant fire rocket that incinerated all obstacles in front of him. Gagged and unable to speak, the pink-haired woman mumbled, Is he with you? The blonde woman shook her head vigorously. No. Then she wondered in panic, Who is this? Did another district commander send people to cause trouble? Seeing the flames approaching, Hai Sa cried in fear. She groaned internally. Don't come over here. I don't want to be a roasted pig. Then she closed her eyes tightly and gave an order. Good. Use your enchanting flow to knock him out immediately. A romantic purple smoke enveloped her. The blonde woman inhaled the smoke. Her eyes widened in horror. What is this strange smell? Looking over, she saw her teammate unconscious on the post. Haisa spoke with a dry tone. Oops, it's over. I accidentally hit my own side. Suddenly, the red-haired young man landed where the two women were tied up. The pink-haired woman screamed in alarm. Haisa regained her composure. Her face was pale. She said sarcastically, Perfect timing. The wind has already blown away the flow. Suddenly, a muscular, long-haired man appeared amidst the flames. He smiled charmingly. Don't be nervous, beautiful ladies. I'm here to save you. Back at the main battle, Truong Thuan grabbed Tan Hai's hair. He held a knife to his face and smiled cruelly. Where should I start carving first? To be honest, your human face is still quite handsome. Seeing Tan Hai wince, the leader patted his face mockingly. What's with that look? Are you about to cry and beg me for your life? But then Truong Thuan's expression changed instantly. He shouted, But I don't have time to play games. Tie his hands tightly for me. Suddenly, Tan Hai reached out and pressed a button on a device on his hand. He smirked cruelly. Too bad. Your scrap heaps are all deaf now. They won't obey your orders anymore. This made the leader's eyes widen. What? Immediately, the robot guards were sent flying into the air, much to the leader's astonishment. Truong Thuan furiously questioned him. How can you use a mystic arts user's ability? Are you not a pure aberrant? Tan Hai glanced at him sideways and taunted. I'm giving you a hint, you idiot. Suddenly, sensing a strange killing intent behind him, the leader swung his sword and spun around, yelling. Who's there? While he was swinging his sword wildly, a strange phenomenon appeared. It made him exclaim in confusion, because at that moment, a cold, silver-haired woman landed from above. She stepped on the enemy's shoulder with an extremely arrogant posture. Recognizing the familiar face, Truong Thuan stumbled back. He broke into a cold sweat and cried out in alarm. Chung Li Than, why is it you? Meanwhile, the woman had already landed on the ground. Chung Li Than turned to look at Tan Hai with pity. I was just one step too late. I let you get beaten up like this. Tanhai panted and forced a smile. It's okay. As long as you help me smash this traitor's face in, I'll apologize for trespassing at your place. Truong Thuan struggled to his feet. He yelled defiantly, You're about to die, and you're still talking big? You too, Chung Lai Thane. I am the one. Before the commander of District 9, Tanhai's eyes flashed purple. He channeled his power and shouted, In front of the commander? In front of me? What do you have to be proud of? The leader's face turned pale. He stumbled back and stammered, No, impossible. How can you still stand after being injured like that? His answer was a blinding punch from Tanhai, accompanied by a curse. Commander, my ass. Tanhai's anger boiled over. He charged forward, swinging his fists and screaming, Come on, you coward. Where's that fierce attitude you had before? I don't bow down that easily. His punches rained down. Tanhai sat on top of him, pinning him to the ground. He punched and yelled, Here's for slashing me. Here's for trying to kill me. Here's for threatening me. Watching the show, Chung Li Than's eyes widened in admiration. She muttered, This is the first time I've seen someone get stabbed by the spirit-severing blade and still be so tough. Truong Thuan, oh Truong Thuan, you mess with the wrong person. This is instant karma. Truong Thuan was beaten half to death. He coughed up blood and lay on the ground, panting like a sick dog. But Tanhai wasn't done. His eyes blazed with extreme anger. He growled, Aberrants are people too. What's wrong with living in this land? Since the day the spirit now entered me, I haven't harmed anyone. It's only because you people keep pushing us that there are casualties. Despite his swollen face, the leader still managed to smirk mockingly. Ha! A country bumpkin like you knows nothing about the laws here. Being born an aberrant is a crime. This whole city will hunt you down until you're dead. Tanhai's blue eyes flashed sharply. He finished with a firm statement. You guys are thirsty for the spirit and Gao inside me, aren't you? Forget that fantasy. He pulled me back from the gates of hell. My life and his are one. I'd rather die than hand him over to anyone. The young man let go of his enemy, letting him fall to the ground. He held his head high and declared firmly, Because I live with a conscience. After an earth-shattering battle, with the spirit-severing blade still embedded in his chest, Tanhai stood tall. He relied entirely on his sheer willpower to remain standing. Although the spirit and Gao hadn't responded, he could still clearly feel the fear, the presence of his companion inside his body. Tanhai closed his eyes and took a labored breath. He struggled to maintain consciousness after the deadly fight. His legs finally gave out. He swayed and could no longer stand. As he stumbled and fell to the ground, Chung Li Than rushed forward, shouting, Hey, kid. The old master hurriedly ran over. She shoved a bottle of medicine into his mouth and urged him, Hey, don't sleep. Drink this. It'll help with the pain and keep you alive. Endure it. As long as your body isn't dead, you can be saved. Over there, Truong Thuan struggled to his feet and smirked. What a pity. It took so much effort to assassinate him back then. Even the raging lava couldn't finish him off. Truly worthy of being a great mystic arts master. The old master's face grew stern. She turned to lecture the traitor. That incident back then severely damaged my core energy. It took years of seclusion to recover. Your sins are unforgivable. He remembered the scene from years ago. He was cornered by a sea of raging lava, ready to swallow him whole. On the brink of life and death, he had to pull out his last life-saving treasure to save himself. A stream of mystical blue spiritual energy shot out from the spirit-gathering bottle. The spiritual energy formed a powerful, swirling water wall. It protected the old man from the raging flames around him. Thanks to the protective treasure, the old man was lucky to survive the terrifying fire that year. The old master recounted the old story with sadness. I had to borrow the spirit-gathering bottle, which I had refined for many years, to escape from the East Island. Because of that, I neglected you. Coupled with the pressure and expectations from your family, you developed resentment. Greed blinded you, and you lost yourself. Truong Thuan angrily shouted back, You hypocritical old man, you only nurtured those with talent. What value did I have? Until I met Tai at Vuong. He smirked with resentment, preparing to play his final trump card. A burst of dark energy exploded violently. It was accompanied by a wild roar. It's my time to act. Ha ha ha. Oh, master of Xich Hoang, borrow this power. Truong Thuan frantically absorbed the dark energy. He hissed. So what if the price is to offer this body to him once more? In the endless darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes flashed with killing intent. A ruthless command was given. Quickly retrieve the spirit, severing blade. The traitor stood up and bowed respectfully. He obeyed Tia Than Tan. The master frowned and scolded, just like when he stabbed me back then. You're willing to be his puppet again? Suddenly realizing something terrible, the old man's eyes widened in horror. He wondered, what is their true goal? Truong Thuan shot forward like a phantom, screaming madly. It was Tai at Vuong who gave me this power. The old master had to act immediately to stop him. The space around them seemed to crack. Then it shattered into 100 pieces under his suffocating pressure. The old master glanced back to ensure the safety of the unconscious Tan Hai behind him. Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, the crazed leader charged again. He intended to take both their lives. The great master immediately formed a hand seal with incredible skill. He shouted and sealed off all the enemy's attack routes. The female master clenched her fist. She activated the full power of the spirit-locking formation. A group of soldiers was immediately crushed. Then they flew towards Truong Tuan. His pupils constricted as he looked up at the attack. Then he decisively knocked them all away. Truong Tuan cried out in horror as a glowing seal appeared on his arm. Huh? The dark energy immediately backfired. It struck back at his own ambition in an instant. His head twisted back painfully. He screamed in agony. My neck is broken. It hurts so much. So much pain. Then his head quickly snapped back into place. Then his head turned from side to side. He muttered insanely. Where is it? Where is the spirit, severing blade? Chung Lai Than extended her slender hand and muttered a sealing incantation. She looked down at her misguided student with sad, sorrowful eyes. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Truong Thuan looked up. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with despair and resentment. The dark energy gradually dissipated, leaving his limp body to fall freely into the abyss. He hit the ground, creating a deep crater amidst the thick dust and smoke. The traitor now lay motionless among the rubble. His breathing was weak. He had completely lost the ability to fight back. Tan Hai quietly asked, Is it over? Is it safe now? He received a reassuring answer. Don't worry. Truong Thuan can't get up anymore. Tai At Vuan has devoured his consciousness. He's nothing but an empty shell now. Suddenly, the red-haired man enveloped in fire landed. He held the pink-haired and blonde-haired women in his arms and landed safely. The pink-haired woman quickly looked up at Tan Hai with worried eyes. She rushed over to him and asked, Tan Hai, are you okay? He could only smile wryly and reply, Having a sword stuck in my chest doesn't feel too great. The deathly blade finally dislodged itself automatically. It fell and stuck into the cold ground beside him. Ingiam Tat Phuong walked over and looked at the ravaged battlefield. Looks like you've been through a hell of a fight, the pink-haired woman asked. The pink-haired woman was on the verge of tears. You're so badly injured. It's all my fault for asking you to come to this godforsaken place. Neem Tat Phuong turned and asked, Thon Tai, what's the plan now? Chung Li Than gave a firm order. While my medicine is still in effect, you carry this kid to the Impermanence Tavern and wait for me. Tan Hai groggily opened his eyes. He looked at the strange benefactor who had just saved his life. He wondered to himself, who is this person? The man brushed back his hair and smiled warmly. I'm NGM Tat Phuong. I'm an aberrant like you. My host spirit is a bifanged bird, so you can just call me Dai Du to be friendly. Tan Hai weakly nodded. He whispered in reply, Okay, brother Dai Du. I'll be in your care then. Dai Du lifted him onto his shoulder and reminded him, hold on tight. Flying can be a bit dizzying. The pink-haired woman frantically yelled after them, Hey, where are you taking him? The sound of an explosion from the flames as he took off left Hai Sa speechless. She clutched her head in amazement. The wind whipped Tan Hai's face. He struggled to yell and plead, Fly slower, big brother. Flying like this will rip open all my wounds. Chung Li Than calmly explained to the two girls. The Impermanence Tavern is a bar that Dai Du and I own together. It's the safest place to take refuge. It also has medical supplies to save Tan Hai's life. The captain's eyes widened when she heard this. She asked, I heard Dai Du call you. Are you the legendary mystic arts master Chung Li Than? The female master smiled humbly. Great master? That's just what my disciples flatter me with. She gently placed her hand on the girl's forehead to check her. This one is fine. She's just sleeping from exhaustion. The blonde-haired woman let out a soft sigh of relief. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Looking around for a moment, she held her head and asked, what just happened? Why am I lying on the ground here? Then her gaze fell on the female master who was smiling gently in front of her. Seeing this, Chung Li Than patted her head warmly. Good. You're awake. The danger has passed. The blonde-haired woman's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe her eyes. Master. Then she burst into tears and threw herself into Chung Li Than's arms. Master, she sobbed, her face a mess. I thought we were separated by life and death. I thought I'd never see you again. This made Chung Li Than chuckle. She patted her head reassuringly. How could I pass away so easily? My mission isn't finished yet. The blonde-haired woman bowed her head in self-reproach. It's all my fault. I was so focused on restoring my family's honor that I blindly joined the Enfang division. The pink-haired woman next to her nodded in agreement. That's right, that Enfang division is always abusing its power and arresting innocent people. The most tragic victims are aberrants like us. Your core values have been twisted for a long time. Hai Sa continued to question them with her hands on her hips. So what the hell are you collecting host spirits from aberrants for? At this, Captain Bo Tri could only sigh regretfully and reply, I can't fully answer that question for you right now. Hearing this, Hai Sa's face fell. She muttered in disappointment. Ah, this familiar routine again. Afraid I'll leak internal information or something. She really doesn't trust me at all. Chung Li Than turned to comfort her blonde student. I believe that the righteousness in your heart still exists. You just wanted to find a stable position in the Infong division. She sighed softly and clasped her hands thoughtfully. But cause and effect are cyclical. Things in this world don't always develop in the way you intend. The female master looked at her student with a forgiving gaze. Now that you have your own path, I have nothing left to teach you. Also, we may be on the same sea, but we're not in the same boat. So let's be blunt if you want to keep your position. You can take me to the Anfong Tai now. The sudden offer surprised the blonde girl. She bit her lip. Her eyes revealed a fierce internal conflict. Trung Lai Than suddenly extended his hand with a proposal. What if we, master and student, work together to shatter these rotten rules? We could build a perfect home for both deviants and host spirits. We'll return Sichuang City to its former glory. The air grew tense. Hai Sa's face went pale. She thought, oh no, they're about to clash again. I need to get out of here and save myself. But the blonde girl wiped her tears. She looked up with determination. Master, what's your next move? At the same time, high above the city, Niem Tat Phuong flew with Tan Hai on his back. He shot through the sky like a heat-seeking missile, heading for the Am Vo Thuong Tavern. His harsh landing sent up a cloud of dust and smoke. It completely collapsed a section of the tavern's roof. Dai Du quickly put the young man on a bed and said, just hang in there. I'll get the first aid kit. Tan Hai weakly opened his eyes. He looked around in a daze and asked, Where is this? The man turned back with a bright smile. Don't worry, he said. This is my bedroom. It's completely safe and private. Dai Du rushed down to the bar, yelling for his favorite disciple. Lai fuck, where are you? The dark-skinned bartender jumped. What is it, boss? He stammered. Is the house on fire or something? Dai Du gasped for breath. The high-tech treatment pod I bought on the black market. Where did you put it? His disciple answered coolly. Oh, that. I turned it into a fish tank. Hearing that answer made his blood boil. Dai Du's eyes widened and he roared. What? Get yourself upstairs now and give me a hand. On the bed, Tan Hai's eyes were shut tight. His pale face was drenched in sweat. He was about to pass out from exhaustion. Seeing the critical situation, Dai Du rushed over and shook him. Hey, buddy, wake up. Don't you dare die on me. The disciple ran up and saw the gruesome wound. My God, what is this? They both hurried to lift him into the treatment pod. They kept reminding each other. Hurry up, get him in there, hold him steady, don't drop him. In another corner of the tavern, the dark-skinned disciple was proudly showing off to a customer. I'm a marine biology expert. I know everything about these 3 ornamental fish. The customer next to him scoffed. He sneered. Yeah, right. Stop bluffing, old man. The disciple confidently pointed to the fish tank and lectured passionately. This is the rare 7-color discus. It belongs to the super-exclusive cichlid family from the tropics. He even explained enthusiastically. This is a color-changing species. The males are white, and the females are patterned. As the name suggests, they change color during mating season to attract partners. Ironically, the rare green-headed fish he mentioned was actually Tan Hai. He was wearing an oxygen mask, submerged for treatment in the glowing green water. The customer's eyes widened in horror. He pointed a trembling finger at the giant creature in the tank. Then what kind of mutated species is this giant fish? The disciple froze. What? Meanwhile, news of Commander Truong Thuan's sudden death threw all of District 9 into a state of terrifying chaos. The people's long-suppressed anger finally exploded, plunging the city into turmoil. A fat official was cornered by deviants. He cried and begged for his life. Please, don't kill me. We can talk this out. I promise I'll pay for the damages out of my own pocket. But a purple-haired deviant roared, cutting off his cowardly plea. It's too late for that, sweetie. We don't need it anymore. And just like that, the official was kicked through a glass window. He screamed as he plummeted from the high floor to the ground below. Looting and chaos erupted everywhere. A mother cried desperately for the child snatched from her arms. My child! Please give me back my child. The kidnapper just laughed maniacally. Just have more. Have 10, have 100 more. At that moment, the captain of the armed guard waved his hand. He commanded his soldiers, all forces, code red, highest alert. If you see any rebels, shoot to kill. No questions asked. Suddenly, a hybrid bat-like monster appeared. It spread its giant wings, crazily blocking the guards' barrage of bullets. It bared its fangs and claws, letting out a deafening roar. The sonic waves were so powerful they shook the very air. The demon bat's power shattered the guards' defensive formation. It sent them flying like autumn leaves. Amidst the city's chaotic battle, in a secret laboratory, a doctor coldly used tweezers to pick up a mysterious purple crystal shard. From behind the observation glass, the guard commander stood stoically. He watched Truong Tuan's autopsy. The commander asked in a deep voice, "What are the results?" The researcher immediately reported, "We've just extracted a fragment. It's a strange cell from the scratch mark on Truong Tuan's body. Tests show this organic tissue doesn't belong to the victim. It's definitely organic. It's a trace left by the attacker." The commander spoke grimly to the red-haired sorcerer. "We don't have much time. Please proceed with the next step, my lord." The red-haired man smirked confidently. "Leave it to me." He added in a sinister tone, "We must find the location of that deviant. Lord Tyat wants the Fan Sham Lin blade on him." Just then, a voice interrupted. "Report." The guard entered and stood at attention. "Everyone has arrived." The commander immediately gave the order. "Excellent. Convene a meeting to deploy the plan to pacify District 9. Meanwhile, in a dark, ancient tomb, a skull burned with an eerie, green flame. It stood guard on a cliff face. A figure in ancient robes calmly carried a stone tray. He walked through a cold, stone corridor filled with an aura of death. He carefully placed a jar of dark purple liquid and a silver cup next to an ancient sword. He used a sharp blade to slit his palm. He winced as dark red blood dripped into the silver cup. He knelt before the ancient sword and offered the sacrifice. His expression was solemn and respectful. He closed his eyes and channeled his power. The jar of dark liquid beside him suddenly began to boil violently. A dazzling magic circle erupted beneath him. A vortex of spiritual energy swirled furiously. Elsewhere, the fierce war between deviant factions across the city raged on. It was chaotic and brutal. A giant rhinoceros beast bared its fangs and roared. It charged wildly, destroying everything in its path. It ferociously rammed into the gate of the Amvo Thuong Tavern. The impact shook the heavens and the earth. However, an invisible force sent the rhino monster tumbling backward pathetically. The beast's head was spinning. It felt like a flock of birds was chirping around it. With a temporarily closed sign hanging outside, Daidu peeked through a crack in the door. He muttered at the wreckage, "It's absolute chaos out there. Good thing we have Than's barrier, or the tavern would be toast." Inside the treatment pod, Tan Hai was still wearing his oxygen mask. He was deep in a stupor amidst the bubbling medicinal water. Outside, Hai Sa grew impatient and complained, "If he soaks in there any longer, my Tan Hai will turn into a pickled specimen. Isn't there another way?" Trung Lai Thon took a drag from his cigarette and replied flatly, "Right now, we need to figure out how to get the Thon Cham Lin blade out of him." The disciple brought over a steaming basket and offered, "You must all be starving. Have something to eat." The pink-haired girl shot him a sharp glare. Who has the appetite to eat at a time like this? Daiju quickly turned to the blonde former captain. "Hey, Captain, you're the tech expert here. Do you have any device that can remove the Thon Cham Lin blade and keep him alive?" The blonde girl furrowed her brow in thought, then answered honestly, "The Enfong T has much better specialized equipment to handle this. This kind of wound, I mean. This old fish tank of yours is extremely unstable." Daiju nearly choked on his spit. "What?" At that moment, Haisa narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "So you're planning to use saving Tan Hai as an excuse to get us all to break in into the An Fong T's headquarters, then use your technology to separate the spirit, Ngao, right? Killing two birds with one stone, aren't you?" The blonde girl let out a helpless sigh at her teammate's baseless suspicion. Then she retorted angrily, "If I really wanted to play dirty, I'd just make one phone call. The guards would come and bust all of you. Why would I trap myself in a dead end like this?" With that, she stomped her heel forcefully, cracking the wooden floor in anger. Haisa didn't back down. She crossed her arms and sneered, "There's that habit of stomping to intimidate people again. With that scheming look on your face, who knows what you're planning next?" The former captain broke out in a sweat. She sighed in frustration. "I'm so unlucky to have this kind of paranoid teammate. It feels like there's a camera over my head, watching my every move. She's clearly targeting me." Seeing the two women with fire in their eyes, ready to tear each other apart. "What do you want?" one said. "And what about you?" said the other. Daiju broke out in a cold sweat and tried to intervene. "Hey, ladies, calm down." Just as the atmosphere was about to snap, the Thon Cham Lin blade on the floor suddenly emitted a strange green light. Trung Lai Fan held his cigarette, staring intently at the sword. He cried out in amazement, "Everyone, look. The Than Cham Lin blade is changing." Han Hai slowly awoke in a boundless space. He looked around in confusion, wondering, "Let me think. Where the hell am I?" In the real world, the pink-haired girl was frantic with worry. The former blonde captain stared at the alarming monitor. "This is bad. Tan Hai's heart rate is 20% above average. His nerve cells are also being severely damaged." Trung Lai Fan frowned, focusing on the aura around them. He whispered to himself, "I can clearly feel an external power interfering. Could this be an illusion?" In the command room, the red-haired sorcerer was also observing from afar with his spirit eye. He smirked. "Huh, Trung Lai Fan, so that old hag is still kicking. And who are these strange kids with her?" He muttered calculatingly as he saw the blade resonating with Tan Hai's body. A fatal stab straight through the heart like that. He's beyond saving. might as well. A chilling smile spread across his face. He thought, I might as well dive deep into his mind. I'll see what this dying deviant is plotting. In Tan Hai's dark subconscious, swirling darkness enveloped him. His breathing was ragged and tired. He wandered aimlessly through the cold, empty void, asking himself, am I awake? Am I still alive, or have I logged out of Earth? I don't know how far I've walked. He gently rubbed his forehead. Tan Hai mumbled in discomfort. Ugh, why is my head so heavy? Hey, what's this thing clinging to my head? It turned out to be a mini version of a black, goat-horned kid. It was trying to chew on his head, leaving Tan Hai with a look of helpless frustration. He stared at the bizarre little creature in front of him. He asked doubtfully, Hey, what species are you, little bro? The horned kid bared its fangs and let out a proud cry. I am Gao. Instantly, a towering, colossal shadow crackling with blue lightning materialized behind him. It shook the very fabric of his soul space. Tan Hai looked up at the gigantic monster. He stammered to the little horned kid, Is that giant thing part of your gang? Little Nung Jiao crossed his arms and explained, That is my beast form in the human world. Right now, the Fan Cham Lin blade is draining my life force. I just want to see what life or death choice you'll make. The little one suggested sorrowfully, You don't have to worry about me. Just quietly walk out of this void. Wait until I'm gone. When that blade drains all my life, you'll be free. You'll return to being a normal human, living a simple, peaceful life. But he also pointed out a second, more dangerous path, or you could be brave and pull out that blade to save me. We would continue to be bound by life, fighting together, even if the path ahead is filled with thorns. The kid's eyes lit up. He looked straight at Tan Hai with anticipation. So, show me a little hope. Let's burn brightly together one more time. Suddenly, a multitude of black hands rose from the void's abyss. They surrounded Tan Hai, ready to drag him down to hell. Tan Hai lost his balance and fell into the void. He desperately reached out and shouted, Wait, now. The horned kid below also cried out in panic. Tan Hai. And Zhao stretched out his small hand with all his might. He yelled, Tan Hai, I really need your help. Tan Hai also gritted his teeth, straining to grab that tiny hand. Now, just hold on a second. However, his body suddenly slammed into an invisible spatial wall. He continued to plummet downward. On the other side, Eng Zhao's colossal beast form was being sealed. It slowly sank into the deep blue spiritual energy of the Fan Cham Lin blade. Tan Hai let out a courageous roar. He cast aside all fear. Hold on, now, I'm coming. Instantly, he kicked off the spatial cubes. He launched himself forward like a god. Breaking through all spiritual barriers, Tan Hai used both hands to grab the lightning energy that was pinning down Eng Zhao's form. His hands glowed with electricity. His unwavering will burned brightly, overwhelming all physical pain. He used all his strength, letting out a resounding roar to yank out the blade of death. At that moment, a mysterious dark figure suddenly appeared behind Tan Hai. It spoke with a chilling, sarcastic voice. You really want to choose this suicidal path? He immediately turned and asked, Who are you? In front of Tan Hai, an exact replica of himself appeared. It spoke coldly. Don't panic. I am the real you. Now has deceived you. Don't forget, you are human. Tan Hai's eyes widened in horror. A cold sweat broke out at the strange appearance of this double. The other self continued to whisper temptations. Haven't you always wished for a normal life in Shichong City? Returning to square one is the right path. This is the best chance to kill him, to make him vanish from your body forever. He glared, shouting with agitation. He doesn't belong in this world. He's just a hideous monster. Tan Hai cried out in pain. No. But his double gripped his shoulder, pressing him. Think about your peaceful future. He violently shoved the hand away and declared firmly, No, you are not me. Outside his mind, the entity suddenly froze in doubt. In the mental world, Tan Hai channeled his power into his fist. He unleashed an extremely powerful surge of deep blue spiritual energy. He stood tall and roared confidently. My keen sense of smell is still here. The reason is that the stench on you is completely different from mine. The red-haired sorcerer invading his mind cried out in terror. What? Tan Hai's eyes blazed. He threw a punch crackling with blue lightning and roared. Get the hell out of my mind. The mental counterattack was so terrifying, the intruder couldn't react in time. He screamed in despair. Impossible. The sorcerer's consciousness was forcefully ejected. The spirit beast Eng Zhao smiled gratefully. Thank you, Tan Hai. A powerful reverse flow of energy blew away all the dark seals restraining his mind. In the real world, Tan Hai stirred. Cracks of brilliant golden light flashed across his face. Back at the Anfong T's hideout, the sorcerer suddenly coughed up blood. He staggered back in pain. The demon bat deviant next to him saw this and burst out laughing. Another useless sorcerer. The red-haired man wiped the blood from his mouth. He laughed maniacally and threatened. My mission is complete anyway. Your little hideout has been completely exposed. You better pray for your lives. Tan Hai, now recovered, stood tall on the head of the beast Eng Zhao. He retorted coolly, You should save that for yourself. Instantly, the red-haired man realized in horror that his feet were frozen. What is this? I can't move my legs. The young man shot him a cold glare. You were too blind to see whose territory you were stepping into. Suddenly, under the red-haired man's feet, a thick, dark purple miasma swirled. It rose up and bound him tightly. Tanhai shouted with authority, "Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." The beast now also opened its mouth, and a thunderous roar tore through the night. Taste the roar of death, you pathetic little sorcerer. The red-haired man could only stammer in despair. Wait, you can't. In the secret lab on the other side, the silver offering cup suddenly shook violently. Black smoke billowed out. The terrifying reverse power erupted from the magic circle. It created a bolt of lightning that destroyed the entire ritual room. The sorcerer's consciousness on the other end was incinerated. He screamed in agony. Stop it, you bastard. The magic circle completely shattered. It sent all the ritual tools flying across the room. The guards standing outside could only gape in astonishment at the chaotic scene inside. The commander watched grimly as a terrified soldier ran in to report. Report, he barked coldly. Speak. The soldier trembled and stammered, Sir, the Lord Sorcerer has had an accident. Looking over, the red-haired sorcerer was pinned to a broken wall, unconscious. We couldn't get any information. We're doing everything we can to save him now. The commander clicked his tongue in anger, gritting his teeth. Sk! What a useless piece of trash. He turned to the assembled candidates. He announced clearly, Listen up, candidates. The plan has changed. Whoever brings back the Fan Cham Lin blade first will become the commander of District 9. Immediately, the group roared. Fired up, they shouted. Let's transform and move out, brothers. On the neon-lit streets of District 9, scenes of rioting and looting unfolded. It was utterly chaotic and out of control. Two deviant hunters smirked at the battlefield. Oh ho, a deserted street like this looks exciting. The one walking beside him scratched his head, wondering. District 9 may be small, but where are we supposed to find a trace of the Fan Cham Lin blade? One of them pulled out a tracking device and analyzed the data. According to intel from the governor, the blade is on a person. He's badly injured, so he can't have gone far. He must be hiding in a building around here. The blue-skinned deviant grinned, baring his fangs. He suggested, Well then, why don't we just search all the nearby hospitals? We can snap a few necks for information to speed things up. Hearing this, his silver-haired companion smacked him on the head and cursed. You idiot! Is your brain made of mush? He's a criminal. A 5-star wanted criminal, extremely dangerous. Only a fool would walk into a public hospital to get caught. Besides, no place would dare to be open at this hour. He added with a stern voice, Not to mention, we are professional deviant hunters. We can't just go around killing indiscriminately. We have to be discreet and professional in everything we do. The blue-skinned one reluctantly agreed. I know that already, big bro. The blue-skinned deviant licked his lips. He showed off his sharp fangs and revealed his true intentions. I just want to maintain my kill streak. The moment I see prey, my blood starts to boil. The hunt is my only joy. Just then, a massive explosion rocked the front of the Amvo Thuong Tavern. Thick black smoke billowed into the air. The silver-haired man immediately took a defensive stance. Watch out, something's happening. The blue-skinned one beside him also got ready. Roger. It turned out to be the demon bat deviant from before. It had been thrown to the ground and was now roaring for help. Hey, you two over there, aren't you going to get over here and give me a hand? The two hunters could only stare in bewilderment. What? Truong Thuan suddenly questioned the two strangers. What's wrong? Aren't you guys from the Yutan clan? The silver-haired hunter replied calmly. What the hell is the Yutan clan? The blue-skinned deviant grinned with delight. He lifted Truong Thuan by the collar. Found something tasty. I'm getting excited. Let me warm up a bit. Truong Thuan's face turned pale. What? What are you going to do? Who are you? The silver-haired man standing next to him smirked. We're the brothers, Doc Vi and Jack Hugh. The silver-haired man projected a 3D image of Tan Hai and interrogated him. So, have you seen this guy anywhere? Truong Thuan immediately denied it to save his life. No, I don't know him. I've never seen him before. Suddenly, a dark shadow flew over their heads. The silver-haired man turned and shouted, Our real prey is over there. A giant, beast-like deviant jumped down, swung its weapon, and shouted, Every wrong has a source. Every debt has a debtor. The silver-haired man smirked mockingly. Another fully bestialized deviant blinded by rage. Too bad you picked the wrong target to vent on. Honey. The wild beast charged forward recklessly, but a powerful counterattack completely stopped its advance. The silver-haired hunter shot forward like a lightning bolt. He carried a chilling aura as he headed straight for the beast. He delivered a fatal blow, piercing the opponent's chest. The monster let out a single pained scream before freezing. A series of sharp spikes erupted from inside the monster's body. It sent him logging out of Earth in an instant. On the other side of the street, a squad of robot guards were also frantically fleeing for their lives. A panicked soldier cried out when he saw a figure blocking their path. Huh? but the silver-haired hunter quickly reassured him. Don't sweat it, we're on the same side. A massive, armored deviant emerged from the smoke, cackling. Have the Yutan clan brothers eaten yet? Your flesh looks delicious. The guard trembled and backed away. Run! What? What are you things? He brutally crushed the soldier's body in his palm. Take this. The remaining soldiers could only scream in terror. The guard commander quickly roared orders to his subordinates. Attention, the enemy's identity is unknown. Prepare for battle. At the Am Vo Thuong Tavern, the communication device on the table suddenly flashed a rapid blue light. Lai Fuk jumped in alarm. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl was still slumped over the bar. She was fast asleep, snoring loudly. The blonde girl was busy typing, adjusting the treatment pod. She ignored her teammates' loud snores next to her. Lai Fuk rushed in to report to his female master. Than, there's a big disturbance from the Yutan clan. Trung Lai Than, holding a cigarette, frowned slightly. What's going on? The loud noise woke the pink-haired girl. She blinked her sleepy eyes and looked around drowsily. From the virtual screen, an urgent signal came from the scene. Than, we're in big trouble. 2 unknown monsters are rampaging through Neon Street. Our brothers can't hold on much longer. We need backup, now. On the battlefield, a guard hiding in a corner panted. They're unnaturally strong. With skills like these, they could be professional special ops, not some low-level deviants. Trung Lai Than immediately gave an order. Roger that. Tell the brothers to retreat and regroup. Preserve our forces for now. We're on our way. She turned and patted the long-haired young man's shoulder, urging him. Hurry up, Dai Du. Follow me to Neon Street. We need to break the siege, Dai Du. He nodded decisively. Got it. The pink-haired girl frantically asked, Wait, what about us? What about Tan Hai? The female master gave a stern order. You all stay here and hold the fort. My brothers are in trouble out there. I can't just stand by. I can't just stand by and watch. I'm leaving this place to you. Lai Fuk immediately responded with confidence. Leave it to us. In the infirmary, the blonde girl stared anxiously at the monitor's readings. This is strange. Tan Hai's heart rate has suddenly stabilized. Furthermore, his body is absorbing the spiritual energy from the Than Sham Lin blade. What on earth is happening? In the soul space, Tan Hai calmly opened his arms to receive the dazzling spiritual energy. Don't worry, it's all good. No problem. The horned kitten Gao next to him gasped in amazement. What? What crazy thing are you doing? And Zhao confidently explained, I want to drain the power of the Than Sham Lin blade to heal my wounds. That's the only way my physical body can recover quickly. Tan Hai listened, then asked curiously, so those spirit claw gauntlets you had before, did you also get them by forcefully taking them like this? The Zhao entity nodded and explained further. That's right, spirit weapons can't just be used normally. This is a treasure forged by the great god Ha-La. To use it, you need the blessing of a supreme being. Tan Hai crossed his arms and smirked. So it's like when humans buy feng shui items and perform blessing rituals. They call that a consecration ceremony. The horned kid clicked his tongue as a reminder. But if that old god finds out, he'll definitely take back these 2 items. So, you have to use your own spiritual power to quickly merge with the Than Sham Lin. Even though it'll take some time, Tan Hai rolled up his sleeves with a grin. Alright then. Let's team up and drain all its energy. Back in the real world, the sky was filled with surveillance drones. A hunter wearing high-tech goggles controlled them with a wave of his hand. He grinned slyly. No one can find the Sham Lin faster than me. Once I find it, and that deviant Tan Hai, it's all over. A surveillance drone suddenly scanned with a red laser. It locked onto the position of someone recovering from injuries. The virtual analysis screen showed a facial comparison. It confirmed a 93% match with Tan Hai's face. The drone fleet swarmed like hundreds of prying eyes, scouring every nook and cranny. The residents on the street panicked. We're just civilians here. What are you trying to do? The hunter shouted back through a loudspeaker from a distance. Everyone, stay calm and cooperate. The man in the high-tech goggles smirked smugly. Those fools can only stand there and panic. The rival hunters couldn't help but grumble in frustration. Why is he allowed to use a whole fleet of drones to scan the map? Who can compete with such dirty tactics? Suddenly, drone number 16 was split in 2 by a streak of light. It fell to the ground in pieces. The man with the goggles was startled. Huh. Number 16 has been shot down. He quickly directed drone number 17 to approach and investigate. Number 17, go check for any activity. The drone flew forward and immediately crashed into an invisible barrier floating in midair. The hunter was stunned. What the hell is this? A transparent wall? Could it be a protective barrier? A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He instantly realized the truth. This is clearly a sorcerer's barrier technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered the activation of the thermal imaging system. He needed to see through the protective screen. Seeing the faint red heat signatures moving inside, he roared with excitement. Highly suspicious. Deploy the suicide squad to surround them now. A swarm of drones entered combat mode. The goggled man gave a grim order to his mechanical minions. Tell your comrades to open fire with everything they've got. Level this barrier for me. Receiving the command, the drone swarm accelerated in unison. They launched volleys of mini-missiles that tore through the air toward the target. The terrifying bombardment created a massive, fiery explosion. It flattened a corner of the street and collapsed part of the tavern's roof. The immense shockwave from the explosion sent the three people inside flying. Dust and debris rained down on them. Tanhai, who was recovering in the treatment pod, was violently shaken. The water bubbled furiously, and he choked for air. The advanced protective barrier finally gave way. It shattered into 100 pieces and rained down on the ground. Lai Fuck cried out in terror. It's over. Fan's barrier is completely shattered. We've been exposed. Hearing the deafening explosion, nearby deviant hunters quickly ran over to see what was happening. What's going on? The explosion came from over there. Let's go check it out. The blonde former captain stared up at the ceiling, muttering nervously. Surveillance drones. They're searching for us. They've even deployed a fleet of drones to hunt us down. Haisa next to her frantically looked out the window and yelled. We have to go. Look, we're completely surrounded. Armored soldiers surrounded the tavern's exits. They threatened through a loudspeaker. The people inside, come out and surrender now. We promise to be lenient and not harm you. Haisa frantically turned and asked, what do we do now? The former captain gritted her teeth and made a decision. From the looks of it, Tanhai won't be waking up anytime soon. I'll go out myself and stall them. There's nothing you two can do. Hurry up, clean up, and get him out through the back. The pink-haired girl tried to stop her. You can't do that. It's too dangerous. But the blonde girl coldly reassured her. Don't worry. Remember, I still have the title of Enfong Tea Captain to protect me. They wouldn't dare touch a single hair on my head. Outside, the hunter with sunglasses held a remote control and smirked. Hey, no need for such a complicated script, ladies. He immediately pressed a button, sending a suicide drone hurtling forward. It shot like a kamikaze bomb straight for the tavern window. The blonde girl had just stepped outside, not yet able to negotiate. The drone slammed into the roof and exploded. The wooden ceiling collapsed, bringing down rubble. Lai Fu quickly covered his head and shouted a warning. Get down. Hit the deck. A giant pillar of fire erupted, engulfing the entire structure of the Am Vo Thuong Tavern. Everyone watched in shock. Seeing her life's work collapse in an instant, the blonde girl's eyes widened in rage. She screamed at the enemy, You savage bastards! What have you done? Black smoke was everywhere. Haisa and Lai Fuk lay unconscious amidst the rubble and shattered walls. Even the treatment pod's protective glass was cracked by the shockwave. Blue and purple spiritual energy crackled wildly around Tan Hai's levitating body. Bathed in the blinding light of the treatment pod, Tan Hai looked like a potato being boiled. He was surrounded by countless flashes of spiritual energy. The control panel suddenly flashed red with alarms. Warning! System malfunction. Oxygen dropping. Pulse erratic. It screamed like an overloaded old PC. Instantly, he burst out of the pod. He had a dazed, sleepy look on his face. His rippling muscles were on full display in the blinding blue light. Unconsciously, he began to growl. My vitals are dropping. I need to return to reality. The entity in Zhao laughed in response. The Cham Lin is mine. A magnificent aura in the shape of a beast's face erupted around his body. He exclaimed with satisfaction. Power. I can feel the power. This is the feeling. Is it complete? Without waiting for an answer, Tanhai shot into the air like an out-of-control rocket. He screamed amidst a web of lightning. Back on the ground, amidst the rubble, our protagonist had saved the day. He stylishly carried the pink-haired girl away. The hunters pointed and stared as if they'd seen a strange creature. Look, it's that guy. He's still not dead after all that. He's so lucky. A few minions started whispering with blind confidence. This power. Can you feel it? Are we just going to let him go? What's there to be afraid of? There are so many of us. Let's give him a taste of our strength. In another corner, the blonde former captain and the big guy also stared. Cold sweat dripped down their faces in confusion. Hey, what's wrong with him? The girl was still in shock, mumbling as if she'd lost her soul. To have survived that, it's unbelievable. What? The muscular enemy couldn't hide his arrogance. He blocked the path and yelled, Hey, kid, you dare ignore us? How rude. Where is the Cham Lin? Hearing this, Tanhai smirked provocatively and retorted sharply. Sorry to disappoint you. You'll never get it. He coolly threw off his tattered clothes. He stood defiantly in the middle of his enemies and declared, Not until my life ends. Purple, spiritual fire flared around him, glowing brightly in his chest. He taunted them. The Cham Lin is right here. If you have the guts, come and get it. The hunters jumped as if they'd stepped on a nail. What? It's inside his body? It's fused with him. This guy dares to look down on us? Let's go. First one to get it, keeps it. Annoyed, Tanhai gritted his teeth. His hunger for battle grew. How annoying. I'm in a terrible mood. You better not mess with me. Tanhai sprouted wings and didn't waste any more words. He dove down to strike. Then I'll just have to end you. Take this, don't fight me for him. He's mine. With just a light swing of his hand, the deviant created a streak of light that slashed upward. It sent the enemy flying into the distance with a terrified scream. The remaining enemies broke out in a cold sweat. Their faces turned pale. He's really strong. Tanhai channeled power into his right arm, which had transformed into a monstrous claw. He threatened them confidently. This is only 30% of my power. If I go all out, you'll lose your lives. The spiritual power system inside his body began to synchronize. The Cham Lin in his body resonated with the spirit claw. A finishing move was about to be unleashed. He spun around and unleashed a fiery red slash. He roared with righteousness. Let this blade of light purge your sins. Suddenly, from the shadows, a barrage of sharp spikes shot out like a meteor shower, aimed straight at his back. With the reflexes of a pro gamer, Tanhai swung the glowing red light blade. He easily deflected the entire sneak attack. The spike-wielding hunter revealed himself with a sinister smile. He crossed his arms, preparing to launch another volley of hidden weapons. Tanhai glanced up at the roof and sneered. A coward, hiding in the shadows and playing dirty. Taking advantage of his distraction, the armored man with the spiked shield charged forward like a tank. Now's the time to finish him. The response was a combo of dreamy purple slashes that filled the screen. A phantom argument echoed. Behold my extreme speed, 10/combo. Wouldn't Peerless Crescent Moon slash sound cooler? Ignoring the golden dragon phantom coiling behind him, Tanhai slashed through the grunts while snapping irritably. Stop interrupting. I'm trying to focus on the fight. The demon Nao chuckled mockingly. Haha, playing the hero? Are we? While the battle raged outside, the blonde former captain stood with her hands behind her back. She sighed as she looked at her two teammates, one in pink and one in black, passed out on a stone bench. She broke out in a cold sweat and tried to comfort herself. Good. They only fainted. Immediately after, her professional instincts kicked in, and she started thinking. The problem is, what do I do now? Bringing this deviant, Haisa, back to the An Fong Ti is pointless. The mission for my superiors was to capture Tanhai. The scene cuts to Tanhai sending a hammer-wielding enemy flying. How about I help you return to your human form? The guy panicked and screamed, no thanks, as the blonde girl's inner monologue continued. It's clear that the current Tanhai has evolved into a superclass individual. Normal human strength is useless against him. The blonde girl was still lost in thought, calculating her life's choices. If I return empty-handed, not only will I get no credit, I might even be silenced. I'll lose my position. All my previous efforts will be wasted. I'll have to start over from scratch. Despite her grim thoughts, she smirked as a cunning plan formed. This is a headache. I still don't know my master's true goal, or the relationship between Tanhai and my master. Everything is still part of Plan A. A thought flashed through her mind. An image of her master attacking from behind Tanhai. Could it be that master wants to use Tanhai to get the Cham Lin? What is hidden in this Shich Hong tower? Ignoring the sinister plots behind the scenes, Tanhai suddenly activated his bioradar. His blue eyes detected danger. The coward on the roof was no slouch either. He immediately flipped and threw out a barrage of deadly spikes. Tanhai used his momentum to gracefully dodge each one. He narrowly avoided a giant beast claw that slammed down from the sky, creating an explosion meant to crush him into a pulp. The coward angrily threw another handful of spikes, gritting his teeth and growling. Don't even think about running. Tanhai had already soared into the air, smoothly dodging the attack. He smirked with his piercing purple eyes. He casually swung his hand, launching a crimson blade of energy. He called out, "How was my appetizer?" Before the dirty fighter could understand what was happening, the streak of light sent him flying into the sky. He tumbled several times, losing all his dignity. On the ground, the blonde former captain looked up curiously. She mumbled, "It's that drone. Is it heading towards Tanhai?" The camera immediately pans to the hunter with the high-tech glasses who was laughing maniacally. "I'm here to join the fun. Let's see if you deviants are stronger, or if humanity's technology is superior." As she ran, the blonde girl was lost in a difficult calculation. This is not the time to linger. It's time to go back. Returning to the An Fong Ti would be disadvantageous. Betraying my master would mean ruin. Helping Tanhai and my master escape would be fine, but master is still my family. Her face hardened with determination. She came to a grim conclusion about survival in this world. It's about choosing the lesser of two evils. Having made her decision, she took off at a run. She grumbled, "Damn it, I have to go help him." On the other side of the battlefield, Tanhai was pressing the spike-type deviant relentlessly. He taunted him. "You spiky fellow, can you only hide in the shadows and shoot from afar?" The other immediately retorted, "It doesn't matter. As long as I achieve my goal, any method is fine." Tanhai scoffed at the nonsense. He swung his massive red claw, intending to finish his opponent. The spike user broke out in a cold sweat. His face was drained of blood. "This weapon is terrifying. If I keep taking hits like this, the link between me and my host spirit will be severed." Sensing the enemy's weakness, Tanhai struck a proud pose, hovering in the air. He offered some friendly advice. So, you two should probably say your goodbyes now. Suddenly, a drone rudely flew in front of them. Tanhai looked up and wondered, is this drone live streaming the crime scene or something? In another corner, the man with the high-tech glasses had locked onto the coordinates. He smirked victoriously and gave the order. Target locked. Suicide Squad, attack. A whole swarm of mechanical flies, mini-missile versions, dove down from the clouds. They aimed to level everything on the rooftop. Seeing the rain of bombs about to fall on his head, Tanhai swung his arm and shouted, "Get out of the way!" He tumbled gracefully in midair, but realized one was stuck to him like a leech. He exclaimed in panic, "Are you kidding me? A tracking bomb?" Before he could say another word, the suicide bomb exploded with a deafening roar. It sent Tanhai flying into the distance with a scream. His body crashed through several floors before slamming into the ground. Rubble and dust flew everywhere. As he struggled to his feet and spat out dust, Tanhai bitterly realized the death machine was still hovering above him, as if taunting him. Another earth-shattering explosion rained down. The flames shot up to the sky, roasting an entire corner of the unfortunate city block. The mastermind in the sunglasses gloated from above, pleased with his dirty plan. "I don't care about some Chamlin. This suicide missile squad is my new weapon. Using you guys as target practice is perfect. I'll send this combat footage to the arms dealers. This order is going to make me a fortune." When the hunters saw the smoke and flames subsiding, they swarmed in like bees to honey. They rushed to the scene, shouting, "Hurry up, first come, first served. Get his body and let's go." Only the spike user stood watching from a distance, looking uneasy. Is it really that easy? Is it really over? A bald, muscular man eagerly rushing into the rubble suddenly slammed on the brakes. He stared at the dust and shouted, "Wait, something's not right." As the smoke cleared, Tanhai slowly emerged in a cool black and purple armor. He brushed the dust off his shoulder and said something shocking. "It's just a little bit of a sting." The minions in front of him were dumbfounded. They backed away in terror, screaming, "He's still alive and kicking." Even the man with the glasses lost his smug smile. He gaped in horror. An immortal body? How is this possible? Ignoring the looks of awe and fear, Tanhai stomped on the ground. He shot off at lightning speed, cracking the pavement beneath him. In his full armor mode, his eyes glowed with purple lightning. His killing intent was focused on a single target. "I just need to find the guy controlling those missiles." In the sky, the system's voice echoed, "Suicide Squad, prepare." On the ground, the hunters quickly abandoned all dignity and ran for their lives. "Sorry, bro, let's get out of here. We can't win this fight." Their words reached a hooded figure. He was observing from a distance, muttering enigmatically, "The monster of District 9. Just as things were getting heated, a group of hooded figures jumped out like ninja turtles. They shouted a dramatic line, "The sorcerers are here to assist." In response to their enthusiasm, Tanhai, now radiating a purple aura, gathered all his strength into his fist. He prepared to send them flying. The unlucky ninja's face contorted under the 1,000-pound punch. He still managed a sarcastic comment, "Is that all you've got?" Without letting the grunts get into formation, Tanhai spun around. He unleashed a series of elegant but deadly purple slashes, juggling them in the air. One of them coughed up a mouthful of black blood before he could even scream. Unfortunately, it stained his hoodie, which was probably brand new. Suddenly, a sleek black supercar drifted onto the scene. It looked like a final boss was about to descend, but it turned out to be just a prop. The remaining hooded figure broke into a cold sweat. He quickly raised his hands to cast a spell to block the advance, letting out a strained grunt. To everyone's surprise, Tanhai didn't use any flashy magic. He simply landed softly. Annoyed by the interruption, Tanhai materialized a glowing energy blade and charged. "All right, then. I'll deal with this meddling sorcerer first." The sharp blade swung up, splitting the unlucky truck blocking his path in an instant. He shot forward like a phantom, closing in on his target. He declared grandly, "The game of dodging cars is over." However, the hooded figure used a teleportation spell, creating a solid wall in front of him. Seeing this, Tanhai quickly slashed his sword, creating a powerful green energy wave. He shouted, "This move is called striking the cow across the mountain." The power traveled underground and then erupted violently, splitting the wall in two. Bricks and concrete shattered, flying into the sky. It created an explosion as spectacular as a blockbuster movie. Looking at the flattened enemy, Tanhai coldly interrogated him. Still not giving up, "What did you get out of this?" But the other struggled up and replied stubbornly, "Come with us to meet the governor. You'll understand everything." Before he could finish his sentence, a squadron of drones swarmed down from the sky again. The mindless missiles didn't distinguish between friend or foe. They exploded right over the gray-robed man's head, and he could only scream in terror. Lying in the fiery wreckage, the sorcerer lamented his final moments. "Damn missiles, what terrible timing." The scene shifts to the blonde former captain. She was now nimbly climbing a towering iron staircase. Standing high up in the wind, she analyzed the battle situation. With my strength, I, Bo Fong, have no way to directly help Tan Hai. Those people causing trouble for him are really unlucky. The problem to solve now is the drone operator. Using her professional knowledge, she mumbled to herself, I was trained on these drone systems years ago. The operator must be on a mountainside, a rooftop, the top of a vehicle, or some other high ground. When the drones fly in a circle, the center of that circle is the most suspicious area. The observation point must be on high ground. Is it over there? Her gaze locked onto a cluster of skyscrapers in the distance. She keenly realized this was the missile deployment location. In other words, her eyes lit up with determination as she pinpointed the target. I found the operator's position. Back on the smoke-filled battlefield, the now visible Spike user was flattened on the ground, dodging bombs. Tan Hai stood tall and cool amidst the sea of fire. He glanced at the remains of the enemy who was just hit by friendly fire and said sarcastically, You reap what you sow. He clicked his tongue in frustration as he looked at the charred corpse of the gray-robed man. I was planning to capture one alive to find out why they want the Chom Lin, and what the governor behind all this is really after. As he was thinking, a drone flew by. It was immediately smashed to pieces by a single swipe of his claw. It turned out the Spike user had gotten up and acted. Tan Hai was surprised and taunted him. Why haven't you left? Did you come back to die? Seeing his only clue smashed to bits, Tan Hai was speechless. He blamed his enemy. What did you do that for? I was going to use that drone to find the operator's location. The spiky guy ran a hand through his hair and sighed. He showed a rare sincerity. Sorry. We're both deviants. Your strength amazed me. This level of combat power is truly admirable. With my poor skills, I have to admit defeat. I can't complete the mission. Tan Hai tilted his head smugly and replied with a cold but narcissistic tone. So you know your place. Taking the opportunity to get acquainted, the man revealed his identity. I'm just like you, a wanted criminal in Shichuang City. My danger level is a bit lower than yours. They call me Thu Fong. Tan Hai blinked and bluntly told his new acquaintance. Never heard of you. To save some face, Thu Fong scratched his head and chuckled. He then materialized the giant beast behind him. Summoning my host spirit is a sign of my friendly intentions. Tan Hai crossed his arms and sized up the spiky monster. He muttered, So it's the Hao Chu clan. I didn't expect them to come down to the human world as host spirits. With that goofy face, it doesn't seem as evil as I thought. In truth, the Hao Chu clan specializes in deception. They may look gentle and foolish, but they are actually walking, fully armored fortresses. Other beasts avoid them, so they have almost no natural enemies. Seeing the guy was talkative, Tan Hai raised an eyebrow. So, what do you want now? Are you trying to join my party? But Thu Fong quickly waved his hands and refused. No, I just have good intentions. I'm here to give you some information. I mean you, no harm. He started spilling secrets. After the big boss Trong Thuan died, District 9 fell into chaos. The higher-ups are planning to send a new commander down. The people who were fighting you just now, including me, are all candidates for that hot seat. He explained the money-driven rules. Whichever side takes down the Chamlin first can make a demand. They can boldly ask the governor for anything, not just power, but also wealth, fame, or even help. Everything will be approved. Thu Fong looked up at the sky with a melancholic expression and sighed. As for me, I just want to erase my damn wanted status, pack my bags, and leave this toxic city to go home, raise fish, and grow vegetables. After hearing the touching story, Tan Hai threw a bucket of cold water on him. Well, that's too bad for you. I'm afraid that little wish of yours is going down the drain. With your skill level, you don't stand a chance here. Despite the jab, Thu Fong wasn't discouraged. He turned to leave and threw out a probing question. I think someone like you must also crave something called freedom, right? Tan Hai snorted with a carefree attitude. So what? Everything on me right now is just bait for those bloodthirsty hunters. Thu Fong mysteriously interrupted him. No, that's because you're still inexperienced. Thu Fong began to paint a rosy picture. As long as you can somehow get a normal civilian ID card. For Shichuang City, your wanted criminal status will vanish from the network. Those robot cops will be surprised. They'll automatically start treating you like a good citizen, restoring your basic human rights to breathe freely in this place. To sum it up, he smiled knowingly. Although you can't run wild, at least you won't get stabbed in the back every time you go to the market. Tan Hai furrowed his brow, sensing a scam. Is this deal really that good? Something's not right. But then he shook his head and gave the guy a reality check. You're too naive. The mess I just made has definitely alerted the top brass. Now I'm just waiting to see how far this drama will escalate. In short, I'll just take it as it comes. Thu Fong looked at Tan Hai with concern and warned him. If you keep playing this reckless game, you'll get caught sooner or later, and you'll drag your host spirit down with you. Tan Hai fell silent. A bitter, experienced smile crept onto his face. A greenhorn like you doesn't understand the rules of this place. Once you're labeled a deviant, your life is basically over. They'll squeeze you dry until you're dead. Suddenly, Thu Fong's eyes sharpened. He revealed his plan B. There's still one way to turn the tables, and that's our destination. Thu Fong continued. So, you don't have a better choice, do you? See that giant Shichong tower in the distance? Following his pointed finger, a skyscraper was emitting a mystical light that pierced through the clouds. Tan Hai maintained his lazy attitude, shrugging his shoulders. If I'm going to walk into a trap, I might as well just turn myself in at the station. It would be faster. Why bother the big bosses up there? Why would they even care about a low-level creep like me? Thu Fong immediately dropped some knowledge. The person you call the boss is Tai Vuong. He's the supreme ruler of Shichuang City. He and his factions divide the power and make the rules. They play games to maintain a fake balance here. Tan Hai quickly connected the dots. So the An Fong T's relentless hunt for host spirits is also because of these big shots pulling the strings? Thu Fong nodded in confirmation. Exactly, my friend. Seeing a contradiction, Tan Hai pressed on. In that case, aren't you afraid they'll strip you clean if you go, and take your precious Hao Chu too? Thu Fong sighed and replied in a desperate tone. That's why I threw away my pride. I'm taking this deal, going all in to see what happens. Knowing he couldn't convince Tan Hai, he scratched his head and prepared to retreat with dignity. Man, I really picked the wrong person to bet on. Hearing himself being called strong, Tan Hai's hair stood on end. His eyes lit up as he basked in the imaginary glory. So cool. Someone called me cool. I suddenly feel so proud. Please let me savor this glorious moment. Seeing Tan Hai's dazed expression, Thu Fong burst out laughing. Haha. All right. I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. He dropped one last secret before leaving. Soon, Shichuang City will host a martial arts tournament exclusively for deviants called The Struggle. It only happens once every 5 years. Thu Fong described the event's scale like a huge sale. This is a bloody arena designed specifically for us. At that time, thousands will flock to it. Deviants will swarm in like moths to a flame, each with their own schemes. The final champion not only wins the prize money, but also gets a special pardon from the Lord, wiping their slate clean. Hearing this, Tan Hai's eyes narrowed with calculation. He silently formulated a plan in his head. So that means, the spiky guy pointed back towards the tower. That tournament, The Struggle, is held right inside that giant tower. Tan Hai looked at the glittering tower in the distance and calculated the benefits. So that means, the winner gets rid of their wanted criminal status. Their entire past is wiped clean. You're not kidding? What a high-quality whitewashing scheme cooked up by the top dogs. Thu Fong revealed the bitter truth behind it. Their real purpose is just to hold a death game to pick out the toughest mercenaries to be their attack dogs. But for small fries like us, we get our records wiped clean, and we get a chance at promotion. It's a classic case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The sweet words entered Tan Hai's ears. He pretended to be skeptical. Can this pie in the sky really be eaten? While Thu Fong turned and walked away, laughing loudly with determination. Haha, it's settled then. I'm definitely participating. From now on, I have to train hard and level up. Suddenly, he turned his head back. His eyes burned with a fighting spirit. Next time we meet in the arena, I promise I won't be defeated like today. With that, Thu Fong shot off like the wind. He left behind a classic farewell. Until we meet again. As soon as the guy was gone, Tan Hai smirked and whispered to the dragon phantom behind him. The struggle. Is it really as good as he made it out to be? The host spirit immediately confirmed with confidence. I know this business very well. He gazed out at the sky, imagining the bloody scenes to come. If what that Thu Fong guy said is true, then at that time, a horde of deviants from all over will rush in. They'll tear each other apart for their own dreams. In a darker turn of events, an unlucky deviant was kneeling and begging a bald-headed leader, sweating profusely. Although the rewards are plentiful, the real purpose is to harvest the defeated deviants. Please, honor our agreement. I'll do anything you ask. Just don't take my host spirit. I'll be useless without it. Back to Tan Hai. He was still wondering about the shady martial arts tournament. With such a high price, are there still many deviants willing to risk it? The demon Zhao coiled around him and explained the ways of the world. Because most of them, driven by fame and fortune, will bet the rest of their lives on one single gamble. And Zhao talked on and on, his eyes glowing as if he'd found gold. However, the prize offered by the organizers is truly moving. Even I, of the Thu clan, feel it. Tan Hai could only say helplessly, great rewards will always attract brave men. With a scheming look on his face, En Zhao asked his partner. Moreover, the rules of the competition are different each time. I wonder what changes there will be this year. So, Tan Hai, what do you think? A proud smile crept onto his lips. Tan Hai focused on the most practical goal. I'm more concerned with the immediate problem. The winner can be pardoned and become a free person. That way, you and I will be completely safe. I want to try. Just as he finished speaking, an annoying buzzing sound interrupted him. Tanhai frowned and turned to glare at a black drone hovering and watching him intently. The drone's camera immediately panned to a desolate industrial ruin in the distance, where a swarm of mechanical flies was slowly surrounding a target. Perched on a rusty iron staircase, the blonde Bo Fong angrily waved her hand and shouted at the drones. "Get out of here. I'm an An Fong T captain on a mission. Do you know who you're messing with?" Catching the live feed through the camera, Tanhai's eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed in shock, "Why is she there?" In some corner, the man with the high-tech glasses was smirking as he saw his prey fall into the trap. "Ho ho ho, so I really believe it now. Interesting. I love this game. Scream, struggle, and while you're at it, call out that deviant." Seeing an acquaintance in danger, Tanhai tensed up. He took off on all fours, running like the wind. His killing intent flared as he roared. "Damn drones again. This time, I'll definitely find the operator's hiding place." And just like that, Tanhai shot into the air at lightning speed, dodging a barrage of red lasers. Bo Fong ran for her life down a spiral staircase, with the machine's cold pursuit order echoing behind her. "You can't escape." As she was running, a massive missile fell from the clouds. It came with a taunting message. "How about this?" Choking in the thick black smoke, Bo Fong gritted her teeth and cursed. Such dirty tactics. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. She spotted a slim chance of escape. Is that a zipline down below? Without a moment's hesitation, she unbuckled her belt. She hooked it onto the steel cable with a do-or-die attitude. "I have to survive this." Seeing his prey about to escape on the zipline, the goggled man frantically launched more heavy weapons, laughing maniacally. "You're out of chances." Just then, Tanhai rushed in, screaming his lungs out. "Watch out." A massive pillar of fire exploded right next to the tower. It sent bricks flying, but Bo Fong bravely held onto the cable. She slid down like an action movie star. Life is not a movie. The cable couldn't withstand the heat and snapped. She fell helplessly through the air, screaming. The hero saves the damsel routine kicked in. Tanhai shot forward in a flash. He caught her in his arms, princess style. He spun in the air and then gently landed on the rooftop. He came to a safe stop with a stylish, screeching halt. Tanhai put the beauty down and breathed a sigh of relief. Made it just in time. Bo Fong staggered, almost falling, and let out a soft cry. The former captain's heart was pounding. Her face was as red as a tomato. A flurry of girlish thoughts ran through her head. "This is the first time a man has held me. Stay calm. Now that I think about it, this body is so firm." She quickly took a deep breath to suppress her inner fangirl. She put on a serious face and puffed out her chest. "I, Bo Fong, have seen it all." Regaining her commanding presence, she pointed to the horizon and gave him a deadline. "Quick. The drone operator is to the southeast, in the abandoned building." Tanhai immediately got into a running stance and accepted the mission. "All right, leave it to me." Just as he was about to jump, she raised her hand and called him back. "Wait." Tanhai had to screech to a halt and turn his head. "What is it?" Standing in the wind, Bo Fong looked at him with a sincere gaze. She made a very credible promise. "For saving my life, I owe you. I will explain why the An Fong T is after you and your host's spirit, and anything else you want to know." Hearing this, Tanhai smiled with satisfaction. His purple eyes gleamed with excitement. "See you later then." Then he shot into the sky like a black lightning bolt. Bo Fong's voice echoed after him amidst the rubble. "We'll meet at the Vo Thuong Tien Din Tavern. I have to go help my master now. If you don't see me, go to Ing He Hong Street." In another explosive scene, the armored rhinoceros monster was gritting its teeth. It was enduring the raging sea of fire. Flying high above, the fire user launched another brilliant stream of fire. He urged his teammate on. "Chi Than, hold him down." The white-haired girl on the rooftop immediately responded with all her might. It's not enough. Under her control, a dark, shadowy energy slithered like a snake. It tightly bound the rhinoceros's massive body. The enemy sensed danger and warned each other. "We have to get out of this fire pit. Be careful of the sorcerer's telekinesis. She's trying to strip our outer armor." But the brutish rhino threw its head back and roared wildly. "Haha, pathetic. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill you." Ignoring the flames roasting its flesh, the rhino jumped into the air. It carried a sky-high, killing intent as it roared. "Kill you." Like a runaway tank, it charged and sent the fire user flying through several floors, creating a terrifying scene of destruction. And it didn't stop there. The monster followed up with a sharp tail whip. It knocked the opponent's defensive flame down into the pit below. Seeing her teammate getting pummeled, Chi Than coldly leaped from the rooftop to help. Her coat fluttered with a powerful aura. The deviant was now in pain. He clutched his chest and assessed the situation. A fused monster like this, it's the first time I've seen one. It's a bit tricky to handle. Suddenly, a mass of black tentacles sprouted from the monster's body and reached out. A perverted voice followed. "We sincerely invite you to become a part of this body. The process might be a little painful." Without wasting words on the freaks, Chi Than gracefully dodged the attack. Her movements were incredibly agile. She waved her hand, creating a blast of energy that shot straight at the enemy's head. She said coldly, "The pain is yours to bear." On the other side, using his godlike dodging skills, the fire user weaved through the deadly attacks by a hair's breadth. Seizing an opening, the enraged rhino roared. Instantly, the deviant locked onto the enemy's tentacles and gave the order, "Quick! Dispel the fusion." Catching the signal, Chi Than rushed in to assist. "Let me help you." She unleashed her ultimate technique with a powerful shout, Chaotic Universal Burst. Without any flashy magic, Chi Than directly used her fists. They glowed with blue light as she delivered a rapid combo straight to the opponent's face, chanting, "Attack, attack, attack." Her strikes were precise. She swung her hand, delivering a sharp uppercut to the monster's chin, showcasing her superior footwork. Riding the momentum, she flipped in the air and delivered another powerful palm strike. She yelled, "Attack." Before the enemy could recover, he was hit by the full combo. He was sent flying backward as she called out her next move. Firm as a mountain, her small hand pushed back the giant flesh machine. Her spiritual power exploded with a roar. Thundering shot. The final move of the combo was a lightning-fast axe kick from above. She shouted, "Gale, kick." Unable to withstand the fatal physical damage, the monster's massive body fell like a meteor. It crashed through the thick concrete floor. Fuming, the fused deviant broke out in a cold sweat. "I never knew a sorcerer could do more than just telekinesis. What kind of technique is this?" Standing tall in the dust cloud, Chi Than smoothed her clothes and struck a master's pose. She proudly revealed her secret, an inheritance from the old world. "It's called Bagwajang." The deviant's face turned pale. His teeth chattered as he wondered, "Bagwajang? I've never heard of it. I can't believe someone could push us this far. Who is she?" At the same time, on the ground, a reinforcement team was rushing to the scene. The leader shouted, "Hurry! Faster!" From the air, the fire user scouted the situation and reported excitedly, "Chi Than, look. Our brothers are coming from the east." Chi Than nodded in approval. "Excellent." Having identified their target, the two of them shot down to the street like shooting stars. The fire user shouted, "Quick, let's meet up with them." As soon as he landed and looked around, he scratched his head in utter confusion. It turned out the formidable Chi Than had used her powers to transform into a black puddle of mud. She stealthily slithered under a rusty car to make a clean getaway. The mutant crawls from the tattered wreckage. He's sweating bullets. He mutters, relieved he's escaped death. But it wasn't that simple. The reinforced concrete beside him suddenly exploded. Debris shot into the sky. The rhino monster crawled out of a deep crater. His body was completely battered. He cried out in agony, "How could the strongest hunter like me fall so easily?" Seeing his ally, the mutant grumbled, "This is pathetic. We've never struggled like this." The rhino monster angrily demanded, "Where is he? I still have a score to settle with him." The mutant reminded him of their main goal. "Forget them. Don't forget we came here for the Chamlin." He dusted himself off and stood up. He grimaced in response. "Right, I almost forgot. After we get the Chamlin, we can come back for them. It won't be too late." He tried to sound calm, but veins bulged on the white-haired man's forehead. His red eyes burned with hatred. That woman, that Chi Than. "I'll get you for this." The scene shifts to a street glowing with neon lights. Chi Than lands and hurries to her teammates, asking how everyone is. "Is anyone injured?" A man in armor quickly reported, "Nothing to worry about. Only a few minor injuries." The mood suddenly turned grim. He pointed to the bodies of their fallen comrades. Sadly, the brothers killed by that unicorn rhino couldn't be saved. Their bodies were completely devoured. His master quickly reassured him, "But rest assured, they have paid the price." Chi Than suppressed her grief. Her expression turned decisive, like a true leader. "Focus on the big picture. We still have an important mission to complete." Just then, a subordinate presented a box. Inside was a brilliant red stone. He reported eagerly, "Chi Than, we got the blood jade." She nodded, satisfied. "Well done. The mission is a success. You've all worked hard." The fire-type user finally understood the deeper plan. He muttered to himself. So Chi Than took advantage of the chaos in District 9. She sent a vanguard team into the gallery to retrieve this gem. But what in the world is the blood jade? While the group celebrated their spoils, a drone camera hidden in the shadows blinked. It was recording the entire event. After finishing its recording, the drone shot off. It darted through the ruined buildings. It carried the secret intel back to its commander. In a room full of glowing computer screens, a man with glasses sat typing. He looked like a pro gamer, shaking his leg. He trash-talked into his mic. "A mutant, huh? This hiding and sneaking isn't your style. You got any guts? Then come out here. Try to tank another one of my missiles." The wide shot shows a towering, abandoned apartment building. A swarm of guard drones circled it like flies, keeping it under strict surveillance. Outside the door stood a heavily armed security robot. Its head constantly scanned with radar. A soulless voice echoed from its speakers. "Warning, maintain vigilance. Warning, maintain vigilance." Hiding in a blind spot, Tanhai peeked out to scout. seeing the security system, he stroked his chin and muttered an assessment. Wow, this drone operator even has advanced AI guards. He must be part of a larger force. Applying military strategy, Tanhai smirked. He finalized his plan. To catch the bandits, you have to capture their king first. This would avoid unnecessary complications. He moved on the balls of his feet, as quiet as a cat. He reminded himself to be professional. Silence is golden. Instantly, Tanhai activated his visual hack. The neural network in his brain glowed a mystical purple. He confidently declared, "Sensory ability awakened. Now I can see the trajectory of everything." Radar waves from his eyes pierced through concrete walls. He declared proudly, scanning every tiny movement. "Everything is within my control." His ears perked up. He filtered out every sound. The whir of a fan, the crackle of a fire, even the flush of a toilet. He focused his mind. "Let's see which corner you're hiding in." A graphic overlay locked onto the target in his mind. It flashed continuously. Tanhai smirked slyly. His purple eyes widened and shone brightly. He shouted victoriously. He'd found a fatal weakness. Found him. He's near the flushing toilet. Meanwhile, in the hideout, the man with glasses took off his tech goggles. He stretched and let out a huge yawn, muttering, "Fighting is so tiring. I'm about to fall asleep." He was lazy, but his passion for grinding was strong. He reached for the control mouse. He motivated himself. "I have to keep grinding." He put the futuristic goggles back on. He started giving orders through the command center. "This time, I need to deploy a few more. Calling 057-058. Do you copy?" Before he could hear a reply, the solid wall behind him shattered. Tanhai, clad in purple armor, burst through like a god of judgment. Without a word, Tanhai swung his leg. A violent kick sent the man with glasses flying. He was thrown from his beloved chair. The unexpected physical impact shocked the cheater. He froze in terror, his mind blank. He had no idea what just happened. He flew through the air. Then he landed flat on his back. His face was contorted. His eyes saw stars as he mumbled meaningless sounds. After dealing with the culprit, Tanhai was annoyed. He threw around the surrounding boxes and furniture. He smashed the equipment while shouting, "This isn't enough to avoid trouble. I need to clean this place up." Amidst the chaos, he noticed a stray leather scroll. He picked it up and frowned. "What is this?" It turned out to be a highly sophisticated design for a drone. Tanhai smirked and praised it sarcastically. "Oh, this guy doesn't just know how to operate them. These blueprints look really professional. He's not just an operator. It's a shame he has a bright mind but doesn't use it for good." Tanhai quickly rolled up the blueprint. He stuffed it into his pocket. "Waste not, want not, I'll take it all. Who knows, this might be useful later." The man with glasses finally managed to sit up. He looked at Tanhai with a sidelong glance. He trembled and stammered, You. Tanhai squatted down in front of him. He offered an extremely friendly smile. "Oh, you're awake? You didn't even last a minute." The victim mumbled for mercy. He received another punch that made him see stars. Tanhai added a piece of advice. "Remember this lesson about staying up late." Having dealt with the nuisance smoothly, Tanhai dusted off his hands. He walked out through the hole in the wall, puffing his chest out. The threat is neutralized. Now it's time to get back. At the same time, on the empty street below, the blonde woman, Bo Fong, ran to meet her master's group. She called out from a distance, "Master." As she approached, she asked, "How did it go? Is everyone okay?" Chi Than stopped and sighed with relief. She smiled gently. She replied, "I'm fine, perfectly healthy. I was just about to look for everyone. It's great that we're all reunited and safe." Chi Than turned to the blonde beauty and warned her, "We shouldn't stay here long." But Bo Fong looked towards the ruins with worry. "What about Tanhai's group?" Her subordinate patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, Tanhai will be fine." As they prepared to leave, Chi Than ordered the fire user, "Da Diao, you're fast. Go and inform Tanhai and his companions to meet us at my place." The long-haired man volunteered. "All right, I'll go find a car." Chi Than pulled Da Diao back, reminding him, "Da Diao, you come with me. You're too conspicuous flying around on the street." Leaving the smoky, chaotic scene behind, the group quickly fled the combat zone. The scene changes to Tanhai. He had just landed at the old meeting point, but the place was empty. He muttered, "Where did they go? They were just here. Did something happen to them?" As he stood there, scratching his head, the pink-haired girl peeked out from a high floor. She waved frantically and called out, "Tanhai, I'm up here." Tanhai flew straight to the rooftop. "You're here? The explosion knocked you both out. Have you fully recovered?" The dark-skinned man rubbed his bruised head and reported, "That explosion knocked us out. When we woke up, we were already here. Thanks to Miss Hai Sa's healing. My head is still a bit dizzy though." Tanhai looked up at the sky and boasted proudly, "It was that missile operator, but I've already taken care of him." Just then, the shadow behind the girl explained the survival game's hack. The bodies of mutants are tougher than ordinary people. A minor impact injury like this is nothing. Besides, my host spirit has a self-healing ability. Tan Hai nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. The shadow looked at the dark-skinned uncle clutching his chest. He clicked his tongue in pity, but a weak human like HK isn't so lucky. The victim's face turned pale as he complained, I feel so nauseous. This must be a concussion. Suddenly, a battered van screeched to a halt right next to the group. Hearing the strange noise, Tan Hai became alert. He signaled to the others. You guys wait here. I hear a car. I'll go check it out. Hai Sao was left behind, calling out in confusion. What's wrong? The van door burst open. It was Bo Fong, the girl Tan Hai had just saved. She leaned out to greet them. Recognizing a friendly face, Tan Hai turned back with a smile. He called to his companions, It's one of us. It's okay. Come on out. The two gangs met in the middle of the ruined street. They began a lively round of greetings and handshakes. After getting updated on the battle, the pink-haired girl broke out in a cold sweat. She exclaimed, So that's what happened. It seems everyone just went through a life-or-death battle. Tan Hai crossed his arms and got straight to the point. So, what's the plan now? The senior member pointed to the van, setting the schedule. Let's get in the van first. It's almost dawn. We can at least get some rest. In the distance, the Shi Huang Tower still stood tall, piercing the sky. It emitted eerie lightning that streaked across the clouds. The camera pans to a top-secret area inside the Shi Huang Tower. A deep underground well was filled with a dense network of smoking cables. In the center of the dark mechanical web was a giant biological mass. It pulsed continuously, absorbing streams of green energy. Glowing spirit beasts screamed as they were sucked into the core by an energy vortex, despite their desperate resistance. Fed with energy, the tyrant core emitted a dazzling light. It transmitted an explosive power through electrical currents that shot upwards. The immense energy flowed up the tower's body. It lit up the entire system with an oppressive, bright blue light. At the very top of the tower, a massive, high-level meeting room appeared. Powerful figures sat around a long, dark table. Looking down at the shimmering energy reservoir below, a greedy voice spoke out. It's not enough. It's still not enough. A powerful man with white hair and a glowing eye symbol on his forehead frowned. It's far from enough. The well-dressed military commanders below looked up at the massive 3D image. They muttered in awe. Tai Advuong. It's Lord Tai Advuong. The commander with a scruffy beard was sweating profusely. His face was drained of color as he faced the great boss's wrath. Tai Advuong uttered a chilling threat. The collection results didn't meet expectations. You don't want to be stripped of your positions, do you? He glared with bloodshot eyes and scolded them. The consumption rate of host spirits is far too low compared to the collection rate. The energy from the core is weakening. If this continues, the entire Shichong city will be affected. The subordinates below quickly knelt on the floor, crying out, We are guilty. We have failed in our duties. Facing the crisis, the sweat-soaked commanders anxiously reported the dire situation, the people's daily needs, the city's operational systems, and even the intelligent machines. If the energy runs out, Shichong City will die. It will be completely paralyzed. It's all my fault. My fault. Tai Advuong clasped his hands behind his back. He calmly analyzed the potential threat. What if the robot army lost control? The unstable mutants hiding among humans will become a huge disaster. Are the commanders of each district prepared to deal with this? The bearded commander quickly looked up, trying to cover his mistake. Sweat was still pouring down his face. Lord Tai Advuong, please rest assured. We are handling your concerns with all our might. According to the reports, the number of host spirits contributed from all districts this year has soared compared to before. His voice continued. The parasitic Banhoin feeds on spirits. Outside the glass, the massive biological mass frantically extended its light tentacles, relentlessly devouring host spirits for sustenance. Thinking of the monster's endless hunger, the bearded man swallowed hard. His face turned pale as he wondered, could Ban Huin's appetite have increased so much? Tai Vuong turned his back on his subordinates. He stated the root of the problem. It's not just about quantity. What it needs now is quality. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he angrily questioned their progress. Also, that young man causing chaos in District 9. Haven't you seized the Cham Lin sword from his hands yet? Called out by the big boss, the bearded man's face turned pale. He frantically beat his chest and promised, My lord, please calm down. I've sent more powerful troops to capture him. I swear on my life, we will retrieve the Cham Lin. Tai Vuong frowned thoughtfully. He muttered about the sword's terrifying power. That is the only sharp weapon capable of threatening Ban Huin's life. In his mind, a dark image of a fearsome monster wielding the sword appeared. He calculated smugly. The creator of the Cham Lin, Halathan, is currently too weak to control a human body. He's locked away in the dungeon. But those high-level subordinates will sooner or later become food for Ban Huin. A man with a District 5 commander sign stepped forward, boasting, My lord, rest assured, I've dispatched the strongest hunter brothers, the Quang Leap. With them on the job, we'll capture both the boy and his host spirit in one fell swoop. Tai, at Vuong spread his hand, holding a holographic globe. He declared his sovereignty. I don't care if he's Tan Heap or True Hai. You all remember this. Host spirits are the exclusive property of Xishuang City. What needs to be done now is to squeeze them, exhaust all strength to maintain order. Reclaim the host spirits until the cocoon breaks successfully. Then the world will enter a new era. All the commanders below immediately roared in unison. The meeting room shook. Yes, sir. Returning to the pressing issue, the boss glared angrily. The chaos in District 9. I don't want to see this again. Disorder in any district, just because of one incompetent commander. This threat scared the bearded man so much that he unexpectedly covered his face and sobbed. It's all my fault. While sobbing, the bearded man slapped himself. His attempt at nepotism had failed miserably. If I had known, I would never have promoted my own son to be the commander, and the Chamlin wouldn't have fallen into enemy hands. It turned out that this security director, Truong Du, was mourning his unlucky son, Truong Thuan. He wailed, my son wouldn't have died such a horrible death. Turning grief into hatred, he gritted his teeth and swore an oath. I will avenge my son, Truong Thuan. I'll tear that damn occultist to shreds, along with that brat, Tan Hai. Pushing aside the gloomy atmosphere, a female executive adjusted her hat. She reported progress in a sharp tone. Lord Tai, at Vuong, the mutant martial arts tournament called Dao Tron is being set up. I believe it's time for a thorough purge. A cunning smile played on her lips as she laid out a perfect plan. We just need to lure Tan Hai into the trap, then control him, and drag his entire network of allies into the light. We'll seize the Chamlin and all their assets in one go, and at the same time, we'll fulfill the director's wish for revenge. The plan was so perfect that the surrounding officials immediately raised their hands. They voted in unison like machines. Agreed, agreed, agreed. Truong Du quickly wiped away his crocodile tears. He looked at her gratefully and sealed the deal. If this succeeds, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Just then, the bespectacled Minister of Human Resources pushed up his glasses menacingly. He tapped on a data tablet. Let me check. Holding the list of contestants, he crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. He announced a harsh truth. However, at this stage, this Tan Hai has not yet appeared on the Dao Tran registration list. The screen displayed Tan Hai's bright red S-class criminal profile. The minister analyzed it confidently. This guy is a criminal, a most wanted criminal. To restore his normal citizenship, an outsider with no identity, no support. He has only one path. He must participate in Dao Tran. Hearing this, Tai at Vuong narrowed his eyes arrogantly. He made a sharp statement about the prey's fate. What other choice does he have? Truong Du grinned maliciously, echoing his boss. He added to the pressure. He has absolutely no choice. The whole group burst into boisterous laughter that echoed through the room. Of course, there's no escape. Remembering his family's shame, Truong Du's face darkened. He added another target. That's not all. I also need to investigate the background of that damned female occultist. The scene shifts to a bright, sunny morning. A shirtless Tan Hai stretched and yawned, welcoming the new day. Lying on the soft mattress, he muttered praise for the excellent facilities. Then he lazily rolled back into the covers. Chi Than's bed is really good for my back. I'll just sleep a little longer. But as he turned over, he froze completely. Right in front of him was the face of the dark-skinned Uncle HK, sleeping soundly beside him. Startled awake, Tan Hai leaped into the air as if electrocuted. He screamed, Mom, HK, why are you on my bed? Put on some clothes. The dark-skinned man asked back innocently, What's wrong? Why'd you jump up like that? Landing with a look of agony, Tan Hai cried internally. This is the first time in my life I've had to share a bed with a man. HK put on his shirt while explaining, There was no other choice, sweetie. Chi Than doesn't have any extra mattresses. While sulking, Tan Hai noticed a familiar object on the floor. He narrowed his eyes. Why is my suitcase here? Did someone break into my apartment? He quickly knelt down and unzipped the suitcase to check his belongings. He told himself, Whatever, I'll change into some decent clothes first. As he was getting ready, there was a rapid knock on the door. HK groggily went to open it. Coming. Tan Hai quickly threw on his signature cool black and purple jacket. He straightened his outfit neatly. The door opened. The pink-haired Haisa stood there, a spatula in one hand and a pan in the other. Her voice boomed through the house. You too. Don't oversleep. Breakfast was a long time ago. Clean up quickly and come to the living room. Everyone else is waiting for you too. Tan Hai could only scratch his head and smile sheepishly. Sorry about that. Taking the opportunity, Tan Hai asked the pink-haired girl, Do you know who brought this suitcase here? All my ID documents are gone. Haisa winked and revealed the secret. It was the disciples of the Yutan gang. They went to your place, gathered all your clothes, washed them, and packed them up for you. An image of the trashed apartment appeared. She explained further. Before that, your rented room was ransacked by the security police. It looked like a dump. Luckily, Bo Fong had your address to give to the Yutan members. Otherwise, you'd be walking around naked right now. Her face grew somber as she shared her sympathy. I'm in the same miserable boat as you. We're both homeless now. We might as well stick with Chi Fan and see what happens. Hearing this, Tan Hai broke into a cold sweat and replied thoughtfully. I see. Bo Fong is a security captain, after all. She knows our backgrounds like the back of her hand. As she walked away, she called back, still worried. But you should still be careful. Bo Fong hasn't completely cut ties with the security agency yet. Just then, Bo Fong silently walked up the stairs, startling Hai Sa. She whispered, "Oh no," she heard us. But the captain continued up the stairs nonchalantly and replied, "If I really cut ties, who would leak intel to you when things go south?" Bo Fong calmly pulled a brand new ID card from her pocket. She smiled mysteriously. "You're looking for this, right?" Tan Hai's eyes widened in amazement at the two cards in her hand. He stammered in disbelief, "My ID card. Why are there two of them all of a sudden?" Bo Fong tilted her head and explained clearly, "Because you have a big red wanted notice on your head, you'll use this fake ID for now. Remember, no wandering around outside. You have to avoid the eyes and ears of the security agency. Got it?" Hearing this, Tan Hai looked down at the new fake ID. He mumbled the unfamiliar name, Lamak Thon. Sensing an opportunity, Haisa hugged her pan and sidled up. She asked sweetly, "What about mine? I'm a wanted criminal now, too." Bo Fong could only smile wryly. "Don't lose it. It was hard to forge." Bo Fong turned and walked down the stairs. She smiled slyly, throwing cold water on her hopes. "Your danger level isn't high enough for a fake ID. Let's go. Don't keep everyone waiting." She left the pink-haired girl frozen in place. Huh, what does that mean? Tears streamed down her face. Haisa hugged her pan and sobbed, pitying her own humble fate. "So I was born just to listen and be the cook and cleaner in this dump?" The kind-hearted dark-skinned man stood beside her, offering comfort. "I'm good at this. Do you need a hand?" Outside, the ancient clock tower stood tall among the skyscrapers of Shichuang City. In the secret room, the silver-haired young man, Tran Tai, was reporting to Chi Than. "Chi Than, the essence of the blood jade is being absorbed. Good. We still have plenty of time. Prepare a few more portions. The more, the better." Hearing footsteps on the stairs, a subordinate turned and called out, "Master, they're here." Tan Hai cheerfully raised his hand in greeting. "Good morning, everyone," the silver-haired man replied gruffly. "Right." As soon as he saw the new member, Tan Hai scanned him from head to toe. "Who is this?" He immediately flexed his arm muscles. He introduced himself with an air of authority. "Tran Tai, leader of the Yutan gang. I'm in charge of all personnel and logistics here." Tan Hai bowed politely and shook his hand. "Nice to meet you. Thanks for helping me move my suitcase over." Tran Tai smiled and waved it off. "Don't mention it." As soon as he finished speaking, the gang leader suddenly leaned in close to Tan Hai's neck. He took a deep, perverted sniff. Tan Hai shivered with goosebumps. He quickly jumped back into a defensive stance, yelling, "What the hell are you doing?" Tran Tai was unfazed. His eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. "Oh, you've already reached the coexistence realm? A fine rookie. I'll take you under my wing." Hearing this, Tan Hai was utterly horrified and quickly refused. "Huh? What? I never said I'd join your gang. Besides, I don't even know you guys that well." Seeing the rookie's strong reaction, Tran Tai scratched his head and laughed, trying to ease the tension. "You're right. You just arrived in Shichuang City. I was being too hasty." Tan Hai turned to Chi Thane. He scratched his head and confessed, "Actually, I first came here to ask for your help. I was impulsive back then and offended you." Chi Than cut him off with a cold snort. "In my eyes, you are just a competitive child. I don't bother holding a grudge." He lowered his eyes and honestly shared his troubles. "Because at that time, I hadn't fully built my trust with the host spirit inside me. I wanted to find you for refuge, to find a way to separate the demon Enjiao from my body and become a normal person again." Chi Than gave him a meaningful smile. "Now must have led you here, but if you want to become a good person again, only the security division can help you." This left Tan Hai speechless. Bo Fong pulled down her cap and analyzed the harsh reality. There is a way to help mutants become human again, but the physical price is extremely high. Some people can't handle the pressure and die instantly. The city is dying. Shichong is also hoping these assets will voluntarily turn themselves in. Tan Hai paused. The burning image of the demon Ungao appeared behind him like a declaration. He stated firmly, "That was just a foolish thought from before. Now, we have a life and death pact. We will never be separated." He turned to Bo Fong curiously. "What do you mean by calling the host spirits assets?" She sighed and revealed, "A professional secret. As a captain of the security division, my job is just to capture dangerous mutants, then forcibly extract their host spirits and hand them over to my superiors." Her eyes lowered with helplessness. "As for what they do with the host spirits, That's top secret. My rank isn't high enough to know the truth. I just know that they always call those host spirits assets. Just then, Chi Than looked out the window. She reminisced about the past. Let me explain. A long time ago, not long after Tayat Wong built Sichong City, a cataclysmic explosion occurred. At that time, I was the commander of District 9 and was involved in the investigation. Later, my superiors covered it up, calling it an accident. An image of eerie energy escaping from a box appeared. Chi Than continued to expose the truth. After the explosion, the spirit nest had a serious leak. Most of the host spirits took the chance to escape and scattered across the globe. Tayat Wong's plan to break the cocoon was a complete failure. Fragments of memory showed a scene of false peace. Chi Than revealed the root cause. And that fateful incident unintentionally started a new era. An era where mutants and humans had to accept living together peacefully under one sky. The pink-haired girl asked innocently, wanting to confirm the information. You mean these host spirits were originally creatures, living in the spirit nest? They were all assets of Sichuan City, and they only leaked out because of an accident? A parasitic spirit floating in the air nodded in realization. So we host spirits were originally contained in the spirit nest. Immediately, another voice confirmed it. Yes. Based on my hazy memories from back then, the environment was pitch black. Chi Than began her history lesson. To prevent direct conflict between humans and mutants, the pioneer of the La Liat clan took action. She gestured towards the girl in the cap, and that was Bo Fong's grandfather. At the mention of her name, Bo Fong pulled her cap down coolly. She proudly boasted about her family's power. My grandfather created the intelligent machine system. This force is responsible for maintaining order throughout the town. A scene from the past showed a giant robot mediating a conflict. She explained the balance mechanism. This was equivalent to introducing a third party between the two forces. Through the deterrent power of machines, a balance was established. After a long time, both sides finally reached a compromise and achieved a temporary peace. After hearing this, the pink-haired girl exclaimed. She scratched her chin, realizing a blind spot. Oh, so Bo Fong's last name is La. Ignoring her comrade's surprise, Bo Fong continued her speech about the Golden Age. My Laliat clan was involved in scientific research, technology, and machine manufacturing. In District 11, my family even had its own industrial system and power base. Tanhai, sensing an opportunity, asked immediately. So you intentionally hid your last name, La, to conceal your identity, right? Bo Fong blinked, acknowledging the harsh truth. Master often warned me that being a La in Shichong City is extremely dangerous. Recalling her harsh childhood, she sadly recounted her family's tragedy. My clan was wiped out when I was very young. After that, Master secretly protected me until the Chung Lai clan fell apart. As an adult, wanting to carry the mission of restoring my family's honor, I gritted my teeth and joined the security division. In her memories, the image of her kind master holding her hand and giving her instructions was crystal clear. You must always remember, you are the sole heir of the Laliat clan. The little girl's eyes were determined as she made a solemn promise. Yes, I will never forget. Turning pain into strength, the young Bo Fong trained tirelessly, her fists flying with fierce determination. I will learn everything from Master. I will definitely restore my family's honor in the future. Under the brilliant sunset, a group of kids diligently practiced their stances under the strict supervision of their dashing, white-haired master. The scene changes to a rainy night. A resentful young boy hid outside the door, peeking in. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, why is Master giving private lessons only to that little Bo Fong? My Truong Bok Duong family clearly paid so much more in tuition. The one being trained in there should be me. I, Truong Thuan, refused to accept this. Despite the jealous eyes from inside the dojo, the young Bo Fong threw a powerful, lightning-fast kick, proving her exceptional talent. Back in the memory, the master walked in with a mysterious stranger. He smiled and announced, focusing only on combat skills isn't enough. Look who I brought to see you today. Chi Than, standing nearby, acted as the MC. This was once the head technical expert of the La Liat clan's machinery department. Dr. Tham Jack An. The scruffy-bearded uncle waved a friendly hand in greeting. Hello, little girl. I used to be best friends with your grandfather. I'm retired now. From now on, I'll be in charge of your training. Faced with this sudden extra tutoring, the young Bo Fong broke into a cold sweat. She could only stammer out a single word. Huh. Dr. Tham looked at the girl with pity. He muttered to himself, this child is really pitiful. She's the only remaining blood of the entire La Liat clan. If her grandfather hadn't found someone to vouch for me back then, I would have perished along with their clan. La Van, I will definitely repay this debt. Back in the present, after hearing the family drama, Tan Hai clutched his head. His brain couldn't keep up. He was sweating. First the Chung Li, then the La Liat clan, and now the Truong Bok Duong clan. Wow, my life. Your web of relationships is too complicated. Standing by the river, Tan Hai had a deadpan expression of helplessness, And the best part is, we've successfully been dragged into their web of grudges and feuds. Losing patience with the long history lesson, Tan Hai suddenly opened his mouth and roared uncontrollably. So, let's get to the point. Our goal is to uncover the secrets of Sichuan City. So far, all we've done is listen to the history of the La Liet clan. Shithan, what we need to know is the next battle plan. Seeing his younger brother acting up, the muscular white-haired man jumped in. He put Tan Hai in a headlock and wrestled him down, shouting, "You little brat, show some respect. Keep your voice down. You're in Shithan's house." Tan Hai quickly stuck out his tongue playfully. Sorry. But the other man continued to scold him. "We've been explaining the truth this whole time. What's your hurry?" Ignoring the two clowns, Chi-Than maintained her serious, cold expression. She revealed a shocking secret. "The reason I had to explain all this is because our clans once ruled Shichong City together, and our downfall was all orchestrated by Taiad Vuong. He wanted to eliminate all opposition to achieve his goals." The haunting image of the giant monster Banhain covering the atmosphere appeared. Chi-Than continued her exposé. "The mastermind behind it all is Ban Hoin. It's using Taiad Vuong to carry out its ambitions. If we let them succeed, it will be the end of humanity. This world will be forced to reset. The Earth will welcome the arrival of a new species, creating a completely different reality." Hearing this, a chill ran down Tan Hai's spine. His eyes widened as he realized the harsh truth. So all this time, we've been struggling to survive under the shadow of Ban Hoin's manipulation. The pink-haired girl broke into a cold sweat. She couldn't hide her terror at the final boss's power. It can control human thought and has ruled for so long. What kind of monster is it? A light shone on Chi-Than, making her look like a powerful heroine. She declared the grand mission to save the world. "Our next plan is to stop this disaster at all costs." History rewinds to the era of the Sun Hai Geo. An earth-shattering battle between beasts unfolds. In the past, Ha La Than and the beast Tuong Lu fought a terrible war for dominance over their species. The image of the horribly torn monster proved the law of the jungle. The strong devour the weak. The loser paid a brutal price. Tuong Lu's entire body was devoured by Ha La Than. The mystery of the energy-sucking machine was finally solved. Without a body, its massive spiritual energy automatically condensed and bonded together, forming a single entity. Over time, it gradually formed a grotesque mass of flesh. Chi-Than continued to reveal the truth about this hideous creature. It absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, surviving by feeding on the life force of surrounding beings. It also camouflages itself as fireflies to hide and survive. Speaking of the historical turning point, Chi-Than explained, "After the discovery of Miracle Island, the beasts from the Sun Haijue died. They were summoned to the human world and became host spirits. Unfortunately, the unspiritualized Banhain monster accidentally fell into human hands. That undeveloped lump of flesh was immediately put on the antique market. It was publicly auctioned off as a rare artifact. The scientists of that time were completely fooled. They identified it as a life form containing mysterious power. Its unique core pulsed with energy capable of releasing a massive amount of power, comparable to a small nuclear power plant. Then, a powerful tycoon named Lai Tayat from the Dat Dat clan set his eyes on the prize. He threw money around like it was nothing, declaring, "I want to buy both Banhone and Miracle Island at the highest price." After the shocking deal, Lai Tai-at led a team to frantically exploit the island's resources and expand his territory. He recruited 5 major clans, Dat Dat, Truong, Bak Duong, Trong Thi, La Liet, and Chung Lai, to build Zich Hong City together. Chi-Than looked into the distance with regret. That small island, once abandoned by the country, has now become the dazzling Sich Hong City. In hindsight, they should never have brought those beasts into this world. If they hadn't, Banhain wouldn't have had the chance to cause trouble. Tan Hai quickly connected the dots. He smirked thoughtfully. So that Banhain monster has been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. It's just waiting for the right moment for its true form, Tuong Lu, to break out of the cocoon and fulfill its final ambition. Chi-Than nodded, confirming the boss's danger level. You could say it's borrowing a body to be reborn. Its obsession with ruling the world is deeply rooted in this world now. Tuong Lu's species is here to stay. Tan Hai stroked his chin and remarked, "Such a persistent obsession. No wonder it has such an easy time controlling people. That's why Taiad Vuong is being played like a fiddle." The pink-haired girl was still curious about the villain's drama, but what exactly happened to Taiad Vuong? Chi-Than continued to spill the secret info. Initially, Taiad Vuong's goal in acquiring Ban Huain was just to turn it into a living power station for Sich Huang City. But man proposes, and monster disposes. Chi-Than shook her head wearily. Banhain's spiritual power was too immense, and it was extremely good at manipulating and exploiting human weaknesses. Taiat's mind was gradually controlled. From then on, his personality did a complete 180. He became cruel, paranoid, and extremely tyrannical. It turned out to be a deal with the devil. They had secretly made a demonic pact. Hayat Vuong begged, saying he would meet any condition. He just needed to be granted a longer lifespan. He would never let the other 8 clans take Shichong City from him. Shi Than exposed the scam of the century, and so, Ban Haim brazenly used Tai at Vuong's resources as a shield to grow. It secretly infected him until it completely consumed his thoughts and actions. Tan Hai had a sudden realization. He clapped his hands and concluded the conspiracy theory. Ah, I get it. That monster originally lived on microorganisms, so the other host spirits are like super nutritious feed for it. The more it eats, the faster it grows, right? Chi Than nodded, in agreement. Yes, you can think of it that way. Detective Tan Hai then shot a suspicious glance at the person opposite him. He muttered to himself, Chi Than is over 100 years old and knows every detail about Ban Hain. There must be a connection here. Noticing her younger brother's scrutinizing gaze, Chi Than remained calm. She stood with her arms crossed, exuding a mysterious aura that silenced any further questions. But she didn't make Tan Hai guess for long. The silver-haired beauty laid her cards on the table. You're actually wondering why I know so many secrets, and who I really am, right? Hitting the nail on the head, Tan Hai was left speechless. He held his breath, waiting for the shocking revelation. Chi Than began to recall her early days. In the beginning, my Chung Lai clan had some business partnerships with his family. The Dat Dat clan was also a close partner of Tai At. At that time, he boasted that he was in charge of Miracle Island. He told me to ask for anything I wanted. Of course, I replied that the Chung Lai clan would be honored by his favor, an occultist who can bring a bright future to her family. That's a basic wish. An image of the young, beautiful Chi Than in a majestic uniform appeared. She recounted proudly. In that golden age, we occultists dedicated ourselves to building Shichong City. From culture to maintaining order, we contributed a lot. Thanks to my reputation, I was directly elected as the commander of District 9. Lighting a cigarette coolly, Chi Than corrected the online rumors. The legend that occultists increase their lifespan through cultivation is just a misunderstanding. Taking a drag of the hazy smoke, she dropped a bombshell that stunned everyone. The reason I've lived for over 100 years is because the blood of Hala Than flows in my veins. The sensational news left Tan Hai and his companions wide-eyed and speechless. Bo Fong also stuttered, Hala Than. Just then, the voice of the ghost Ingao chimed in humorously. I heard Hala Than say that back then, Chi Than lost too much blood and was unconscious. He saved her life. See, I'm super trustworthy. I've kept this secret for you. Chi Than has never told anyone. Returning to the serious conversation, Chi Than explained the cause of the family conflict. That year, when Tai at Vuong burned a massive amount of resources to build the spirit nest, I saw something was wrong and strongly objected. As a result, I touched the interests of the capitalists. She sadly recounted how she was ostracized. That old fox Tai at flew into a rage, kicked me out, and directly exiled me. An image of Chi Than in disguise, secretly investigating, appeared. She thought deeply. His stubborn insistence on building the spirit nest made me suspicious. There must be a secret he can't let anyone know. Chi Than recounted the fateful moment that led to the truth. And so, I later broke into Tai at Vuong's private chamber to search for clues. I happened to come face to face with the bound entity of Ban Hain. At that moment, I was shocked and exclaimed, "This is." The memory flooded back. Chi Than recalled the suffocating moment she faced the massive, glowing, and blinking object. It left her frozen in terror. Chi Than's eyes widened in fear. The sparkling image reflected in her pupils, creating a surreal effect. Before her high heels hit the cold floor, she confessed her feelings. That giant life form emitted an extremely strange and mysterious energy. It invisibly pulled me closer to it. Right after that damn Ban Hain monster tried to hack into the system to connect directly with the thoughts in my brain. Luckily, my survival instinct kicked in just in time. I ran for my life and managed to escape that suffocating room. However, all of my immense power at that time was completely drained by that Ban Hain monster. Not a single drop was left. From then on, I suffered from sleep paralysis. I often dreamed of the tragic scene of my Chung Lai clan members lying dead. Ban Hain seemed to still be calling my soul back. This continued until one quiet night. I woke up startled, drenched in sweat, crying out, "Father, Mother, don't leave me." I really didn't want to lose my clansmen. Just as her spirit hit rock bottom, a team of silent assassins suddenly broke into the ancient villa by the sea during a stormy night. Their silent footsteps glided down the hallway. The masked assassin coolly drew a sharp dagger, preparing to strike. Chi Than shuddered, recalling the past tragedy. That very night, I was attacked by a group of unknown assassins who snuck into my room. On the brink of life and death, she snapped her eyes open to see a fatal blade plunging down at her. But with the reflexes of a former commander, she shot up, dodged the blade, and threw a vicious hook kick to defend herself. As she somersaulted away from a collapsing bookshelf, Chi Than screamed at the dark figures. "Who are you people? The hooded assassin only let out a bone-chillingly cruel laugh. You're about to die, yet you're so talkative. In a moment of carelessness, his brutal blades slashed Chi Than's chest, causing blood to gush out. Clutching her bloody chest, she furiously kicked the leader in the stomach, cursing, "You shameless bastards." Exhausted, Chi Than was hit by a powerful blow. She was sent flying off the balcony railing, letting out a pained scream as she fell. She gasped helplessly. That damn Ban Hoin monster drained all my strength, leaving my body completely paralyzed. Her trembling hand clutched the gaping wound on her chest, trying to stop the dark blood from flowing out. Looking at the sharp daggers pointed at her face, Chi Than thought in despair. At this rate, my life ends here today. The surrounding assassins let out another chilling, triumphant laugh. It's over for you, bitch. With no way out, Chi Than managed a helpless smile towards the window. She closed her eyes, ready to escape. Her slender body fell as she jumped through the glass window, coughing up blood and crying out in pain. The assassins rushed to the cliff edge, panting as they hunted for traces of their prey in the rushing water, while she clutched her wound and fled. Watching the fierce waves crash against the exhausted cliff, Chi Than screamed in defiance at the surrounding shadows. Why are there so many of you? What kind of demons are you? In response, there were only silent, hooded figures standing in a line like vengeful spirits. Blood trickling from her mouth, Chi Than gritted her teeth in frustration. You bastards. This is too humiliating. A shadow swung its arm for the final blow, sending the poor girl flying off the cliff into the deep abyss below. Chi Than's body sank deeper and deeper into the cold, vast ocean. Bubbles rose like a lonely funeral procession. Tan Hai listened intently, his face slack with shock. He asked urgently. At that moment, your brain was completely unconscious. In other words, you were dead. So how did you come back to life? Just as she was about to disappear into the deep sea, a giant tentacle emitting a mysterious blue light suddenly emerged from the abyss and wrapped around her. Chi Than lifted the veil of mystery. It was Ha La Than who saved me. He infused a stream of divine blood into my body, causing the fatal wound on my chest to close and heal miraculously. That great power enveloped me, nurturing my soul until I fully regained consciousness and was given a new life. After a few days of recovery, my energy was finally fully restored. Thanks to the divine blood, my physical body was even upgraded to a new level. When she opened her eyes, Chi Than was stunned to see a massive, majestic blue dragon of light coiling in front of her. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she wondered, what is this? Are these the legendary host spirits? It's so surreal. I can suddenly feel their presence so clearly. The giant dragon exuded an overwhelming pressure. It roared in a deep, booming voice. Ha La Than has a top-secret mission for you. Chi Than explained Ha La Than's story further. Since arriving in the human world, he has had to fight against the destruction of his spiritual body. So he has to expend a vast amount of energy to maintain his physical form. Taking advantage of his weakest moment, that monster, Ban Hein, pulled the strings, ordering its cowardly minions to seal Ha La Than in the 10th dungeon. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the wall. Chi Than sighed softly. Ha La Than once told me that the damned seal has him chained up. He can't go deeper into the mainland, and I am the only human he trusts. But right now, I can feel Tuong Lu's powerful aura evolving violently. The god's voice echoed with instructions. Host spirits can only recreate their physical bodies by returning to their homeland. These things have always been with me. Perhaps they can help you. We don't have much time. Back in the present, Chi Than stood with her hands clasped majestically. In short, Ha La then wants to borrow humanity's power to help these host spirits escape back to the Sun Hai Jioi. But the monster Ban Hein is the biggest obstacle in our way. Detective Tan Hai quickly pieced together the information. He smirked and concluded, I get it, we just need to cut off Ban Hein's food supply, so its true form, Tuong Lu, starves and can't break out of its cocoon. Then it will cry its eyes out, because it can't fulfill its grand ambition, right? The pink-haired girl asked a key question. The plan sounds good, but the problem is, how are those host spirits going to walk back to the Sun Hai Jioi? Chi Than smiled confidently and revealed her trump card. Of course, we'll use the old trick. Reopen the spatial rift on Miracle Island that appeared 100 years ago. Hearing this, the group froze for 3 seconds. Everyone's face was filled with extreme tension at the massive scale of this world-saving operation. Han Hai wiped away sweat and asked cautiously, You mean, through the rift that connects to the human world, Ha La Than and his host spirit team can swim straight back to the Sun Hai Jioi? Chi Than shook her head, correcting his logic. No, just opening the rift isn't enough. The host spirits must be guided by Ha La Than to enter. So the most urgent task is to break his seal, to restore his ultimate power. Bo Fong broke into a cold sweat and asked anxiously, How do we break such a powerful seal? Chi Than's eyes narrowed as she announced the ultimate violent goal. There's only one way. We have to take down Ben Huan before that old Tuong Lu breaks out of its cocoon. This is why I've gathered all of you experts here. Tran Tai smiled in satisfaction. I like this bloody plan, but Haisei beside him was still timid. But, isn't it too risky? Tan Hai kept a cool head and got straight to the point. Let's say we do that. What's our next move? Chi Than gestured towards the towering skyscraper and declared, the death game called Dao Tran in Shichuang City is about to begin. This is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Activating a high-tech hologram map, Chi Than presented like a true CEO. This is the internal structure map of the Shichuang Tower that I got from a high-level spy. Zooming in on a red dot on the map, she emphasized, our mission is to take advantage of the chaos during the Dao Tran event. We'll infiltrate the core area where Ban Huan is located. Tan Hai looked at the complex tower structure and sighed. The Shichuang Tower has 200 floors. Is this some kind of level-clearing game? Chi Than replied, our goal is to defeat the first floor boss, sneak into the deep well platform, and then slide straight down to the core area, right? The young man's face was full of doubt as he asked about their forces. How many people do we have for this insane game? Tran Tai crossed his arms and happily reported the numbers, including you and Haisa. Our side has a total of 11 people. Tan Hai immediately shot back. A team battle? Tran Tai quickly dismissed the idea, explaining the harsh rules. Of course, it's a solo battle. Don't forget the big shots. Organize this to select the best mutants. Contestants will have to draw lots to determine their fighting area. The arena system is super complex, but there will be area bosses that force players to fight in groups. Finalizing the transport plan, he stated firmly. In short, we'll act as your escort from the deep well platform to the core area. Tan Hai sensed something was wrong. He broke into a cold sweat with extreme confusion. Wait a minute, so no one else is going down there with me? Chi Than raised a glowing hand to reassure her younger brother, revealing the truth. Because only the Cham Lin weapon you carry has enough damage to kill Ban Huan. This was Halathan's original purpose for creating it. A faint light shone on his angular face. Tan Hai soberly realized the enormous responsibility that had just fallen on his shoulders. I've become everyone's only hope. A spiritual voice echoed amidst explosive images of magical power. You were my initial hope, the host spirit and you. It all seems to be a cruel arrangement of fate. No, Tan Hai, this is your destiny. Us completing this mission together is perhaps the best outcome. Seeing how stressed he was, Haisa shyly raised her hand to volunteer. If it's possible, I could go down there with Tan Hai. Having one more person to watch his back is better. But Chi Than coldly shot her down. No, the deep well is surrounded by a destructive energy field. One wrong move and you'll be turned into mincemeat. The beauty raised a finger and seriously analyzed the game's difficulty. Only an individual with both immense strength and lightning-fast speed has a chance of escaping. Because you two have never participated in Dao Tran, you don't know that it's a slaughterhouse. Every death will cause a teammate to bleed and sacrifice. Then she clenched her fist and swore an oath, her presence exploding like a true war goddess. But our Yutan organization will never abandon a single comrade. This undying spirit will be passed on forever. Team spirit soared. Tran Tai roared in agreement. Chi Than is absolutely right. The girl in the cap also nodded firmly, her eyes resolute. The image of the cool gang preparing for a life-or-death battle appeared, filled with grandeur and iron will. The once dark and confusing past is now clear. This is the path of righteousness. However, the drama didn't end there. Chi Than turned to Tan Hai and Hai Sa with a look of concern. She dropped a bombshell. The strength of you two is still not enough to handle this Dao Tran. Chi Than assigned the training task to the muscular guy. There's still some time before the tournament starts. The training of these two rookies is all up to you. The young man confidently accepted the task. No problem. Leave it all to me. This will be a closed training session. I promise to take good care of you two. Hearing this, Tan Hai and Hai Sa's jaws dropped in horror. They whined in unison. What? We have to do special training? And it's a secluded training session too. Hai Sa clutched her head, lamenting her ruined plans. I was planning to use this new identity to take her to a restaurant for a big feast. And Tan Hai was equally devastated. So the hoodie I've been eyeing for so long is gone too. No chance to buy it now. Ignoring the two kids wailing about their lost freedom, Chi Than turned to the captain with a serious expression. Labo Fong. She immediately stood at attention. Yes, Chi Than gave her a hacker-style mission. Use your identity as a member of the security division to infiltrate the data center. Then secretly install this virus into their network system. You must completely paralyze all their security robots and cut off all enemy reinforcements to clear a safe path for Tan Hai to the core. Labo Fong's face was filled with fierce determination. She clenched her fist and accepted the order. Understood. Just then, a tall, dark-skinned man who had been invisible until now spoke up. What about me? What's my assignment? Chi Than calmly arranged the final personnel. You will follow Da Diao and provide absolute protection for the Fa Jue Thak, that is, the key to our survival. It's how we'll open the spatial rift. An image of the ancient magic stone appeared amidst a dazzling flash of lightning, explaining. The Fa Joy Thak is an energy stone left behind in the human world from ancient times. It can be activated with an ancient language. It can tear through space, creating a portal directly to another world. But life isn't a fairy tale. Chi Than sadly recalled the technical incident from years ago during the exploration of Miracle Island. The elders messed up when they couldn't control this brutal power. As a result, the Fa Joy Thak shattered into pieces. Having assigned the tasks, Chi Than stretched and yawned widely. She turned and walked back inside. In the next few days, I need to rest and recover. I have to get my body back to peak condition. The pink-haired girl looked at her boss's tired back and sweated. She asked quietly, "Is she really going to be okay, acting so laid back?" Tan Hai leaned in and whispered a harsh truth. "Have some sympathy. She has the body of a 100-year-old woman. It's normal for her to run out of battery sometimes." A few days later, the scene shifts to a large university lecture hall. A long-haired man stood on the stage after a presentation. After the students left, a mysterious man in a blue shirt approached the speaker. "Professor Chu, may I have a few minutes of your time?" The professor, named Chu, seemed to be in a hurry and refused bluntly. "I have an urgent matter to attend to right now. Let's stop here for today." But the man in blue didn't give up easily. He pulled out a file and handed it to the professor. He said confidently, "I'm sure you'll be very interested in this." Professor Chu curiously opened the folder. He saw images of shattered, gray stone fragments, heavily marked by time. The professor's eyes lit up as if he had struck gold. He scrutinized every detail and muttered his assessment. "These are definitely not ordinary stones. The characters engraved on the surface look like an ancient script. Their age could be thousands of years old, even older than the arrival of the creation goddess." Overcome with curiosity, Professor Chu frowned and questioned the man. "Where on earth did you get these documents?" The man in blue smirked and gave a cryptic, dangerous reply. "This secret is related to the survival of all humanity." The scene suddenly shifts to a bustling city intersection, crowded with people. Neon lights blinked amidst the noisy hustle of Sichuan City. Amidst the hurried crowd, the man in blue walked ahead. Behind him, two other men moved stealthily, as if on a shady mission. The man in blue suddenly snorted coldly. His sharp eyes glanced back, realizing he was being targeted. Immediately, he quickened his pace, turning into a small, dark, and empty alley to lose them. The man in blue quickly got to a higher vantage point. He looked down at the two men tailing him. Hiding in a blind spot, the man in blue smirked contemptuously, mocking the amateur trackers. "With this level of skill, you should go home and practice for a few more years." But before his smile could fade, Professor Chu, holding the documents, was suddenly grabbed by a mysterious force and thrown to the ground. In front of him were two dark, hooded figures, exuding a cold aura, blocking his exit. Professor Chu was scared to death, his face drained of color. He stammered in terror. Who are you people?" The two bizarre assassins let out the typical villainous, creepy laugh. Their voices were hoarse as they threatened, "Hand over the documents if you know what's good for you. We might consider sparing your life." Watching from a distance, the man in blue broke into a cold sweat. He realized he had walked into a trap. No way. So that guy was just acting to stall me. A bad feeling washed over him. The man in blue quickly turned to flee, his mind screaming in panic. "This is bad. Professor Chu is in danger." Without hesitation, he pulled out his high-tech transparent smartphone. He frantically swiped the screen to make an emergency call. He pressed the phone to his ear in extreme tension, but all he heard was the emotionless voice of an AI operator. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. The system has switched to offline mode. Please leave a message." As soon as the message ended, the phone screen flashed with good news. The other party had enabled family mode. Their location was now being shared. But just as hope began to flicker, a blast of hellfire suddenly struck the unlucky young man from behind. A massive explosion lit up the night sky of Sichuan City. The fierce flames engulfed the entire floor. Below, two shadowy assassins stood, coldly watching their cruel work from a distance. Lao Diao quickly pressed his hand to his communication device and shouted urgently, "Calling the Yutan team in District 5, do you copy?" A voice crackled on the other end. "Lao Diao, we read you. What are your orders?" Tran Tai, who was lounging at a diner, immediately received the urgent order. "Professor Chu is in danger. Go for backup immediately. I've sent you the coordinates." The muscular guy shot up and shouted, "Roger." Lao Diao gritted his teeth, his face tense as he prayed, "Professor, hang in there. We can't let those hunters get their hands on the Fajoy Thaksh data." As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Diao transformed into a streak of brilliant golden light. He shot through the night sky of the city at lightning speed. His hard landing ignited the ground around his feet. Lao Diao screeched to a halt on the street, ready in a defensive stance. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in a suit lying motionless, face down on the ground. Horrified, Lao Diao ran to the victim's side and helped him up. He cried out in alarm, "Professor Chu." Fortunately, The bearded professor was breathing raggedly, but still alive. He weakly handed over the file. I'm okay. Look, the data is still safe. Helped up by Lao Diao, Professor Chu apologetically recounted his brilliant switcheroo. I threw them a fake document bag. It was just filled with ordinary lesson plans. Lao Diao quickly comforted him. I'm so sorry you had to go through this. I'll take you to the hospital right away. But in a shocking twist, Professor Chu smirked devilishly. He growled in a low voice, a hospital? That won't be necessary. In a stunning deception, the fake professor suddenly grabbed Lao Diao's mouth, making him cry out. Lao Diao gripped the hand on his mouth, staring at the imposter and stammering. Professor Chu, behind the professor, was the hooded assassin, smiling triumphantly. With his last bit of strength, Lao Diao floated in the air, clutching the fake professor's hand. He roared in anger. What? You? The black-robed assassin put a finger to his lips and sneered. You might feel a little dizzy, but it'll pass quickly. Hit by the poison, Lao Diao was drenched in sweat. He groaned in despair. My body. I can't use any strength. My energy. The imposter remained calm, smiling with excitement. Relax. Just relax. Lao Diao's eyes widened in horror. He bitterly realized the harsh truth. His energy had been completely drained by them. Just then, Trantai and the black-haired woman arrived at the dark scene. They looked around, confused. Where is everyone? The coordinates are right here. They landed softly in the empty alley to scout the area. Suddenly, the woman stopped, sensing something strange. Then, spotting a familiar back, the black-haired woman turned and asked, Oh, Brother Diao, there you are. Trantai added, What's the situation, brother? Lao Diao, now possessed by the enemy, turned around with a cold, emotionless face. He replied calmly, It's nothing. I was just overthinking things. He began to spin a seamless lie. Oh, he was too drunk, so he passed out over here. I just called a car to take him home safely. The black-haired woman sighed in relief. Oh my God, you scared me. I thought you two were in danger. The fake Lao Diao turned and walked away. He didn't forget to play the part of a serious senior. Things are tense lately. You can't let your guard down. The girl in the cap immediately stood at attention. Roger. Watching his senior's figure disappear, the white-haired young man scratched his head and muttered, Wait a minute, something feels off. The girl beside him teased, What's wrong? Did you catch Brother Diao's paranoia? The scene flashes to a seemingly peaceful, rundown warehouse during the day. Here, the dark-skinned man who had been invisible was busy stirring a huge pot of soup. Beside him, a young man in a bandana was struggling with a heavy crate. Seeing Lao Diao walking down the hallway, the dark-skinned man greeted him cheerfully. You're back. Perfect timing. It's lunchtime. The imposter ignored the food. His sharp eyes scanned the area before getting straight to the point. Where's the Fa Joy Thack? The dark-skinned man held a plate of food and pointed to the ground. Isn't it in the basement? What's up? A new mission? Take me there. The fake Lao Diao ordered curtly, making the dark-skinned man scratch his head in confusion. Now that you mention it, you know this place much better than I do. I just got here. For a brief moment, the strange eyes of the assassin hidden beneath Lao Diao's guise flashed with killing intent. Without another word, the imposter coldly followed the dark-skinned man down the damp stone steps leading to the dungeon. Reaching a curtain, the dark-skinned man gestured inside. There, go see for yourself. I have to go prepare the food. Just give me a shout if anything happens. As he turned his back, the assassin's monstrous hand was silently raised, ready to eliminate the witness. Ignoring the small fry, the imposter stepped into the sealed room. He looked up at a giant, cracked rock emitting a sinister light. His eyes narrowed dangerously. He muttered his assessment of the prize. So, this is the legendary Fa Joy Thack. They've already painstakingly reassembled it. Meanwhile, on the surface, the pot of soup was still boiling, bubbling over. The man in the bandana approached him. His face was filled with suspicion. Don't you sense it? Old Bird seems really off today. The dark-skinned man looked confused. What do you mean? He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then nodded. Actually, I thought something was strange, too. Whenever he comes back, he always washes his hands first. He's obsessed with being clean. But this time, he didn't. The man in the bandana added more. It's not just that. I caught a whiff of his scent. It's completely different than usual. As he spoke, a spectral beast appeared behind him. It was a glowing blue wolf, and it let out a low growl. The man looked confident. That's right, his spirit beast is a wolf. It possesses an incredibly sharp sense of smell. It can definitely find what it's looking for. It had already caught the scent of darkness. The man in the bandana realized how serious this was. He turned to leave in a hurry. I have to report this to the leader immediately. You stay here and watch him. See what he's planning. The dark-skinned man agreed. Right? In these chaotic times, it's always better to be on high alert.